your wrist a plain Jane.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. What up and welcome back. It's your girl Jane, the plainest Jane, and we got some things to get into. Thank y'all for y'all patience. Y'all know life be happening. The bathroom had a hold on me, but nonetheless, come on and buckle and hit the thumbs up button as you come aboard the bus. I tell you all the time, things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life, and today we're focused on real life. Let's put the celebrities, put Monique and DL and them on the back burner and talk about things that are affecting everyday people like you and me, and in particular, the children, and protecting the babies, especially while they're in learning and academic environments. That's what this video is all about. It's going to get heavy. It might get tense. I'm hoping I don't offend anyone, but, you know, trying to learn all of the correct terminologies and not offend, you know, the LGBT community, sometimes it can be a task. And I'm even connected with folks who are in the community who still feel like, listen, it's just too much to learn every single term and to be politically correct in how you go about having these discussions. But it's pretty bold, right? And pretty brave of me to take on a responsibility such as having a conversation about the dangers that exist underneath of the flag, right? So when I talk about issues under the flag, I'm gonna pull back the layers and talk about what we are discussing. And this is a very necessary and mandatory discussion, okay? This is an open panel for parents and members of the LGBT community. So I'm looking for parents to call in, and of course I'm looking for members of the LGBT community call in. So if you are available and you would like to share your thoughts, please sound off in the comments and I'll provide the call-in number or the link that you need in order to voice your opinion and become a part of this show and this necessary dialogue, okay? So you're qualified to have this discussion if you care about protecting children, if you are a parent, your child is in the school system, they faced issues like this, or you just have concerns about issues like this being present in school systems, okay? So when we talk about issues under the flag, let me just explain really quickly what it is that I am discussing in particular and why I think this conversation is so necessary. And I don't see really anybody having these discussions because a lot of people are apprehensive to question people who label themselves as a part of the LGBT community, right? So when I talk about issues under the flag, that's a phrase that I've coined over here on my channel based off of a pattern that I've recognized, a very dangerous pattern if we're going to be honest. And so issues under the flag pertains to predatory behavior that exists within certain people who label and categorize themselves within the LGBTQ community. Now, once they posture themselves as a member, or they infiltrate and merge themselves within the LGBT community, they use the flag as a shield or a loophole to get away with maliciously and intentionally trying to convert and indoctrinate children's impressionable minds. We're talking about young, innocent children here. And so there are also, right, a lot of steps and actions being taken by way of learning institutions and school districts to skip past the parents, right, to work around, to conspire against the parents and behind parents' backs, and to go straight to their children with heavy and potentially harmful information without getting consent from the parents. Like, that's just a straight violation, and it's dead wrong. There's nothing wrong with identifying however you identify as, regardless of your age, right? But to go behind parents' backs, something just seems a little sneaky and conniving about that. And a lot of times the information that they're issuing to these children are, you know, information about how to alter your body, how to identify if you feel like you were assigned girl at birth, but if you feel like you're a boy today, if you feel like you're not a girl today, then you might be trans. You know what I mean? Like, these are children who they go through different phases and different, very confusing thoughts. And I think that as they're sorting through their thoughts, approaching puberty or whatever the case is, they don't need anybody confusing them further than what they naturally need to really figure out and understand, right? And so when it comes to the body altering information in particular, a lot of it is damaging and it has irreversible effects. I spoke specifically about some of the stuff within, you know, altering, you know, your gender or how you present yourself in the world as it pertains to your sex. A lot of it can negatively impact your bone density and so on and so forth. There's a lot of data in cases that already exist where this very stuff has happened. You'll find yourself seeing a lot of people who have transitioned, who are or consider themselves to be transgender. They are detransitioning themselves because they've made a decision and now they're trying to go back, but some of the stuff has irreversible effects. And that's really dangerous for minors to get a hold of, especially and without the express consent of their parents, the people who have to foot the bill and make sure they have compatible insurance to get all of this stuff done. So I think that it's really wrong that these children are being targeted. They're being forced to deal with the politicization of the LGBTQ agenda, right? LGBTQIA plus agenda. And listen, to be clear, I only call it an agenda because it pertains to kids. We're talking about stuff that's going on specifically in the school system. I'm not talking about 30-year-olds having to navigate or be subjected to people who are very boldly and very proudly, I mean, hey, it's Pride Month, being exposed to the LGBT community and their beliefs and the information that they give people if they're considering becoming a part or transition and so on and so forth. I'm talking specifically about kids when I say the LGBT agenda. I had a friend reach out and say, hey, maybe you shouldn't say the transgender agenda because it can sound kind of wrong. And I respect that and I get that. But when I talk about an agenda as it pertains to kids, think about when you were in school, you had an agenda book, which was a curriculum of the things that you were going to be taught, the stuff that is in your syllabus for you to be taught that you didn't have an option about. It was a part of the curriculum. And so when I say agenda, I'm specifically talking about children having this stuff being forced down children's throats. These children are being groomed, they're being indoctrinated, and a lot of people are apprehensive to ask questions because this stuff is being powered, this stuff is being executed by school systems and new government policies. And a lot of times we find out when it's just a little bit too late. So I've been covering the issues under the flags here on my channel for quite some time now, right? I've done some videos about it. Joe Biden even had a pretty, just a pretty harmful thing coming down the pipeline where people aren't able to, hungry children, right, who need access to free lunch or lunch money. He's taking the lunch money off the table for some of the public school systems if they aren't allowing boys to go into the girls' bathroom. And that's just taking it a little bit too far for me, right? It's like you have to accept what's coming down the pipeline as it pertains to this agenda and what we want to feed your kids in a metaphorical sense, right? But we won't feed your children who need to eat and who need this federal funding if you aren't allowing some of this agenda, if you aren't putting this into your school system. And I just think that that's crazy. I think that is crazy, 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 crazy. So these are some of the things that we want to discuss. You might recognize this thumbnail that I've placed on the screen because this is a video that I've done in the past. Again, Biden administration threatens to take away lunch money for kids if schools don't allow boys in the girls' restroom. And you know, I did the video on this and really broke it down directly from the Food and Agriculture website where it talks about this legislation where this is what Joe Biden is helping them to push down and push through the pipeline. Okay. So listen, this is going to be a fully loaded show. Y'all see what it is. Y'all know what it is. All right. This is also going to be one of those shows where YouTube ain't messing with it. I'm just talking about too much, right? I'm talking about certain community. I'm talking about what Joe Biden's doing and how wrong some of that stuff is if you talk about just having a moral compass. So listen, let's get ready for takeoff. Make sure you hit thumbs up. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. And while you hit thumbs up, let's get into this intro. Make sure y'all throw them pancakes in the chat, okay?
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
So really quickly, y'all know I always tell you, tap into your mental health before you get to tapping into how toxic social media is, what's going on in the world, and some of the news, the real black news that I bring to you that may be triggering to you. Because when I think about children being placed in harm or in danger, that's very triggering to me. So before you trigger yourself, mind your mental peace and decide, have I handled my business? Do I have bandwidth to really take in some of the stuff that might make me feel negative or emotional, might get me fired up. Make sure you before you get to dibbling and dabbling into this. Shout out to our new subscribers. And of course, before I get into breaking down this very controversial and potentially polarizing situation, make sure that you hit that subscribe button and hit the thumbs up or down. Either way, I appreciate it. But make sure you think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring up the first person, right? This is a faithful subscriber. She's a channel member as well. And she is a part of the LGBT community. I do implore all of my parents, right? All of the parents and members of the LGBT community. Again, I want to emphasize, I want to hear from you. So if you do want to call in, get my attention in the chat, right? If I'm missing what's going on in the chat for my channel members, and if you're a part of the Discord, let me know, try to get my attention in the Discord or something like that so that I can drop the link, okay? So without further ado, let me bring up someone, and I want to ask a question and then hear what she has to say. So a lot of people, I've got you up on the screen. So a lot of people, right, when we talk about people just having selective outrage when it comes to the endangerment of our young children, they talk about music and entertainment corrupting the kids' minds. Lil Nas X comes to mind immediately. I remember the big tizzy about him and kissing the devil and twerking on the devil, and the devil was a guy. And everybody's upset about the music award performance or his music videos and the fact that he's kissing a man. And, you know, a lot of people have an issue with TV and entertainment because they feel like, oh my goodness, this is turning my kids gay. Why is all this on my TV screen? This is sexualizing our children. And why is the outrage placed selectively on TV and entertainment as opposed to, right? And I'm not saying two things can't coexist, but why y'all more worried about what's going on the TV as opposed to what's really happening in the school system and being backed and executed by the government? Why aren't more people talking about that?
Okay. So can you hear me? Because I know before you said it was like lagging or something.
I can hear you. There is like a little 4-second delay, but I can hear you.
Okay. Damn. All right. So basically, like, one of the members, I think her name was April, like she said, when you say we, why are we? We're not with anybody, because when you think about it, I understand what you're saying. I think the message where they were trying to get people comfortable with the trans community and not having so many trans attacks and like people being homophobic and not, attacking gay people and stuff like that. It started off like that, but then it became, all right, let's push this agenda on the younger crowd, because they know what the younger crowd is. They're the children of our future, so they know like stuff like kids music videos. They like, social media. If you put it there, it's going to spread easily and it's going to make it okay. Like that's what I felt. The LGBT community, once again, for me, they don't care about us because, like I said, I've talked about it. I don't really go too hard online and stuff like that, but if they were for us, why the hell are they letting Brittany Griner? They're not fighting for Brittany Griner. That's been out there in Russia for what? Since February? She's been out there since February. Why they not making noise? But they gonna noise about, or Biden's making noise for them about bathrooms. Does that make sense? So I don't have no real say in what the LGBT does. I can't. We're just individuals at the end of the day. Like, it's just like, I'm saying, like, when I was younger, I felt like it was more community, because when you talk about a community, it was like you had a group of people. Like me, I did have my parents around. They didn't shut me out the house, but a lot of my friends, they were shunned out of the house, and a lot of them didn't have a place to go. So there were safe havens like that for, people like them, where they couldn't go somewhere where they experience it or explore their sexuality, or where you want to go to a house party where you don't have somebody looking at you crazy because you're dancing with the same sex. So these were safe havens. That was when I felt like it was more of a community. Now when you grow up and you grow out of your you have a group of friends that when you get older, it's you kind of like go off on your own. So it's not like you're kind of in that community, but at the end of the day, you still have your friends as adults. Um, so as you feel a community is like, for us, like the girl said, you celebrate pride events. Like right now, I know people that don't do nothing with the LGBT community until Pride pops off. Like this is Pride Month, so everybody's gonna be out there and waving flags. I'm thinking y'all out there celebrating, and I really keep thinking about Brittany Griner. Like how y'all like, NBA, they laid her jersey on the floor. How is that helping her get home? How does that help her? So they don't care about us. When I say us, black gay women, maybe black gay men as well. I don't think they do. We're not in their community. We have at this go through I go through discrimination all the time on my job. They're not gonna fight for me. If I write something, they're not gonna fight. They're not gonna fight for me. You know what I'm saying, we're separated from them. So I can't answer for the LGBT community. Like I said, the thing, and one thing I wanted to say about the bathrooms, I feel like is real crazy because you're going to have these kids going to bathrooms in the schools and when they go in public, or they use the men's bathroom or women's bathroom. Who knows what adult in there is going to do what to your child? You got these kids thinking it's okay to use opposite bathrooms. It's we got issues. There's issues.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
some people
issues.
call it gender dysphoria. And you know what? I don't use that term because who am I to say you don't really feel that way? You're confused. And I know a lot of people who are extremely homophobic, right? And not that I know them personally, but when I see homophobic people expressing how they feel about children who are interested in being a part or a part or think that they're a part of the LGBT community, they straight say, no, you're just confused. You're confused, gender dysphoria, which means you think that you're this and you're not that. And that's just not a term that I throw around, but I see that a lot of other people do. I did go to school with, matter of fact, I was in the first grade with a little boy that I knew, and he didn't say anything, but I knew he was gay. And he's still gay to this day, and we're still friends. We were in the first, we went to the same elementary, middle, and high school. Some people, they're just that way. And I've been his friend pretty much all of my life. So who am I to say? Now, some people go through phases. I remember being in high school, and there was some girls that like girls at that time, and they grew out of it, right? And they even expressed it like that was just a phase. I'm strictly dickly, blah 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 blah, whatever they say. But when it comes to the boys going in the girls' bathroom, listen, the reason why I find it to be so problematic is because I'm a grown woman. And if you decided, not you, but somebody that was born with the penis, assigned male at birth, should I say, decides to have a feminine pronoun today, right? She and her, and wants to come into the woman's bathroom, I'm a whole grown woman and I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable. I don't care if you Medea, right? Or you just wearing a dress with your makeup and your hair look like whatever. I am uncomfortable with that. And I'm a grown person. And, kids trying to fight up against a system that is cracking down and forcing them to intake stuff like that. Can you imagine? I've seen protests and rallies from young women who are still in school, in high school, who are doing sit-ins and walkouts just to rally against it because they feel uncomfortable and they feel unprotected. And I don't blame them. And some of them are saying, I don't even use the bathroom while I'm in school because I feel so uncomfortable about this. And that's crazy that first of all, if you're holding yourself to that extent, that's not good for your body, number one. Like, that's just not healthy to pick 8 hours out of a day plus your travel time to and from to not use the bathroom because you're in for fear. Sure. And adults and high school students, you can say sometimes they have two different levels of willingness. When you young and you got all that energy, like I remember when I was in high school, it was some wild stuff going on, and a lot of those people have calmed down. But when you're coming up of puberty and all that other stuff, them boys be one, and I'm listening to the teachers say we have a hard time keeping up with their pronouns because they change their pronouns so frequently just to troll and just to heckle us.
and to make it difficult for the teachers to keep up with what they want to be called that day, because now teachers have to, in most states, abide by what the child wants to be referred to as. So who's to say a boy that want a little peep of a little booby in high school won't say, hey, I'm she, her today, just so he can go in there and get a peek? Because you don't have to fully have transitioned in order to be admitted into the boys' bathroom. You only have to have a woman's pronoun, which can put those young high school girls at a lot of harm. Hell, I feel like I'm in harm's way if that was forced, enforced in regular public buildings. But hey, you know, it's
Yeah.
it's just a
Yeah,
lot.
like definitely. And I feel like as women, we are kind of more so made to be in an uncomfortable space, because if you have that now, like I've been in like I'm gonna tell you, like back in the day, you go you when you're in your club phase, so when you're in your 20s, your teens or whatever, you're in your club. I used to, a lot, and I never felt comfortable when gay men would come in a restroom because they were gay. They felt like they were, and I still would be shocked, like, what? And it's like, hey, what you doing? And then it's like the extra bitch. I don't like to be called a bitch by anyone. So my thing is like, there's certain ways that people, they present themselves that I can't get with, regardless if you're gay or straight. So there's ways that people can't I can't get with. And like for me with the pronoun thing, when I have a conversation, I like to let loose. I like to be in my comfort zone. I don't like to be sitting there thinking about nouns, pronouns, adverbs, all of that other extra shit. It just doesn't make sense, because and there's times that I've had conversations with people that are in transition, or that are trans men or trans women, that I fucked up. I've fucked up. And 20 minutes down the line, they're still upset. And I'm sitting here laughing onto extra jokes. I don't even realize that you're that mad. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm calling it as I see it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like, does it have to be announced? Are people like hot? And so, like I said, I have friends in the trans community, but I know them because they're my friends. So a strange, and I think it's like they always, people, I don't know why that's a thing, but it's like, I made a mistake, you know what I'm saying? So it happens. And
Right.
I think there is extra sensitivity on, yeah, it's extra sensitive,
There's a lot of sensitivity placed
you know.
there, and don't get me wrong, you can't tell someone, listen, just be offended because I want to skip past what you are requesting that you need in order for you to feel respected and not singled out by me. Like, I'm not going out of my way to offend you. However, I think that these
Mm-hmm.
conversations need to be had
Yeah.
because and create a safe space, because there are some things that happen by and from the some people, not everyone in the LGBT community, but some of the stuff, it's offensive. But there, sometimes it can be, how can I say this? They feel like we as women, we shouldn't be able to use the term breastfeeding because, wait a minute, let me get my shit right. They
Yo,
feel like we shouldn't be able to use the term
that
breastfeeding because
part.
it's offensive to the men who can give birth. And to be clear, a man that can give birth
Yo.
was assigned woman at birth, which means they were born with a vagina, and they underwent a change and changed their pronouns to something masculine, he, him, and they still want to go through the birth giving process. They're like, listen, all you women need to stop using breastfeeding because every person that bears life doesn't have breasts. Some of them have chest because they done went through something.
That's
They
why I
done cut
said,
their
is
stuff
bras gonna be
off.
free?
Like,
Yeah.
so sometimes, like, that's uncomfortable. If you think that all women in the world are required, and this stuff is literally being passed down by the National Health Association, they're like, hey, if you don't want to offend people, maybe women, you should start saying, no, that makes me uncomfortable. Let me just be completely clear. That makes me, and that makes
You're like, what about
pretty
me?
much every other woman uncomfortable. If you want to say chest feet and stay chest feet, but you're trying to change my language and every other woman that exists language for you and your very individualized plight, and it's just not okay. And so there's room, right? They want to make room to offend people who just aren't down with the way that they want to do things sometimes. And then when it comes time for us to be curious and ask questions, because listen, whatever the plight of the LGBT community is and the way that they want to amend things and change, I don't think that boys should be going into the girls' bathroom, especially when we talk about schools. I think there should be a third bathroom. But if they want to put their blinders on and act like it doesn't matter what the heterosexual community thinks, it doesn't matter. And you don't even have to be heterosexual to have a problem with that. There are plenty of women who are a part of the LGBT community who still have an issue with that. So what's going to take both sides kind of reaching a common ground to understand what is and isn't offensive. You feel like it's offensive you to be considered a trans woman because you were assigned male at birth. You feel like you should be able to go into the girls' bathroom, but the girls don't. The assigned women at birth, folks, they don't feel that way. So we need to meet in the middle, and it's not okay for you to say, I feel uncomfortable going to the men's bathroom, so now I'm gonna make you women uncomfortable by going into the girls because it makes me feel better. No, leave room for us to have a conversation so that you understand how you're crossing the line with us so that we can reach a median. And I think a great median would be create another bathroom for yourself. The same way y'all need to create another league for yourself. It's not fair for Leah Thomas or other athletes to embark upon woman sports and soar to the top because there is an unfair advantage there. It is.
All right. Like two things I want to say. Two things I want to say. Like I'm pretty sure as adults, when you have gotten on the line and you have smelled how the bathroom smells from the outside, you like, oh, all right, no, hell no. And you have probably have maybe plenty of times if I seen it's empty, but that's under my discretion as an adult. I'm going to the men's restroom on my own, and at one time I've seen a man in there and I probably made him very uncomfortable. He was using a jet stall. I was like, look, I gotta go. I don't care. Like, and you know what I'm saying? So that was my decision as an adult. Kids don't have that mental capacity to say this person may don't know who's looking at your kid. And a lot of people, I see people go in there, and I'm like, yo, you don't know what could be going on inside the bathroom. You don't know who's waiting inside of a stall. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing I wanted to say about the chest feeding. The chest feeding, I don't know, I feel like is a little bit weird because I feel like it's kind of like a weird way for people who can't produce breast milk should not be chest feeding. If you're chest feeding and you can't produce breast milk, you should go to jail. It makes no sense at all. If you're a man, you should not be breastfeeding, chest feeding, none of that. And I like I said, I will not call it chest feeding. It just sounds weird. It doesn't make any type of sense. Am I still on? All right, I guess I'm still on. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, you're still on. You can keep talking.
All right, so one thing I do want to say, like, there are some things that I was with the LGBT for, because I'm not going to say I'm totally against certain things. Like I said, when they was going with equal marriage rights and stuff like that, and just the ability to be able to go see your partner in the hospital, like, or just have health insurance through your partner's job or something like that. Or when they was going hard with the attacks against the trans community and homophobia, it was more so like, I was like, that's good. We need to get the message out there. But like I said, there's a lot of things that I can't get with the new stuff. Like the other day, I tried to look up like the genders, and when I seen it was about from 64 to 113 identifiable gender within the LGBT, I said, God damn. I was like, wow. I said, this is too much science for me. I was like, I can't.
How many? You said 116?
They 64, it was from 64 to 113 identifiable genders that people can identify in that community.
God.
I said, why? Like, so we could just kind of like, can I be a rich woman? Can I be a rich woman and y'all treat me as such? Can I be that? Can I identify as that? Like, and place me in that?
Whoa. Whoa. I can't. No, I couldn't imagine. Me trying to be put, because I really don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, right? And I know it's easy anytime you don't agree necessarily with somebody who is a part or is an advocate for the LGBT community. It's easy for them to just write you off, to call you phobic without even really trying to digest or comprehend the message. But that's a lot to keep up with. And like I said, the fact that it's not even just heterosexual who have a hard time keeping up with the correct way to address or go about articulating thoughts about that community. Even people who are a part of it have an issue because they're like, what? Like, what is this? Okay, so what am I supposed to say? Now I'm trying to get used to saying the sign,
They
mail it,
feel
per
like
door
I'm
sign.
supposed to know better.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what's interesting. And that's why I appreciated April when she came on, because April was like, listen, it's funny that you think it's a sense of community, Jane, because it's not. We aren't a part of this community. And what's really interesting about what April said, right? Because I was talking about, somebody who's a part of the community, and I was using them as a reference point, right? Namely, I was talking about Funky Deneva on Fox Soul, and I was like, when Funky Deneva has an opinion about somebody who's in the community, it definitely be given, oh, we are a community, we're united, and they'll take up for him first and ask questions later. And Funky Deneva was like, no, the G's and the T's, right? Not as a black woman. When you're a black woman first, the G's and the T's run this thing. Like, they create more say so, and that she doesn't agree with, that other, black, women who like other women, that they don't agree with. And that's really interesting that she said the G's and the T's run it. Meanwhile, I'm listening to Funky Dineva literally the other day say that the G's and the T's are actually at the bottom of the totem pole because nobody wants to be that, because there's so much negative stigma attached to it. So it's interesting to listen what different people say about it. Some people feel like the G's and the T's are at the top and black women or like gay women are at the bottom, and other people feel like it's the other way around because of the negative stigma. But I will say with a lot of these stories, like, for example, the story that I did, and I can put the thumbnail on the screen just so people can kind of understand. The story that I did on wasn't this, as a matter of fact, it was the transgender family, actually, who had a little girl that they were victimizing because they're sick for whatever reason. This is the transgender people doing this. And so I agreed with April when she said, listen, it's the G's and the T's sometimes who specifically are doing this stuff that's just unheard of.
The white
and
T's.
Right. You know
The
what?
white,
That's another
the
good
long
element
white
to make sure that
T's.
we don't forget, because what the way April broke it down, she was really good. She was so passionate when she spoke too. She was like, listen, the white folk, the G's and T's, specifically the white G's and T's, they are the one doing some of the most horrific things and putting children in harm's way. I do research, and I'm seeing a lot of libraries invite transgender women to come and to read books to the students. Come to find out, just like with this story right here that you see on the right of the screen, they end up you see a mugshot shortly thereafter because they didn't have
Put
a
your hands
sexual
behind your
relationship.
back. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, they've had a sexual
Yeah,
relationship
it ends like
somehow
that.
with the student. If it wasn't this story right here on the left where you see high school strip club, it's one of the transgenders I saw that was reading at the library has a mugshot because they were recording porn on their phone and involving the 4 and 5-year-old kids. So I can honestly see that. I do see that pattern with the stories that really blow my mind and that are the most disgusting as I point out issues under the flag and what it is. And if you're late coming in, make sure you hit thumbs up and read the description box. It gives you a really good summary of exactly what we're talking about if you're late. A lot of the pattern that I've seen with the issues under the flag, I can't deny what April said when she said it's the G's and T's, and namely the non-black G's and T's who are doing some of this crazy, nasty stuff. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of April, thank you so much for calling in. I see you just popped up back here.
Hey, what's going on?
What do you have to add? Well, first of all, thank you for coming on and thank you for joining. I know we were DMing and you just woke up not too long ago, so I appreciate you calling in. What are your thoughts?
So first, how y'all doing?
Good.
So what I was saying was that white men are in those groups. So it's not that I think that G's and T's are the ones doing it. I said white men are in the G group. White men transition and become transsexuals, but some of them keep that same mentality, like Caitlyn.
Transsexual.
They never change their mind.
What's the difference between?
They're still rich white men in their minds. They never transitioned.
What's the difference between a transsexual and a transgender? What's the difference?
I don't know.
Oh, you asking the wrong person.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm supposed to know, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I really don't.
I don't know. I'm trying to get it right. I don't want to use them interchangeably. If there is maybe a difference that I should be keeping in mind. So
I think it's all umbrella term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming up here and creating some clarity, with regards to that, because I've been speaking to, a couple other people who speak about just the divide in general with classification, and then also the racial divide. Sometimes when it comes to, they feel like there's not a lot of, there's not as much unity, right, or equality when it comes to a Black woman who's who classifies with the LGBT community and the people who don't. With me kind of like advocating for kids who are being exploited and harmed and sexualized in academic learning environments, just how do you feel about the boys going into the girls' bathroom? Do you feel like that's good for schools? Joe Biden is literally withholding lunch money. What's your take on that? Is it too far, or should people just get used to it?
I mean, you kind of asking the wrong person. I'm desensitized to stuff at this point. I mean, it's expected. Foolery is expected to me. It's like, okay. I don't know what that makes me as a person, but to this point, it's like, seems like we're on schedule. Seems like they're doing what they usually do. I'm not surprised. I knew the moment that this community became mainstream, it was gonna get crazy.
How would you feel if your kid was going to school and they came home and told you, I'm uncomfortable because they letting boys go in the girls' bathroom?
I would go down to school and I would wreak havoc.
Yeah,
it's a bit much. You know what? It's gone so far, and that's what, like, there's a lot of gray areas, and I feel like, let me pull this up on the screen exactly what I'm talking about, because my initial thought, right, because like I said, I had these conversations behind the scenes with friends that I have who are part of the community, and they're like, listen, Jane, who's going to fund the third bathroom? Like, I hear what you're saying about the third bathroom because they shouldn't be going into the woman's bathroom, but some of them transition so well that you wouldn't even know that you were in the bathroom with
But what about that bothers people so much that if you in the bathroom, you minding your business and there's some person in there that's minding their business? Why does that really matter? I don't care if somebody looks like me and they're in the bathroom and not bothering me. Why is that big of a deal?
As an adult, yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
But as a child, is
right. I'm talking about as an adult.
So
as
why
an
does
adult,
that matter to people?
Yeah, I mean, it's different, because in order for you to be considered, and correct me if I'm wrong, in order for you to be considered transgender, you don't have to have had the reassignment surgery and cut your thing off, so to say. You can still be transgender,
but I'm not in the bathroom and they're not doing nothing to me.
That's true.
A lot of them really don't. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people really think that they be getting bottom surgery. A lot of people don't get bottom surgery, and it's costly.
Yeah. And people want to hold on to it.
A lot of my friends don't have bottom surgery. I don't look at them any differently, though. I know when they're going in the bathroom, they're not going in the bathroom doing anything. They're just trying to use the bathroom and get out. And I don't even like using public bathrooms. After I got out of prison, more public bathrooms, I will hold it until I get home. But if going there, like, what's the big deal? Like, if they're not harassing you, I don't understand what's the issue. There's gonna be other people in this world who look differently and have different walks of life. Get over it.
The issue is with how blurred the line is going to get, because again, when you talk about going to school, right, and the way that they're putting it to the schools, if they go to school and the boys say, hey, I feel like she and her today, so I'm going to go in the girls' bathroom, right? It's where does the boundary exist to stop people who, because the issue is not really transgender people that gotta pee. Like, that's not the issue. I get it. Some of them are just trying to survive and live, and some of them, they deal with abrasive and potentially aggressive behavior that could turn violent in the male bathroom, because you know how the males would be like, get the fuck out of here, you wearing that dress.
Or real sexual in the male's bathroom. Let's not get that. They like them too.
So I get that. So the issue isn't necessarily just the people who are literally just living that transgender life and really just gotta pee. It's not them. It's about the people who are gonna abuse it. And for those people that see that loophole, all I gotta do is call myself she and her today, and I can go over there and take a peek. The peek might turn into
but that's the school. That's not. Is it the school or is it the public bathroom? What are we talking about here? Because
we're talking about
saying I feel like she and her and walking in.
We're talking about specifically the school, and the school is implementing this rule where if you want to be considered a girl today, you need to utilize the she and her pronouns, and they're changing their pronouns every week or every day according to the teachers, which is making it difficult for them to regulate. If the boy, when some kids that go to school, they really just want to cause problems, and if you're sick and if you have the desire, like rapists are going to rape. And if you can give somebody easy access to rape somebody, right? If you already have women exposing themselves in the bathroom for more than just using the bathroom. We're talking about not only just co-ed bathrooms, but co-ed showers and locker rooms when they're finished gym. We're talking about women being full-blown naked in these rooms, and the schools being like, listen, if he comes to school today and he tells the teacher he, she, and her, he has the right to go in there. Where and how do we draw that line to stop some of the nonsense?
That sounds crazy.
It is. And you know what?
That's a gender thing, though. That's when they threw transsexuals, and I'm in no means am I disrespecting transsexuals. Like I said, my best friend is transsexuals, but they didn't know where to put them, so they kind of just grouped them with us. That has nothing to do with being gay. That's your gender issue. That really has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like it has nothing to do with us, right? Because like I said, when I had these discussions behind the scenes, it's like, oh, they're just trying to use the bathroom. They're just trying to survive. And what happens if and when we don't get a third bathroom? And part of me is like, listen, it's not my job to figure out how y'all need to survive. That's y'all issue. That was my initial thought. I ain't gonna stunt you. I'm like, look, it's not my job to wreck my brain at night figuring out where y'all need to pee. But if you change your pronoun today and you want to come into the girls' bathroom, that's why I have a problem, because I don't feel comfortable. However,
but I thought that was the schools doing that. I thought that you mixing two situations together. That's the school, not the public bathroom for adults.
The gateway to normalize it for the rest of us too. Because it's not only just schools that are being affected by this legislation.
Yeah, it's a prep.
Anybody who receives federal funding, including workplace. So we're talking about places that accept EBT cards, workplaces, markets. So the school is a way to normalize it indefinitely, so the kids can get used to it now, and it's slowly spreading to the rest of us common folk too. And you can imagine if it's difficult for us to decipher, if we're uncomfortable as adults, it's going to be more uncomfortable for the children. And the whole purpose of me talking about issues under the flag, it's really not for us. It's for the leaders of tomorrow. It's for the children. And children, this is difficult enough for us to be adults and have this discussion. Can you imagine how difficult it would be for kids to protect themselves from stuff like this? So to finish my thought, and then I want to see what y'all think about it. Initially, my thought was, it's not my job to figure out how and where y'all need to be pee or comfortable, but y'all not about to make us uncomfortable as women or natural born girls. Women make me uncomfortable just to make yourselves more comfortable. Just like Leah Thomas was like, oh, well, I was uncomfortable competing against the men, so I'm over here with the women and I'm more comfortable. Meanwhile, every woman that she's on the team with is uncomfortable because of her unfair advantage and stuff, right? But then you've got the Ohio House has voted to not only ban all trans students from playing sports, but to require genital testing of the children if a dispute arises. And I'm like, oh, that's going to be a problem too. You mean to tell me y'all checking private parts? That's invasive. To go to the bathroom? Like, How do we meet in the middle? Because I can admit that's pretty extreme. There is a problem with the boys just finding a loophole to go in the girls' bathroom today, but this is a bit much too. How do we address this?
That's crazy.
What's the middle ground in between the two?
Nah, I think that's very invasive for anybody. Like, it's not like they go into the military. Why are going that far? It's like, what do you like? Can't they just do that through a urine test? Can they figure out the sex of a child through a urine test or a blood test? I require a genital test. It just sounds very invasive. It sounds early on pap smear or whatever the men get to get their stuff checked out too. It just doesn't sound right. I don't know.
Yeah.
For some sports, hell no.
Yeah. I agree, and it's like, what do we? Because again, you got the.
But one thing I want to say about the sports girl. Sorry, I know my thing is delayed, so I guess it's catching up. The sports girl, like they made that wasn't a big deal. Like she could have went and played against a woman, but that black girl who was smoking weed and all of that it didn't enhance anything for her, but she got kicked out of the Olympics. I thought that made no sense.
Yeah,
I forgot the girl's name, Sha'Carri or Takari, one of them.
Yep.
Like, come on, it's just like that's what I'm saying. It's just not equal grounds. It don't matter. It don't matter. Like,
yeah,
you got other shit going on. Like, what y'all worried about? Like,
so, yeah, the Leah Thomas thing. It's really sad and unfortunate, and that's just something that's happening in the mainstream, but that's happening in some of the schools too. There are plenty of parents who are willing to help their children transition and then be like, okay, well, you can go play women's lacrosse or women's this, and the whole rest of the team is left to feel uncomfortable because that's not fair. Like, you were born with a certain amount of testosterone. How do we get you up out of here? And it's not because we discriminating, but you need your own league. The same way I feel like there's enough transgenders populating, and y'all need to have your own league in your own bathroom. We shouldn't have to be uncomfortable to make you more comfortable. Like, what? That's an unfair trade-off. It's unfair.
And anything where you have to take medication or pills just to maintain something, that becomes a business. You don't understand that you're going to have to take these pills for the rest of your life. What happens if you jail or you go somewhere where they're not available to you? You're stuck having to take these pills for the rest of your life because you wanted to make this life-changing decision at a young age. And you never went through puberty. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's the part that's really unfair is they'll go to school, they'll learn about this stuff, and there are things that they can do to stop their body from going through puberty or having that period or whatever the case is, based off of whatever their 10-year-old desire is to change themselves permanently. And if enough of it happens without the parents' consent, which is a lot of what's going on, the parents are left to deal with it. And like I said, I exposed the story of the kid, the parent who got his kid taken away because he referred to his child with the pronoun that was associated with his gender that was assigned at birth. And they took custody from him because they felt like it's disrespectful for you to call your child a he when they were born a she. And then these parents turn around and they're getting these bills from the insurance companies of upwards of $17,000, and they had no clue that their kids went to school and learned this or got a hold of this information.
But so here's what I want to say. Like, is there an uprising of them hiring people of the LGBT community? Because I just don't get how everybody's on board with this. If you're straight and I'm not saying like people that are straight are homophobic or they're not with the program or whatever, but if you are like a normal person, where are the normal people at that's like, nah, I'm not doing this, I'm protesting this, I'm standing up, I'm out of it? Why are these teachers on board with it? Why are they finding these teachers that are okay with this? How are they doing that? Where are they coming from?
Everybody, woke has a new terminology now, and it's no different than I feel like Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade are trying to be the most visibly and prominently woke. There's nothing wrong with letting your kid be a kid. Listen, we're not in the house with Zaya to say, don't do that. It's just a matter of how it seems the way she exploits Zaya to give off this, illusion of being mega woke. And I feel like that is what the school systems are doing as well. They like, oh, well, let's be woke and let's go ahead and fight for this type of inclusion, which it's interesting that a lot of energy goes towards giving that information to kids, but they don't want to really talk about the real history of how oppressive and violent this country is, and critical race theory and so on and so forth. So this concentrated effort towards the kids in particular, it's easy to look at it sideways. It really is to me. And what do we do? And how do we foster?
I mean, they need to fight Biden about the school lunches, because they're going to need their energy if they're going to be playing against other trans kids. I'm sorry. They're going to need food. They're going to need energy. They're going to need nourishment. There's no way that you're sitting there taking and negotiating school lunch, something that people have had for years, something that kids look forward to. Sometimes kids don't have food in their house. They go to school. They look forward to school lunch. You're going to go, why are you taking that away? What is it? The budget? He handed out too many stimmies. That's what I think. I think he oversurpassed, and he's trying to like figure stuff out.
Well, I mean, that could be. I feel like it's a control tactic. You know how some people feel like we got what you need, and if you don't do what we say, we gonna take this off the table then. Like, that's how it feels to me. It's no different than how they do, you know, women and parents who are struggling on Section 8 or who get food stamps. If they get a job working more than, you know, 13 to 15 hours a week, if they make $2 more than what the requirement is, if your income ain't low enough, they're going to snatch it back, which is going to set them back, which incentivizes them to not really find the work that they need, because all of their benefits and their rent is going to be taken off the table if so. So it's a control tactic, if you ask me.
Yeah. Can you hear me still? Can you hear still? Because I took out my mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was an echo, but I don't hear it anymore. Oh, somebody said it can't be the budget because he just sent $40 billion to Ukraine. I agree.
All right. So another. Like, come on. Y'all pull money. Come on. Why y'all spending that money? Go pick up what's her name? Go pick up Brittany. Like, it's crazy.
She's a black dyke. They're not picking her up. They don't care.
Yeah. Exactly. Which goes back to the point that
she don't wave that
earlier.
She's black.
Yeah, my like that shit don't make.
If it was Ellen, they would have went and got her.
They don't care.
It would have never happened.
Huh? Go ahead.
If it was Ellen, it would never happen. Let alone.
She said if it was Ellen.
Over some vape pen cartilages.
Dead facts. Yes.
I seen somebody said in the comments something about prison, about an inmate getting pregnant.
That's right. That is a big story. What are y'all thoughts about that?
So someone said, why does it matter? As in, when I said, why does it matter? What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything is what I want to know. It seems like people just throw all these stories together. What does that have to do with anything?
I think when they're talking about the woman inmate who got pregnant by the trans woman inmate.
It was two women inmates who got pregnant by the same transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it matters when you talk about, again, people they still got their parts, born with that amount of testosterone and being housed with natural born woman, and you're not a natural woman. You underwent a certain process in order to become a woman, which is, a transgender woman. You still having the ability to overpower and abuse a woman and revoke her consent from wanting to have sex with you, which is the reason why I feel like they need their own bathroom. I feel like they need their own league. And I feel like at this point, they need their own jail. They've got more than enough people. It's not like it's only 10 of them. And there are hundreds, dare I say thousands of them now. Why not just have your own jails? And listen, not to sound insensitive, but they feel so special and so privileged. And I feel like everybody's special and privileged in their own way. You should have your own jail in place to house yourself, to pee, and to play sports. It's unfair for natural born woman to have to deal with that. That's my opinion.
Now we care about women prisoners now.
They're still people. You know how many
I'm just
people are
saying,
in prison because
I know they're people. I was one, but all of a sudden now people are so concerned. Not you. I'm just saying it was in the comments. Like now y'all care. Y'all do rallying around prison reform for black women.
You know what? Actually, there is somebody who does rally around. There's somebody who, in matter of fact, they called into one of the previous shows that I did because their mom is in jail and was subjected to that. Not only was her mom in jail, but she's a correctional officer, obviously not in the same facility, but you know, people treat prisoners like animals, and whether you're in there for a bag of weed, something petty, especially as black and brown folk, you're still people, and it doesn't mean that they should just treat you like an animal and not you still have rights. You still have rights.
Well, that situation, that was consensual. That wasn't rape.
Yeah. And
yeah, it happens. Women get pregnant by the guards. They're not going to stop getting pregnant. Like, this is not something that I don't think it's enough transgender people to have for them to have their own prison. And how would they even do it? Would they just literally put all the trans men and the trans women in the same prison? You can still get pregnant.
2 different floors.
It's not going to stop them from getting pregnant.
There are plenty of jails who are co-ed, but what do? They separate them. The women ain't sleeping with the male prisoners, but they're still, we don't have only male prisons and women prisons. They're separated by floor and by, by their population.
Jail and prison are different. We talk about prison. There's no different floors for different prisons for men and women. For jail, yeah, not men and women. Men have their own prison.
But men and women aren't sleeping in the same cell, though.
No, of course not. But I'm just saying prison and jail are completely different.
Which means that there's still levels of separation, and it should remain that way. If you have a penis, you have no business sleeping in a cell with a woman.
I don't think they were bunked together, but yeah. Yeah. Like I said, when I was in prison, there were plenty of women. We had to get moved because like 11 women got pregnant by guards. So that's not going to stop people from having sex.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds like
it's still speaking for the issue of the gray area, and the gray area is the problem here because the gray area is where and how we have to establish boundaries, whether it's us everyday people, whether it's the young 17, 16, 15-year-old schoolgirls, whether it's the prisoners. There are so many different problems popping up in so many different areas with and about this common gray area, which means that there needs to be some discussion had about how to lay down boundaries to protect everyone. The children, the prisoners, this. If I end up prison because they in prison or jail because they pin some charges on me tomorrow, I'm going to be subjected to some shit potentially because there is the gray area is too large and untouched. And it's too much of an uncomfortable conversation for people to really want to have, which is, why we're kind of discussing about this. How can we go up against these things? But I think a fair starting point would be the kids. Then I feel like we can work to the regular free adults and then the jail population or whatever. I focus on the school system and the books and the things that are being taught and given to the third graders. Like it's so unfair to indoctrinate them that way. So that's why my starting point is the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
So
one thing I wanted to bring up, when I was younger. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Mine is delayed, I guess. So I was gonna say, like, when I was growing up, thank you. When I was growing up, it was more so like it was a such thing as coming out the closet. Even Diana Ross made a song, "I'm Coming Out," which was like a big thing or whatever. And coming out the closet. Now, there's no more coming out the closet with this man, or we saw this on social media, or it's just like you see like people just whatever transitioning, and you just gotta accept it, whatever. The Brat is the last person I know that actually came out, and I don't know how she came out because I think we all kind of knew. And my thing is that I don't understand why Lisa Ray was so mad as her sister, because it's like, why does somebody is it better when people announce that they're gay? Because it's like, does it make other people feel comfortable? Because I'm not here to make anybody comfortable. I'm living my life. But I'm just saying, in that situation, do you think Lisa Ray was mad? Why was she so upset? Why would that be a thing? Why does she have to come out? Like,
the word on the street, right? This is not confirmed. It's alleged, it's according to reports, but a lot of people were talking about this around that time. And a lot of people conspired that Lisa Ray was jealous because if questioning their biological sisterhood, saying basically that they're not real sisters, they just call themselves sisters, and saying that they might have had done something, had a relationship beyond calling themselves sisters like that maybe they was doing some stuff, and maybe that's why she reacted that way. I get really traditional vibes from Lisa Ray when it comes to stuff like that. Some people just don't want to hear about it. They like, keep that to yourself, keep that. She comes off as very traditional to me. I watch Cocktails with Queens very frequently. So that's that. And it's funny because this came up on Fox Soul Friday night too. When who was it? It was the woman who played the mom on the Serena and Venus Williams movie with Will Smith. She played the mom, and she came out and she was like, I'm bisexual. Somebody said her name?
I think she was on Lovecraft Country as well.
Yeah. And she said, I'm bisexual. I'm proud to say it. It's difficult to say this. And, they wrote up a whole piece about her announcing it. And what Elle Reynolds and Claudia Jordan and Funky Dineva were discussing was, is it necessary for people to come out the closet anymore? Why do we care about people's orientation or their who they sleep with? Is that really necessary? And Claudia was like, listen, are you leading with your sexuality? Are you not leading with your sexuality? And should we be appreciating what you bring to the table as a person, your skill set, your character, more than you leading with that? And, I thought it was an interesting conversation because Funky Dineva was like, yeah, I do need to come out the closet. I need to come out the closet because I get tired of being at work, being at the water cooler, and men just assuming that when they talk to me, I want to talk about, look at this woman with the fat ass or the big titties or what chick I'm smashing, when that's not his reality. That's not the life he's living. So Funky Dineva felt like it was necessary for people to announce loudly and proudly how they identify, because it sets the tone for people to know what to and what not to say if heterosexual normative life is just not their reality. It's not their lifestyle. It was interesting. Who am I to say people stop coming? I'm not even a part of the community, so I don't think that I don't have the right to say stop coming out the closet because we don't care, we don't want to hear it. That's not how I feel, and I also feel like it's a little dismissive. Let people do what they want to do. A lot of people, by the time they come out the closet, people don't already know about it. Monique expressed that. That was another example.
We knew since Funkified. We knew since Funkified about the brat.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
we knew since Funkified, like, what it was.
And the brat, she had a really amazing career. She's ambiguous in that sense, because we've seen her in bikinis and oiled up back in the 90s, 2000s, and it was giving, damn girl, you looking good. And then later on, that was more like a tomboy phase. Yes, what you like video. That's the one it was. It was like, oh my gosh, you looking good.
Yeah.
So, but who's to say
that jail stint did her change her?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was saying, I think her jail, like when she went to jail, I think that kind of changed her a little bit.
What she went to jail for?
Prison.
What she go to prison for?
She hit her in the head with a bottle.
How much time?
She busted her in the head with it was a thick bottle.
Dang.
Yeah.
How much time she get?
She did 3 years.
Brains out.
Yeah, she busted her in her head.
I don't even know.
And someone said the brat was with Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, she dated AI too. A lot of women who come out as lesbian later on date men.
Damn.
And here's another thing: if you have a vagina, you can get pregnant. It's not that shocking.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness! I ain't know that. Yeah. I ain't know that.
They had matching Iverson.
Damn, I did not know that. Okay, you learn something new every day.
Oh, she dated Iverson too. You're right.
So April, how do you feel about, do you feel like we need the emphasis on people coming out the closet or not?
That conversation, I watched that conversation you were talking about, and it was, oof. I feel a lot of ways about that conversation. One, if you see the way he was explaining it, my sexuality got me here. I felt like, God, I'm sorry. But then I also felt to myself, well, he used to, do his little drag character, and it's what got him here, but it was his brain. I feel like in real time, we were witnessing him realizing that maybe he doesn't have to lead with his sexuality. Like, Clark, you're brilliant otherwise. But as far as coming out, I kind of understand what he was saying, because sometimes conversations can get real awkward. Like with me, I'm a feminine presenting woman, right? And yes, I am aggressive. So maybe some people could pick that up. But a lot of times conversations can get real awkward if they assume that at the time I'm dating a man. I'm bisexual. I date men and women. So stuff can get real. I can understand what he was saying to a certain extent, like, it's awkward. Oh, did you see that woman's ass, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as him saying, I don't want to talk about having kids, blah, blah, blah. You're not the only gay. And some gays have wife and kids.
Yeah.
So and I can't speak for else and he can't speak for her. We're not a monolith. We're individuals. So this whole, I'm a spokesperson for the community is really stupid and it's harmful for real. It's even harmful. It's helpful for us to be having this conversation, but it's also kind of harmful because, again, I can only speak for April. That's it. How I feel is how I feel. The common thing we have in common is we're all Black women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like it's silencing. I feel like it's kind of I feel like let people do what they want. Some people want to be loud and out there with it. Some people are far more conservative about how they navigate.
Like Missy Elliott, Queen Latifah.
Right. You'll never catch them out here talking about it, but we know what their reality is. But that's their preference. Some people want to wear rainbow shirts, rainbow socks, rainbow shoes. Other people rather just stay in the cut and live how they live. And I don't feel like either person is wrong.
Be the people it be clear and evident. I'm just living my life out loud. You screaming flag all over, and it's like, all right, we know, we got it.
That's what young gays do.
And
when they first come out the closet.
For me, I'm not like that. Like, yeah, yes, basically. Yeah, it's like, to me, I've been to pride celebrations. I've been to pride parties. I've celebrated. I've done all of that, especially when I was younger. Like, I don't mind going to parties and stuff like that. I did a lot of them younger, but it's not about coming out the closet. I've had conversations with grown men that they want to start, if I'm the way I am, I'm a lesbian or however you want to put it, they'll start talking about a woman's body, like someone said. Like, they'll start insinuating something, and I'm like, yo, that's, you're like what I'm. This is not how I am. And there are some, like I said, there's levels to certain people. Like, certain women are a little bit more aggressive, and like April said, like, she's a feminine looking woman. A guy will start asking her more, he won't even know that she's of the community if he doesn't get to speak to her. Same thing, like, if people just see me, they're going to automatically assume that I'm a part of this. It's just on visual. It's like, I think what we...
Wait, the internet. Okay, the last word we heard was visual, because your internet had kind of halted for a second.
Damn. Can y'all hear me?
I'm reading the comments. That's why I'm making faces.
We can hear you now. Yeah, you were saying that, men would approach you and assume that you're a part of the community based off of your visible, your presentation. But, people do run with assumptions, which is why I feel like, listen, who are we to abolish people coming out the closet? Like, me especially, not being a part of the community, I feel like we have no right to be telling people who are in the community, stop coming out the closet. It's too much. Keep that shit to yourself. Like, I just feel like we don't have that right. And that's for the community to figure out whether they want to do that or not. So what if we feel like there's a lot of it happening? If that makes them feel more comfortable, if that helps them to identify and alert people, hey, this is what I am. So don't come up to me asking about my wife because you see me with a guy, because that's not my reality. All I can do is respect it and listen to it and choose whether or not I want to engage, you know?
I think what Claudia was saying, not that it was too much for people to come out. I think they were talking about a perfect world. And that's the problem that a lot of us do. You got to think about the world we actually really live in, not the one you wanted to be, right? Yeah. So yeah, in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to come out the closet. No, because it wouldn't matter. But sometimes it's a requirement. Like, stop pushing up on me. I'm not interested in you like that. But yeah, it's problems all up in that community. Even just being bisexual is
make me feel comfortable. They think I'm like, I don't want you. I don't want you. And it's like,
exactly.
And that's the thing. Like, sometimes people like over aggressive, and I'm like, I'm not looking at you like that. I'm not.
Hello.
I'm not.
You know what I mean? My friends,
like, you don't, just because I'm gay, you think I have a preference.
Exactly. I've had a lot of quote unquote straight women hit on me. And I'm like, the moment they find out, it's more so, it's more, I resent telling people because I'm afraid that they're going to feel like I want them. Or that's a green light. When you're bisexual, people automatically think, oh, it's a freak. Oh, you down with threesomes. It's this and that. You can't pick and choose. No, I can be with one person at a time and I don't need to be involved in threesomes. I'm just capable to love and have sex with either one. That just is what it is. Call it what you want to call it. And even within the community, people, lesbians have a problem with that. They feel like I should pick and choose, et cetera, et cetera. I just feel like, how you going to tell me what I'm going to do? When technically what you doing, people think is wrong. I can do whatever I want to do. But I don't know. I'm over it at this point. As you can tell. I'm just done with it. It's frustrating.
I can tell, but your energy cracks me up about it, because you be like, I see some people in the comments like, why should I attitude? And
because I'm thinking in real time. You're watching my face think. I'm reading comments and I'm thinking. I'm a thinker. So therefore, I'm not here to just be. And I'm actually really irritated. This shit irritates me.
I don't fault you for it, because listen, I know a lot of times when I'm not saying anything, my facial expression will say it all for me. So I express a lot through my face too. So I can't fault you for that. And that's why I don't take offense to how your passion comes through, because you are passionate about it. It's just you being over it is a compartment of that. And you're very expressive of that, because it can get exhausting. Like this conversation, a lot of people feel like, well, why are we here? Why do we need to talk about this? We're talking about this for the sake of, this is only going to get worse. This is the pattern that I'm recognizing that a lot of people ain't willing to speak on. They're not talking about it. But it's going to get worse when you start recognizing small patterns like this. They're trying to commercialize it and march it into the schools. And it's crazy, between teachers reading transgender books to third grade students without telling the parents, and giving them tape to tape down their boobs if they feel that little teeny underdeveloped, you know what I'm saying, mosquito bites, giving them tape. Oh, if you feel like a boy today, you might be a boy. Here's some tape it. You talk to elementary schoolers like, no, this is a problem. And my goal, one of my main goals, one of my top goals with talking about cultivating conversations about underneath of the flag is, how do we make pedophiles more uncomfortable? Because it's not fair. Like, I'm cool, I'm friends with too many people who are part of the LGBT community, and it's not fair that these people are blending in and using their identity as an escape, as a shield, as a loophole to get away with this stuff. How do we make them more uncomfortable? How do we normalize these conversations to make them more uncomfortable? Because they're trying to attach themselves. They're trying to add the M. For those of y'all who don't know, the M stands for minor attracted people. They call themselves MAPs because they're normalizing pedophilia and being attracted to young people. Something? And instead of just being like, oh, we're pedophiles. No, oh, we're part of the community, and they know that we're apprehensive about asking questions because we're gonna get called phobic if and when we say anything. That's crazy. It's crazy.
I never found that. Like I wasn't I was careful because I'm not trying to Google nothing too crazy, and then they show up at my door and I got my hands behind my back. So I didn't find any about things, but like I said, in all communities, you have it in churches, you have celebrities, like we just had the R. Kelly trial. You have pedophiles everywhere. But what it is with the LGBT, like you said, when you question it, they feel like you're afraid. It's a phobia, like trying to attack them. I feel like it is, and we don't know what type of power they got. I don't know. Like if they working with Biden, I don't know what type of power they have. Like this may be some sort of like long stay. We don't know. We're not in it. Don't know nothing about it.
We got used. We
How
got
did y'all
used.
get
We got
used?
used. They used us. Like they use most black people. Like they use most black culture.
Bodies, straight bodies.
They used us. They used us to
Yeah.
make their agenda, their movement look sparkly and fun and colorful and inclusive. And now they're doing what they really wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really mad. Like that's what y'all really don't understand. Like I'm mad about this because I know what it really is. It's certain stuff that I really can't say because, like I said, I'm involved in stuff to a certain extent, and I still gotta work. I still gotta do things, but we got used.
Yeah.
This is what they had planned from the gate.
Yep.
That's what y'all really don't understand. We don't have no say so. This is not black people wanting to do this stuff. This is not black people pushing this agenda.
Brittany Griner, she done rep the gay flag plenty of times. She done rep that flag plenty of times, and nobody's rallying for her to be coming home. Like
I haven't even been watching any of your videos that has a rainbow at the top, Jane. I haven't even been looking at it because I just like some of the stuff you're talking about. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just. What can you do?
There's so much, and like I said, it can make some people uncomfortable, but I feel like it's necessary dialogue. Listen, the way that us black people, we made noise about that damn Juneteenth ice cream. It meant something to us. We felt used. White people going out here and trademarking the word Juneteenth so that they could sell paraphernalia and ice cream and slap us on the face, and it's an illusion of inclusion. Baby, that conversation wasn't even taking place for a week before they decided, okay, too much talk, too much backlash, negative attention. We tried to get away with something and slide something under the radar. It didn't work. Them niggas picked up on it. And you know what I mean? So sometimes mass conversations and shining a light on mischief, and we're talking about mischief that's aimed towards the targeting of children, it can make a difference. And I feel like a lot of people aren't aware because a lot of people aren't willing to have these difficult discussions. Hey, might there be a person who's one of the girls, part of the LGBT community, might want to drag me because they call out 3, 4, 5 pronouns I might have used in this video that might not be right? Yeah, but I don't care. We're talking about my little sister, my nieces and my nephews being in school and having to worry about the fear of a flat out boy coming in there because they're abusing some of the stuff that's being passed down and having to be uncomfortable. And that's just not okay with me. And sometimes parents, right? Like natural born parents who are out here going to work, taking care of their families, having their hobbies, getting me time. They might not have as much time as I have to really cultivate and curate these conversations. But I guarantee you, once they become aware of these conversations, they'll be willing to pull up and sound off. But as far as me, I'm doing my part to make sure that there is some awareness created about these issues because it's small now, but it's definitely going to become a larger issue moving forward, especially because you got the government backing and executing this stuff into the schools in particular. This is a problem. It really is. That's how I feel. It is. But how do you feel about it?
And one in the comments before, like I think like a protest at a pride celebration, it will go crazy. That's where they celebrate the biggest. Imagine, like I could just imagine them wilding, throwing their flags, and we come in like yo with the signs, and it don't even got to be angry. It could be like a flash dance, but it got to be organized and it got to be done in numbers. it got to be done in numbers, and it has to. That's why I say we can't do it this year, obviously, but next year, if you rally up enough people, you know, you got to. It has to be some noise made, and it has to be some saying it's disrespect. At the end of it, a lot of people, they do bring their kids to pride parades. They do. So this is something that maybe not know that they need to be aware of. I feel like it's it got to be done where it's gonna get attention. There's cameras time at Pride. Come on, it got to be movement. It gotta go. It can't be no soft social media. It got to go hard. It got to be in person.
You're right, and I agree, and that's the reason why
I'll go. I don't care.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm like, listen, people who are part of the community, they are so eccentric, and I love because they can get away with a little more. Like, let's be honest, there is some privilege there. People who, you know, are outwardly, and they let it be known they're loud and proud about being a part of the community. They are a bit more eccentric and have a little bit more freedom to say things that are a little testy, and I like that about them because it's bold, it's loud, it's proud. But I'm like, okay, so when are you going to use that power and that privilege to bring awareness for people who are using the cloak, the same cloak and identification as you? These people are starting to blend in with you. And I'm looking at the mugshots after I run a certain story, and then it's like, oh, well, this teacher touched this child, and this teacher under the guise of this LGBTQ after school club, or this strip club, or this. When are people going to start cultivating more of these conversations? Like that's my question about it. Doris, thank you so much for joining the panel. What are your thoughts?
As being a mom of, first off, back it up a little bit. My godson, he's in the other room. He walked in and he heard your voice and then he's turned around and left. So, but anyway, I told him when he had issues, still kind of does issues with him being himself. He's a very talented, very intelligent guy. And I thank God for saying, okay, this one's going to be your one off to the side because he's a very talented guy. And I had to tell him, like, look, the gay thing is new to me. When I was in basic, when I was in AIT and I was at Fort Leonard Wood, one of my battle buddies, he was crying. He was just sitting by himself and he was crying. And I was like, what's going on, battle? And he was like, nah, I just had an argument with my boyfriend. And I don't think we're going to make it past me even getting out of AIT. And I was like, sometimes girls, they just get insecure and da-da-da-da. And then I paused myself. I was like, wait a minute, you said boyfriend? And he was like, yeah, you're not going to judge me, are you? I was like, no, battle, because we was just in the field together. He had to watch my 6. And I trusted him before I knew he was gay. And that's what, it's still a new thing to me. Now, my daughter, I know I mentioned it probably in one of the other videos, but my daughter, she's growing up and she's she's claiming she's like non-binary or whatever. And she went to the prom. And she's little junior high school prom, that kind of jazz or whatever. She got discriminated against by an administrator. And my daughter had, then the teachers saw my daughter crying and all that kind of jazz. Friends are like convincing the administrator, let her stay. Okay, they stayed. They said that she could stay and everything fine. Then the next thing is the girls that was dressed like quote unquote girls, they were the ones that was twerking on the floor for dollar bills, again, at junior high school. Yes. Then when my ex-husband had brought it up to the administration, saying that this is what our daughter said and this happened or whatever. And their excuse was initially was, oh, they must have did that in a parking lot where we couldn't see because we told the DJ to not play any twerking music. Yeah. I said, Dan, they blow smoke up your ass because if they did it in the parking lot, it is still Mobile County School District's land. They are still held responsible because they are the adults in this whole situation who's producing this whole event. So when I tell you, and then the next week, my daughter gets hands touched on her. My daughter's not a fighting person at all. She's what you call a geek, because she loves aerospace. But someone, a kid in the class put hands on her because she was trying to make them be quiet while the teacher was gone before the teacher got back. And that ended up being a situation where the girl put her hands on my child and then dumped the garbage pail on my child's head. Did my child hit her back? No. And then she said the reason was because she was so small than what she is, it wouldn't have been a fair fight. I said, you know, out of you for thinking about it like not being a fair fight. I get that. But you got to understand, princess, not everybody's going to have your best interests at heart. And you just got to know what mommy and daddy teach you and what God teaches you, and pick up and drive on from there. So, yeah, we're going to the school district tomorrow, my ex-husband and I, because I came from South Carolina all the way to Mobile and was like, no, loved up on my daughters, loved up on both of them, encouraging them to remind them, y'all are scientists. Y'all are scientists. And y'all are Black. Y'all speak more Korean than most Americans' kids, if they even thought about it. Y'all are a good commodity. And mommy's going to make sure, mommy's going to be the goalie to make sure y'all dreams does not fall to the wayside, especially on something of her expressing herself. As a matter of fact, I got the picture. I'm gonna show you my daughter. And sorry, I'm still healing from my hip replacement. I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine.
But let me see if I can get it in here.
Aww.
See, she's beautiful. And she got dress coded. The reason why is because they said that she didn't have on a tie like a boy.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
see, that's not okay.
Yeah, and she went to class. She went to the prom with a friend of hers who actually, if you did not know, she looks like a boy, and she didn't have a tie on, but yet still she was able to stay.
That is, that's a harmless detail, and her preference and her decision and her clothes. It's not like she had a printout of a naked person on her shirt or anything. Like,
Nothing.
that's just intrusive, and it's too much. And
Right.
that's, things just get convoluted. That is flat out phobia of someone who identifies differently. And that's crazy. I would have a problem with that too. I would have a problem.
Absolutely.
They picked out the fact that she didn't have on a tie because she seemed like she was, masculine or whatever.
Exactly. And the girl that she went with, she didn't have on a tie, but you look at her, you'll think that she's a boy with long hair. No, it was a girl, and she did not have on a tie. They left her alone, but she came for my kid. And yeah, I told my ex-husband, I am on my way. And so tomorrow morning is when we got to go to the school district and talk about all this, because I try to contact the lawyer. And I went to the Alabama Bar Association. I tried to find somebody, and they're all like, "Well, just talk to the Board of Education first and see what they say, and yada yada yada. If I got to take this to court and try it myself, I will."
That's horrible.
Again, you made my kid cry on the one of the nights that you said go to the prom. All the kids are happy.
Yeah. She
goes to the prom. Her story comes on, "Mommy, I cried."
Someone brings up a really good point. They say, I wonder if she was a gay boy dressed feminine, if they would have given her a hard time.
Huh. Is it Alabama?
Yes, Alabama? In Mobile, Alabama.
Probably.
Yes. And I'm telling you, kids twerking. And the crazy thing, I'm telling my husband, because like I said, I had to come down from South Carolina. So the whole time I'm coming down, I'm talking to him. And Lord have mercy, the kids who was dancing for change. This is where I'm still stuck at. And it was an okay thing. The teacher saw it. The kids have videotapes. This woman is freaking nuts. She was like, "Oh, well, we'll run back the videotapes to see what actually happened." Yeah, let her run them things back. And so she can show you where the kids are twerking and dollar bills. Bet you those videos are going to match the videos from the kids who was videotaping it and taking pictures. So, yeah, they messed with the wrong kid. My children are going to be privately taught from here until they pick a school of what they decide they want to be. Because I cannot do this. I don't want, if who's supposed to teach my children about sex? It's supposed to be me. It's supposed to be my
Right.
girls.
Right.
I'm not for that. The using the bathroom of the thing, granted, now, like I said, my oldest daughter, she's like non-binary. She'll take good things and she'll take bad things. I took her to go get her nails done and she loved it. You know, it's just, she just like rather keep the junk to the side. She's more of the peaceful kid. And so, yeah, I'm not, no, that's mine. That came out of me. I got a scar showing where she came out of me. And I'd be jammed if I'm going to live my 2 feet on this good earth, even though my hip is new. I can't walk that right, but I promise you I'm going to roll myself down there to that Board of Education tomorrow morning. So this all of this craziness with trans and children, I apologize. That's my godson's dog. But all this with the trans and the children and 7-year-old girl and sex acts and all this, that is ridiculous. That is completely and utterly ridiculous. And they're going to bust hell wide open, period, top and bottom line. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that. It's ridiculous because you're taking advantage of children. Let the children grow up and say, this is how I identify as. Give them a chance to know it. Don't dictate to them, oh, you're going to be a trans child. Meanwhile, they're still on Similac. No.
It's too much emphasis on that so young. And I feel like that's problematic. Yeah, they're going to come across gay people in their lifetime. That's for sure. And certainly before they reach 18. But school doesn't have to be the environment that you usher that in. It's going to happen naturally outside of school. Like, stop normalizing adding this into the curriculum. Like, just stop. It's too much. And it seems very agenda-based and targeted. And while kids are trying to figure things out before their full brain is developed, you're pumping in all of this. You might be trans if you're depressed today and you feel like you hate being a girl. Well, guess what? Let me tell you something. I hate being a woman every month.
Me too.
Around that time, I hate it. I'm like, why every day every month around that time, I'm like, why do I gotta be a woman? This is so annoying and da 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 da. That don't mean that I'm trying to escape it by growing my clitoris out and growing chin hair and taping cutting my things off or taping them down and stuff like. So it's crazy for them to be introducing that. When I went to school, when we were in 5th grade and we got basic sex education, our parents even had to sign off on that. And that was just teaching us about how the reproduction system works. What are condoms? What are pads? What are tampons? That's it. That's all it was. And not that parents aren't teaching that, but it was basics that they didn't teach about. Oh, if you woman on woman, they literally taught you this is how pregnancy works. It takes an egg and it takes some sperm. That's it. Here's how you catch the blood with the, you know what I'm saying? Like, but now they taking it so much further than that. And I'm like, if you needed a permission slip for basic sex education, why wouldn't you think you need a permission slip? Why are y'all trying to play the game and conspire against parents and sneak behind their backs to pump all of this, LGBTQ trans stuff into these children? Like, that's just, it's beyond weird. Y'all are being sneaky. And if you got to sneak, you already know you're doing something wrong.
Boom. Yep.
It's money in it.
That's why we got to teach our kids. We got to teach our kids that when they go to school, that when they go to school, that before they get in, anything mentions this, that, or somebody touch you this here, you go and you say out loud, there's no secrets. I'm going to tell my mommy. Period, top and bottom line. And my girls know that quickly. They've known that since before they even started going to school. So, it has to now be extra emphasized now. Because, again, I taught my girls about the birds and the bees. And if they had questions, they knew to come home to me and say, Mommy, I seen this. Mommy, a friend said that, blah, 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 blah. As long as y'all have that open, no secrets, I'm going to tell my mommy type jazz or tell my dad, however the family is going, granny or grandpa, then you know that, okay, things are going to happen at school, but I can trust my child to come home that if she has any questions, she does not feel like she can't come to me and ask me. I'd rather for that as opposed to what they're doing now.
Yeah. I mean, when I played that video of, it was within the story of a teacher who invited a student to an after school club, told the kid it was about arts and crafts. And the student accepted the invitation to the arts and crafts after school club meeting situation. Come to find out, it was about transgender everything. And teacher telling her daughter all this stuff and telling her daughter not to tell her mother when she got home. So why did you lie and say that this was about arts and crafts when it wasn't? And then you're telling, and then we sit here and we watch the video of the counselors and the people who are literally LGBTQ club counselors saying, listen, I don't care what the parents say, I'm going to call them this. A 3 to 6 minute clip that we watched about them talking about how they work around what the parent wants and how they still do what they want anyway. So it's like revoking parental consent with what y'all are trying to portray and do. It's weird to me. These kids have no right being the targets of your politicization and weaponization of whatever agenda or plight you got going on. Are you not finding enough consenting and willing adults that are willing to have these conversations with you about what you desire to do and your thoughts and ideology? Because I see a lot of people who are adults who are down to have those conversations if they're in it. Why do you have to pick on innocent children? That makes no sense to me. It's an abuse of power. It's no different. It's an abuse of power. It's an abuse of power.
Yeah. Like I said before, it's money to be made. Yeah. It's medication. They want these kids to transition young. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
They have deals with the doctors. The schools have deals with the doctors. They want your children on drugs. For money. Once you understand that, ain't else to really talk about for real. That's what they want. When I was in school, it was, what was it? Everybody was bipolar. Everybody was ADHD. Defined disorder. My mother, I was on medication since the first grade. She's too hyper. She's good in school, but she's too hyper. She finishes her work early. She talks in class. So what? But now they want your kids to transition. It's just new drugs, new money.
Yep.
That's all it's really about.
Yep.
Because adults, black older transsexuals, they'll let you know this is crazy. I don't know if you ever watched that show, I Am Jazz, right? T.S. Madison went on that show and was like, is she depressed because she's been on medication and hormones since she was a kid? That might be the reason why.
Wow. What show is that?
Wow. It's called I Am Jazz. I think it came on TLC and it was about this young transgender girl. And it was basically, it shows her whole life. She's a young adult now. And T.S. Madison is a friend of the show, and she recently went on the show and was like, I just, I want to know. Maybe she's depressed because she's been on hormones. Maybe she was on it a little too early. So it's not all transsexuals that really think that that's okay. Like, a lot of the people in the group don't think that's okay for kids to be transitioning. A lot of us have identified as different things when we were younger. And then when we became adults, we realized maybe this is not what I want to do. So as far as mutilating your body and getting on hormones, it's a problem. Right. But like I said, money to be made.
Damn.
That sounds about right.
That's crazy. I had never, that's interesting. Now you make me want to actually do some homework to watch that, because you've literally got parents who are creating GoFundMes for their kids to transition because they don't have enough money. And I'm gonna pull it up as we continue to talk, crazy. Right? I came across the video. I'm not making this up. I'm gonna find it as once I finish my thought and I let y'all take the floor, I'm gonna find it. And parents making these videos to plead with the public so that people can donate to, I can't remember if the child was like 11 or 14.
They need to go to jail. They need to be up underneath every single penitentiary there ever was, where the devil of his belly is bolting hot. That them parents need to go to jail.
I'm like, listen, if you are creating a GoFundMe, right, because you can't afford to pay for your $17,000 surgery, and then they even broke down how much it was.
I thought you had to wait. I thought you had to wait till you were 18.
No, not when you have a parent's consent. Not when you have a parent's consent.
But not the actual gender risk, just the therapy going to get. And they on blockers. But as far as getting the surgery, you can't get that surgery done till you 18.
Well, they're talking about. I'm gonna pull up the video. They were talking about the exact shots that they needed enough money for. They're talking about
the hormone blockers, but as far as your gender reassignment, now you can't.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, for you to make a public GoFundMe because you can't afford for your minor to get these shots, which I think they broke it down to $70 every 2 weeks or $140 or so a month. If you can't afford to pay, right, for something as cosmetic as that, because that is cosmetic for a minor. If you need a GoFundMe for something that's a little over $100 a month for your kid to alter their health, imagine if they really get sick and you need to pay more money than that for their health that has nothing to do with their sexual orientation or desires. Imagine if they fall upon, God forbid, and I'm not trying to speak it into existence, a cancer or asthma or root canal or whatever. If you don't have enough money for something like, contributing to changing the gender, even if it's at small bits at a time of your child, then your child has no business getting that done, because if they get sick, you ain't gonna have enough money for that either. If something really goes on and they need their lives to be saved, that's just how idiotic I find that to be, parental consent or not. It's crazy.
I'm shocked at the person that's giving these people all of this money. My thing is this: you're raising $11,000. You should be able to take everybody on your block grocery shopping. Raise money for that.
Oh my goodness! Wait till I show y'all this one right here. Not a child came out of transgender at 2. Baby, please, let's go to the bush. I don't got
all the way.
What is really going on here?
Let me get my paper towel, because I might beat you to the bush. I got some paper towel for the both of us.
Parents claim their child came out to them as trans at 2. They now raise their young daughter as a boy. Excuse me? Let's listen to the... Oh, wait, hold on.
I came out to them as trans at the age of 2.
This is out of pocket. This is beyond out of pocket. Let's see what's going on here.
You ready? Thanks. On the 6th of March, we welcomed our beautiful twins into the world. A boy called Arlo and a girl called Emerald.
The first one they said was, "This is a girl." I can remember your face just like lighting up like, "This is amazing." And then the next one was on, "This is a boy." It was like, jackpot. One of each. This is the perfect combination.
Yeah, look at Daddy flipping. So now they're 4 years old and they identify as 2 boys. The first time that I realised Stormy wanted to identify as male was about roughly 2.5. But it's not really, he said, "I want to be a boy." He said, "I am a boy." And that is the difference.
My name is Stormy and I'm 4 years old. I feel like a boy and I want to be a boy. Sometimes people call me girl.
Do they? How does that make you feel?
Sad.
I can't remember the exact moment it switched over, but there was that point where I thought, you know what, this isn't just a phase. This is not a little girl we're looking at here. It's a little boy. He started being unhappy with being dressed as a girl, so he started being unhappy with wearing dresses. Hair clips were a big no-no. Didn't like hair clips, didn't like the pigtails. He was genuinely upset at being dressed as a girl. Before I had children, and certainly before the last couple of years, this whole thing that I'm saying, I would have thought it was ridiculous. Honestly, I would. I would have watched me and said, "No, you're crazy. You're making it up. You're abusing a child."
We constantly say, "Are you a boy today?" Or "Do you feel like you might?" Because I don't want him to feel like he's took himself down a route that he can't turn back on.
How do y'all feel about a 2-year-old identifying as trans child?
That is the devil. That's the devil. And them parents, they better be glad they ain't anybody near America, because if they in near America, that is child endangerment. Period. Top and bottom line. You willing to go ahead and let this child go ahead and fail the SATs, not because it didn't spell their name right, it's because they don't know what sex they are. Come on. Really? We got a president that's giving bukus of money to a situation that has absolutely nothing to do with us. But you worried about your child talking about, oh, I don't feel like a girl today. How many ABCs does this child know?
That's
My
the question.
daughter dissed somebody by using pie. Like she cracked on somebody using the formula of pie. So what is more important to you? Your child and what the long-term goals that this child is going to have, your long-term goals for you to have for your child, or you making sure that your child knows how to cross-dress. What? They're going to hell. They're going to hell. Bust it wide open.
Hell is hot.
And I don't want to go there. Hell no, I don't want to go.
Hell is hot. How do y'all feel about it? April and Gen fit to quit.
I mean, I know like people may have wigs playing dress up or things like that, and dress. I don't have any kids, but we like to dress up. We do things. I feel like a lot of Gen. I want to be that. So it's put out, but at the end of the day, I feel like playing dress up is just being a creative mind when you're younger. I feel like the gender thing is a little bit more extreme. You're introducing children to a sexuality. You're introducing them to something as to where it's like it makes them think about their sexuality. That's what I'm saying.
It's too much. It's
what does being a girl feel like?
At 2 years old, they barely know how to wipe themselves.
What about the lady who's doing a summer camp for masturbation?
Oh, I remember her. Yeah, they started deleting and wiping all of that stuff off of the yeah.
You teaching kids how to
mess. And why she ain't in jail?
But did you see that red table talk?
The one with Jada Pinkett. That, you know what? And that's too much, and we didn't need to know that. Like that's a bit much, right? And I heard her excuse, which was, you should know how to please you, so that no one ever can, basically like use, pleasuring you if you've never experienced that over you. Like, girl, you can play with the words all you want to, but it sounds a little weird saying that my mom or my grandmom taught me how to masturbate at 9. I feel like nobody have to teach you how to masturbate if you're going through the natural course of life. When you're a teenager and them hormones get the kicking and pumping, you get to feeling and getting curious based off what you've seen your friends do or talking about, what you see on TV or what you sneak and look at and search online when your parents go to sleep. Parents ain't got to teach kids about how to explore themselves. You can teach them how to safely engage in sex whenever they decide, and a lot of people ain't going to decide to wait until they're 18 or when they're married to have sex. So there's a difference between protecting your kid from outer elements, diseases, and STIs and stuff, and teach them how to masturbate at 9. Jada could have shut the hell up forever with that. She didn't have to share that with us.
I don't think she was wrong.
Didn't she get enough? Don't she get enough about putting her business out there in the street like that? Like, when is enough for her?
It's not. She's a complete and absolute oversharer, which is potentially similar to this story that I am about to share with y'all in just a second. Let's take a look at this parent who is raising money. Matter of fact, and I have 2 parents lined up who are raising money to alter their children's natural genetics for the sake of what their minor child wants to do. This is a parent that can't afford it, so
any
they're
black
asking for the
people
public
in these videos?
Nope. I feel like we got enough sense in that, right? But these are the people who actually have the power and they're influencing the legislation that's coming down, and it is ultimately affecting black students. Although black parents ain't letting their kids do this. When we talk about schoolgirls have to be in danger in the bathroom.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not negating none of that. Absolutely, right? I'm just saying you see what they look like, right? I just
get the
want
point
to see
to our
one that
hand.
looks like us.
It ain't. There aren't any. To be honest, there. It's really not. It's not.
So, for those of you that don't know, my name is Lyric. Today, making a video that isn't like the other content that I typically make. Basically, I'm raising money to help fund my son's transition-related costs. I'm sharing this with his permission. Basically, we already have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria for him. We have gotten his blood work done, and we need to start him on puberty blockers as soon as possible. Now, I transitioned later, so I wasn't familiar with how puberty blockers worked. Basically, my insurance doesn't cover this, which is wonderful, right? The generic version of Lupron, that we have a 22.5 milligram dose that is going to cost out of pocket $468 per shot, and each shot lasts 3 months. So we need 4 of these a year. Close to $2,000. I have already exhausted most of my funds. I need help. I want to raise money to help cover his transition-related costs, as it's very difficult to come out with that sort of money on short notice. I know that I'm asking a lot, but I would do anything to make sure that he is able to continue his transition seamlessly.
Oprah in the chat said your child needs to get a damn job. Oprah, you ain't nothing. Oprah be in this chat just casually dropping the gems. Listen, let's go to the bush and weep, and then I want to hear what y'all think about this.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Okay, so what are y'all's thoughts about parents who are begging for money to permanently alter and potentially damage that child, especially because, listen, the rate of people detransitioning, it's on the rise. What do y'all think about this?
That's crazy.
It is. It's nuts. They're going to hell.
It's insane.
It's a bit much. Here's another parent begging the public. Here she is in front of the GoFundMe itself.
My kid finally made it to this stage.
Lord, here she go.
Hey y'all, my kid finally made it to this stage. So excited. We got the name change, legal, everything, all the documents are done. This is all that's left. Help this cute kid
$10,000
reach his goal. Thank you.
And these are the mindsets that are encouraging and very good at influencing change. This is the reason why the school systems are letting up, because they're tired of parents like this calling up and demanding change, and they're finally buckling down and saying, all right, fine, you want your boys to go in the girls' bathroom, fine, we'll allow it. Like, what are we doing to fight back and to rally against stuff like this? Like, this is harmful. If you don't believe it's harmful for your kid, all right, that's your kid. I can't take responsibility. But for me and mine, they shouldn't have to deal with this that you're trying to consider to be normal. It's not normal.
How about this? Go to a dentist. How about that, Mom?
How about that?
Or Dad, whatever it wants to
I
be
bet
called.
I bet you it's cavities and all other types of things in that child's mouth. They don't care about that, though.
Okay.
They don't care about that, though.
But they want money to get the sex changed. All right.
Again, if you ain't got money for a sex change, one shot for $460-something every 3 months. When you crack that down, that's a little over $100 a month. If you ain't got enough money for that, you ain't got enough money for the actual health. How about you save your funds for when you and not to say save up for when something bad happens to your child, but if you ain't got a rainy day fund for yourself, you definitely need one for your child's health. Put yourself on the back burner. Like, that's just parenting 101. Why spend your last couple dollars to change their gender? And then if and when they fall sick, you tamper it into their immune system and everything else. You ain't got no money to make sure that their health, all of that aside, is straight. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's beyond weird. I just can't. When I'm in these places doing research for videos like this, my jaw literally be on the floor with how far they take it. So it's like, what can we do as society, as parents, as people who advocate for the safety of children? What are we doing about creating this boundary with kids? Where and how should we start? Should we start a petition? I really like Jen Two Fit to Quit's suggesting and her pitching into the conversation about doing some awareness at Pride, when you already know you're going to have a large amount of people who can help bring more awareness to this. And I feel like some people are abusing their classification with the community just so that they won't be asked as many questions. I don't feel like all those people are part of the LGBTQ. I feel like predators are going over there to blend in and to use the flag as a shit. And that's just not fair, because it's some people are going to start to believe that it's all of them. And that's not right. And you shouldn't paint everybody with one cloak. But you know how high people's, and again, a lot of the pattern is here. If this is a loophole, more people are going to start coming over to this loophole. What I can identify as part of the as part of the LGBT community because I'm a minor attracted person, baby, you a fucking pedophile.
Exactly. Like the little boy who was messing with that girl in Virginia, and then they moved him to another school, and then moved him to another district. And then when the dad goes to the school council meetings or whatever, and he gets taken down by the cops, yeah, no. But we're supposed to be okay with that, though. We're supposed to be okay.
Yeah, it's weird, and like I said, it's not about targeting the community, because it's not everybody. We're targeting the people who abuse the labeling of this community to blend in and harm children. Those are the people who work for the school board and the school districts who want to hold Pride open mics for children's literally 0 to 18 years old. I did a story on this before. 0 to 18 years old for a Pride LGBT open mic in her dildo shop, in her sex store where she sells bondage and all this other stuff. 0 through 18. You want 11-month-olds to come up and coo and cry in the mic and classify that way. And your dildo shop where you sell gags and whips and you got all your sex toys hanging out. That's a whole red flag in itself. You trying to get jiggy with these kids. That's the problem.
Don't hell.
What do we do about this? What do y'all think are some solutions? Genty, thank you for calling back in, because I know your phone had or you had dropped out. I love your suggestion about, and you know what, had I thought about this, I really stumbled upon this thought because it was something that just kept bothering me. Like I'm a person, I will call something out as either being something that is an isolated incident or something that is a flat out pattern. And I've seen this pattern. I wish I had stumbled upon it earlier so that maybe I could have organized something to participate at some, like Pride events this weekend or whatever. So I think that's a really good idea that I want to write down and put a thumbtack in, like, moving forward to advocate and create more awareness about the coin or the hashtag, that the term that I've coined rather, about issues under the flag. What else can we do as parents and concerned citizens to protect the children? Listen, we're going to get old and wrinkled one day. And wiping our asses and changing our diapers and running the country are going to be these young people. And if their minds continue to be indoctrinated like this, I just can't trust the hands that we're going to be in when we elder. What other suggestions do y'all have? What can we do?
Be prayed up and read and make sure that it's not just you reading the Bible, that you interact, or even the Quran. It's
just like one of the ladies was saying, somebody was saying, I think just in your child at home and to them every day, kind of get on what's going on, what's considered pedophilia, what's considered, like, you have coaches that may sneak their way and like interact with kids. The locker rooms, just you got to talk to your kids. I think you should definitely, and you should be able to
I feel like you shouldn't be able to talk to your kid about their sexuality until it gets to a certain age. You're making these kids think about this way too early. It's too early. It's early. It's too early.
Yeah,
I agree.
you're right.
Certain terms
And isn't
and
that one
certain
of the things that R. Kelly
concepts.
said?
Oh, well, what did he say? What you said? You know, R. Kelly, my ears perk up. What you say about R. Kelly?
No, when he said that because it happened to him when he was younger, that's the reason as to why he is the way he is now.
Yeah.
And he came from a single family, single parent home or whatever. And my thing is this: if his father stayed around, would those things continue to have happened to him? And then would the story still be the same, or would it have changed? So, but we will never know that.
Yeah, because his sister
he grew up and everything was from his mom. Yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah, you know,
his sister
he was
did
abused.
it. His father at home ain't got nothing to do with his sister blessing.
His sister did it, and the man from around the corner.
I know. I watched all your
did
videos.
It to him too.
Yep.
I know. And
So
but the mother doesn't pay him though. The man gave the mother $5,000. She was cool with it and let him.
Yeah.
So that
she did.
That was the mother's fault. She didn't protect Robert.
That was her fault. And you know what? Our
you're right about
parents and how they were raised on survival rather than love and comfort. You know, $5,000 back when R. Kelly was younger was so much money. That was a lot of money at that time. Not to mention, a lot of parents feel shame and they feel embarrassment when something has happened like that to their kid, because they feel like they're going to be looked at like a crappy parent. Even with that being on trial, they feel the embarrassment of, well, I should have never let this happen to my kid in the first place. So I'm embarrassed to even show up to even face these charges, because I feel like I'm gonna be assassinated because somebody took advantage of my child, because it should have never happened. So there was a lot of stigma, and I'm not making excuses, because it's foul, it's foul, it's foul. I have an issue with that generation too. However, they did the best that they could. They didn't have half of the awareness that we have now. And listen, it happened. We can't undo it. And you know, you could even take Sparkle, for example. Sparkle got a lot of money to not speak up because her family didn't want to, and she didn't want to, and she felt like it was embarrassing. So they just took a large, ridiculous lump sum to just go hide in oblivion because they were too ashamed as a family. And Sparkle herself, being a young woman who was a victim of R. Kelly, she just didn't want to face the public and have that scrutiny attached to her. And some people can feel that way. But you know, a lot of people who are a part, you know, when I speak to people behind the scenes, some people who are part of the LGBT community, they admit that, listen, I was violated when I was young. There was somebody who touched me, and not to say that that's what causes it. That's not what I'm saying. But there is that commonality factor when you hear and when you listen to people who are part of the community candidly, openly, and honestly, and they give us that transparency to express what has happened to them. And I feel like, you know, because that has happened to, I'm sorry, what were you saying, April?
I just want to find out, were those men or women who said that?
I find that it's both, but I can say from only my knowledge. I'm not talking statistics.
The women were touched by women or by men?
Say it again.
Were the women touched by women or by men?
You know what? I find it intrusive to ask who did it. I just hear them saying that it happened, but I can say I've heard it from both sides.
Happened?
Say it again.
That a sexual assault happened?
Yeah, that they were violated. They were touched without their consent when they were children. Yeah. I find it from both sides, but I can say, I admit I've heard it from both, but I hear more men opening up about that who are part of the community than women. That's not to say statistics, that's statistically what it is for everyone. In my experience, when I'm talking to people and having these private conversations, when they're trusting me with their, you know, stories and experiences, you do find that more of the men open up about men who have touched them when they were younger. There's one that comes to mind, and I wish I could name it, but for the sake of privacy, I won't. But it's somebody that we all know. All I'll say is gospel music, and I'll leave it there. So yeah, and I feel like because that is a commonality, sometimes within that community, I feel like, God damn it, you were violated by adults. Now we have these modern versions. It's not just your uncles and your aunts and the church members touching the kids. You got the school system literally trying to touch your kids. I feel like y'all are the perfect people because you have experience with this. You're the perfect candidates and spokespersons to speak up about how wrong it is for this violation to take place because you have some experience with it. But that's just me being, you know, a heterosexual person thinking like you can relate to these kids who are being targeted. But hey, that's just me. But I'm still open to other suggestions as to how we can fight this stuff being passed down. Again, this gender identity kit, so that girls can tape down their chests if they want to identify as men and transgender, so to speak, when they are in school. How can we fight this? What other solutions
do they have fake boobies for the boys in that little box? You get what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
I'm sure there's probably information about how to grow, how to go about getting those fake boobies, you know, if you wanted to. And again, some parents open up an insurance bill or something that's $17,000 after their child went to school and done something behind their back because the school's not requiring. As a matter of fact, they're wiring themselves to work around parental consent. It's like, damn, you're not even giving these kids a chance or these parents a chance to have honest conversations and learn and understand who their child is.
Right.
What can we do? I'm open. Let's talk. Let's be radical. Like,
the only thing I could think of is start a petition and get these folks put in prison. As many as can be round up. I mean, like, that's the only thing that I can think of, because outside of it, all depends on who's the one that's being the violator, who's the one being violated. All that stuff plays a factor in it. And the only thing that we can do legally is do a petition. I mean, they want to go fund the help out the people for one. Now, I'm gonna say this too. I am gonna say this now. Help out people who was like the George Floyd's, their family and stuff. Help them, because BLM, we kind of keep them to the side now. Now, to me, they're no longer on the stove. But the people who needed help, who actually needed a little bit of something to put they father, brother, what did they? He left a little daughter or something like that. You know, something to get a start for her, give her a little trust fund or something like that. Just something. That's what I'm thinking. We do a petition and gear it towards the health of people, whether even if it's dealing with the transsexual stuff. The transsexual stuff, the parents need to be sitting down, not just the kid in front of a shrink. The parents need to be sitting down in front of a shrink first. Because when you say, oh, I want my child to change their sex, and they're 5 years old and barely got potty trained. So, I mean, it's just so bad. That's the only thing that I could think of is petition and putting people in prison. And with that also comes with stipulation.
Yeah, I think the petition is a good idea to bring awareness. If you know, for me to sit down and really put the words together to just create awareness, and maybe seeing where that can go with other people with influence, with power, with a large platform. And my thing is like, listen, I'm not asking everyday people to suddenly become a megaphone for it, because if that's not for you, if you're not an extroverted person, if you don't, have a platform or whatever, and you don't want to become a public figure, you shouldn't have to. However, there are some quiet people who don't have a platform, who are willing to support the hell out of via viewership, sharing the links, and to help amplify that message by supporting in other ways, by listening and tapping in and letting other people know that this voice exists. I do think that is a way to help provide some awareness to this cause as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I totally got, people listen to my first message about it. It was like, I shouldn't have to speak up about this. I'm not saying that, quiet everyday people should, but it don't mean that quiet everyday people aren't curious and aren't concerned and don't care. And the same way I tell people to hit thumbs up, subscribe, whatever the case is, that helps whatever message I'm pushing. Somebody's echoing. So yeah, for the quiet people who aren't personalities, who aren't public figures, they still need people to watch in a way to lend for helping. So I'm just like, we need bigger people and people with a louder mouth, whether you have thousands of followers on Twitter, whether you're a YouTube personality, whether you go live on Instagram, Facebook, or hell, if you got some pull in, Congress or in these school boards and district meetings, we need people from all different walks of life to help make that change. It's going to take everybody tapping in. It's not just going to be one person that's going to be able to make an infinite change with this unfortunate cause and situation. So that's why I'm opening to hear about people who are talented. And there's some people who don't like to talk, but they're good at writing up, drafting letters and drafting proposals and writing strongly worded letters to refute and oppose certain harmful things that are being passed down the pipeline. And so I think help of all different kinds can be important in this case. So
I agree. Wherever you need me, just let me know.
I appreciate
Wherever you need me, just let me know. Because I mean, like it takes the queens, even if you haven't had a child yet. You put the queens that haven't had kids yet, they can put themselves in the situation of the kid.
There we are.
So I mean, just some sort of way, just helping in which way you can. And somebody needs to turn the volume down off of some feedback.
Got you. Gentoo Fit to Quit is she's in from two different phones. She was trying to just get a better situation. I muted it. But okay. So what were you saying again?
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna take. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna take us queens. It was like if I was that age and this happened to me, how would I respond to it? So it's more than just the queens that have kids. There's queens too that don't have kids. Though, like you said, are gifted with words, are gifted with writing, are gifted with anything that can help the whole process. Like I said, you need me, I'm here. I will give you my personal information and stuff. I'm recovering from a hip surgery. I promise you I ain't going nowhere. So if you need me, let me know. We can go ahead and do this petition and do it right for who? The kids.
Yeah. That's what it's about. And that's what it's for. I'm like, forget us. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll be in, the kids come first and we can work through, because there are definitely problems that affect more than just the kids when it comes to just some of the harms with some people who are trying to bust down the door with the LGBTQ with their actions and what they're trying to do, right? Because they essentially want to transfer discomfort. I'm uncomfortable in this space, so I'm gonna make all you women uncomfortable over here. And I'm like, whoa. But I feel like, listen, we can get to us last. I feel like there's an order of operation, and I think that the kids come first. And if we can sort out the kids issue and how we're combating that might be able to help us advocate better for the kids. So that's why I'm like, I saw somebody in the comments that said, what is okay, Shannon Chris? I was like, this name is so familiar, but I know you changed your name on Instagram. So yeah, I feel like starting with the kids is always one of the best ideas, in my opinion. So
right, I agree.
So, you know what? This is one thing I want to address. Somebody in the comments said, a petition for what exactly? The petition would be, and I see somebody saying I was a tomboy and I grew out of it. I was a tomboy at a point too. And I still feel like I have 3 days out the week where I'm a tomboy, where I wear men's medium shirts, men's medium shorts from Target. And I have some days where I just, but did I grow out of it or whatever? But someone's asking, what's the petition for? The petition is for the movement and the cause of protecting kids with the issues under the flag. Everything under the flag isn't an issue, obviously. Men who love men and women who love women who ain't harming children, they're not the issue, or non-binary folks or whatever. Like, they aren't the issue. It's the people abusing the flag and using it as a shield or a loophole to get away with targeting other people's children. So to bring awareness to that and to see how and where that can go, so that some people understand that there are predators hiding under this flag, trying to attach themselves and use the guise of the LGBT community in order to get easier and better access to children. That is essentially what the petition would be about, to bring awareness and to make pedophiles and child groomers uncomfortable, because they're very comfortable doing this because they realize, listen, if we over here with the LGBT folks, they ain't gonna ask us no questions, not have as many as questions as if they would ask us if we're over here in the heterosexual space, because people are scared to ask the LGBT
You're a rapper
community
and you're
anything.
loved.
Like
we have predators in all groups, like not just
Yeah.
the gay group. They're rappers. Nobody says nothing about them either. Like, let's make sure we protect children in all the groups.
In all the groups, and that's why I started out. That's why I started out with the question, because that's my thing. It's like, listen, one thing that could really benefit Lil Boosie, because he has a large platform. Listen, nigga, when I say niggas love Lil Boosie, niggas, it's not even just men, women too. Niggas love Lil Boosie, and Lil Boosie be quick anytime Lil Nas X do or say something, right? It'd be like, oh my God, protect the kids. He kissing a man in a music video. He kissing a man on the awards show. Like, he only cares about the kids when it comes to music and entertainment. And that's just a small sliver.
He had a song about, but that's crazy, because he had a song called They Dyking. So it's okay to promote women on women. Like, I'm so sick of this shit.
Exactly.
People always got some shit to say when it's about gays. Like rappers ain't been doing this shit for years.
Right. He only has a problem
brand new.
When it's man on
they
man, and that's the
two
issue.
Red bones kissing in the back seat. What you talking about?
And that's the issue, and that's why I feel like it for people to it's selective outrage. That's exactly what it is when it comes, because it's flat out homophobia, right? But the least he could do is lend his platform and his influence to causes and things that are really affecting kids. Because if we're upset at music corrupting kids' minds, in the music awards and the music videos, the Lil Nas X's and the kissing a man, why are we only upset at TV and entertainment? Talking about TV and entertainment is turning our kids gay, it's sexualizing our children, but we aren't upset at those things that are taking place more directly and in our face as the school and the government. The school and the government are literally placing these books in the hands and this sexual tape in the hands of third graders. Why aren't people upset and sounding off about that? They're upset in music videos and shit, talking about, oh, it affects our kids. Meanwhile, your kids go to school every day and have to deal with boys going in the girls' bathroom and books about, maybe you're transgender. If you hate your life today and you hate being a woman, you might be a boy. So maybe you should transition. Why aren't we upset about that?
Exactly.
Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
It makes no sense to me. It
doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any
about
sense.
Lil Nas X, but you got a whole song called They Dyking. Cut it out.
That's why I'm like, yo, every move that Lil Nas X made, here come
like, shut up. And you were able to describe a whole situation about two men having sex in prison. Explain that. Close your eyes. Walk out the room. How are you watching it is what I want to know. You sat there and could describe the whole thing. Are you mad because your dick got hard? Is that what it was? Man, I got a lot of stuff to say about Boosie. I can't.
He probably liked it.
I feel like Boosie's suspect. He's so heightened to it. Every time somebody does something who is a part of the community, he's got a microscope on it. I'm like, well, clearly you more interested in them. I feel like Boosie is definitely a little sus.
He's obsessed. He's one of them gays that will be closeted forever, so he's gonna be angry about it. I know men like that. Those are the men that go sleep with those people and then they kill them when they get finished after they orgasm. I've seen it happen multiple times. I can't stand him. Like
that's what I was saying about the trans attacks. When you got people that's kind of like on a down low dating these trans people, and then they don't want it to get out. So
find out how they do it.
They might wind up killing a trans person. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Man, most people be cheating on y'all with these people behind back anyway. You knew what I knew.
Evil. I mean, like, that's just all the way evil. I agree. That is completely evil. And again, just like you said, Boosie, he'll be quick. But yet and still, he got Nas X on the brain. Does he want to do Nas X? Is that what it is?
Clearly.
Hello.
Clearly, you feel some kind of way about Lil Nas X.
Okay.
That's like when you were a little kid and little boys used to pick on you in school when they liked you,
pulling your hair.
Yeah, that's what that is. He's mad. A lot of these dudes be super mad. You got to pay attention. A lot of these heterosexual women, y'all got to start paying attention to these dudes. The straight men who don't care and are not bothered, those are the ones, right? But the ones that are real bothered, you got to pay attention to that. Those are the ones that be down low.
Yep.
All this this
Hit dog on
that
holler.
here and blah blah blah. Those the ones. Trust me, I've
Because
seen
for
it.
me, as an individual, if I don't like something, I'm not going near it. I'm not talking about it. I'm not touching it. I just don't get it. Like, you focus too hard on something that you don't like. It's draining your energy for what? It's
Why you
corny.
worried? What
It's
another
corny.
adult does in
It
the
just
bed.
turns into being corny. So
Because he
come
wants
on.
something to come out of it.
Kids, the kids, man, the kids, man. Shut up. You ain't care when they was diapering. Shut up.
They don't care when it's woman on woman because they find it sexy.
But that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. As far as being a bisexual, it's only for the people. A lot of gay men like to say, "Oh, gay women have it okay, and it's better for y'all." No, we're not even allowed to be real humans. We're only sexual objects. The lesbian porn that they make is their fantasy. That's not even what girls even do with each other.
Ooh, speak on it. I would ask you to elaborate, but we talking about the kids. But no.
Right, we are. I'm just saying, pay attention. Heterosexual women, pay attention to that.
I don't know about all that now.
I know my man not gay because he hate gays. Yeah, okay. Pay attention.
Yeah.
Look for them apps.
Yeah, when they put too much emphasis, like for the guys who just ain't interested, they like, no, I'm not interested, and that's it. But for the ones that will go on tangents for hours at a time, it's like, baby, you are invested,
and you paying for it behind closed doors.
You are a little bit too invested.
Okay. Again, hit dog on holler.
Sure will.
Jane, can I say something really quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Because there was something that, like, when you had put up that post about the chest feeding or the Calvin Klein ad, and I had made a comment. I was like, I said Marvin Gaye would be saying, he would say, like, what's going on? That song, comment. You know, that he has, what's going on? And somebody said Marvin Gaye was gay himself, and like but my thing is that just because someone is gay doesn't mean that they're okay with that. You can't just think because I'm gay, I'm okay with that. It doesn't matter. We are individuals. We have separate thoughts. We don't all think the same. We don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
How small-minded are you that we all think the same? Like, what does that say about you as a person? That you think because Marvin Gaye enjoyed men and women, it wouldn't be that about kids? Sounds stupid for real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Another thing about Boosie, you know he paid for his 14-year-old son to get fellatio.
Sure did. Let's talk about that. Why was he upset about that?
He talking about protecting the kids. Whole time he's paying for his kid to be statutorily raped.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yes. But look, the reason why is because we gotta. What did he say though? He said we gotta train him because I don't want him to be gay. Why are you so obsessed about somebody not being gay?
Because he is.
Hello.
But see, boys could do that. If it was a young lady with her dad taking her to have sex with it would be a problem. It's always the bias situation. And it's like, why are you taking a 14? They need to call CPS. Why is he still standing and brave enough to talk about it?
And all the women in the comments, oh, that's what he needs to do. That's what he needs to do.
I agree.
You sound stupid. Y'all need to be sterilized. I don't need children.
Because see, that could have, she said, I don't need children. That right there could have made him turn into being gay. Like, okay, but she's not worth anything. I want to be with something that's worth anything. And he's going to think that men are the only things that's going to be worth something because his dad had a first woman encounter with him as being a cheap thing.
Child.
I see some people in the chat surprised because y'all never heard that. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he paid a whole prostitute to give his son oral sex.
Okay, because he wanted his kid to have that experience. Yeah,
he said the trainer while he young. He said trainer while they young because they ain't gonna be gay.
And this is not something that somebody uncovered and came out and exposed him with. This is something that he exposed himself because he thought it was cute.
Yep.
Has he taught his son about the STDs that he can get from oral sex though?
Of course not. You know niggas like him don't care. They don't care.
Exactly.
Same way R. Kelly didn't care.
Or when Jim Jones was on the radio talking about how his mother showed him how to tongue kiss. Yeah.
I remember that too.
A lot of times these people don't even be knowing that they saying something you shouldn't even say. That's how ignorant they are. You could tell he thought there was nothing wrong with his mother teaching him how to tongue kiss. Like, sir, you got molested by your mommy. That's what happened.
Exactly.
He didn't even know he was wrong.
Yep.
It's problems all up in the black community, and it ain't just the gays.
It's not.
And all the time.
What, Jane?
You actually, but y'all be worried about the gays.
You opened me up, and you made me go on a whole rampage, following and catching up on that whole Nature Boy situation, because I wanted to know, because he's from New York. I wanted to know how he came about, how he started this thing, and I realized another sick cult. But he could have used his platform for so much better. You was able to manipulate those people. Why didn't you form a black army to fight against police brutality? Fuck all that other shit. Why didn't you take these people to form a strong union against police brutality and shit that's going on right here?
Listen, these people get power and it becomes about their own personal gain. It's no difference. Listen, he had a hold on them people and he had control. And if you're not doing anything good with it, then you're doing something bad with it. Period. Point blank. And that's a gift, but it's a gift that he abused. Kevin Samuels had a huge hold on them niggas too.
Sure.
He could have encouraged them to do and preach a lot more positive things. It's like them niggas was caught under a spell or a trance. And instead of him doing something positive with that influence, he decided to promote the woman bashing shit that he did instead. So when these people come up, upon these powers and they realize that they have it, their egos become inflated and it becomes very self-serving, as opposed to seeing where is the community lacking. It's not that we were lacking the trashing of black women in the public eye, baby. We are trashed from every angle you can imagine, from black women to white society, to misogyny, to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you name it. There are several hierarchies that are constructed to oppress us and keep us on the bottom. And he felt the need to contribute to that negativity that already exists within our stratosphere and our existence. But I mean, hey, this is why when you see somebody powerful, when you see somebody that's got a voice, when you see somebody that has good intention, it's important to lift them up and help them to understand how positive their power and their influence and their platform is, because some people abuse their power and their platform and what they can cause people to do. Monique is another example.
I will never honor I don't never praise a celebrity. Like, my thing is that if I like people, I like them for what their craft is. Like, people may not agree with me. I know they had the mute R. Kelly thing, but when R. Kelly comes on my playlist, I don't jump to turn it off, because this is the music I grew up on. Pause Flash came on the other day at a barbecue and I was good with it. My thing is that I've never praised R. Kelly to the point where I love him and I will praise him and I will go with him. Same thing with Monique. I like her for her comedy. I like her for her fitness journey. I know these people are normal people where they're going to fuck up. So I never praise them as other people do. So shit like that, I know people are going to do shit that's they're going to fuck up. So I don't praise them.
They put on a pedestal, they don't put on. They're just human.
Yeah.
Facts.
But they get up there at some point. I'm just like, okay, so we got the petition, we got Pride. What else? I feel like I wish I had a parent who was really involved in, like, PTA meetings, the school systems, and really know those interworkings, so that we could discuss, like, what's already going on, what meetings do they have where you can make sure you bring this up. Because I know some parents that go to every one of these meetings, they become silenced when they speak about what their kids are having to go through. I remember seeing this one parent get shut down because she was in, I think, middle school, and she was forced to they had to read a certain part of the book, but the part of the book that she had, it was porn, and she had to get up there and read it but reenact it. And the parent was uncomfortable with that. Like, why does my child have to go to the front of the class and find a way to be creative? And this is literally a fucking erotica. It's like a Zane book. And she goes up there and she reads the excerpt that her child had to present in front of the class and kind of, like, not act out like sex, but find a way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, play charades with it, basically.
Wow.
And they stopped her from talking because they felt like it was too explicit for the goddamn PTA meeting. And it's like, if this is too explicit for the goddamn PTA meeting and all of us are adults, how explicit do you think it is for the goddamn classroom? Like, this is not making any sense. Like, you know, so I am on a quest. If y'all know anyone, if you know any parents who are vocal, who are, you know, opinionated, bothered, or have some insight about, you know, an experience with speaking and having correspondence with the different districts and the school systems and the academia, definitely send them my way so that we can have more of these discussions. I think that it'll take people from, you know, every aspect of life who are willing to be involved with. Everyone's powerful, whether you have a voice or not, right?
Yeah.
So if y'all know anybody, definitely send them our way, so that, because I'm gonna continue to have these conversations. I don't know if I have enough to do like a weekly panel on it, enough like willing participants, but as the demand increases, I do intend on making this something that has a higher frequency to create more awareness. I talk about issues under the flag every week for sure, but as far as the open panel, I want as many people and as many perspectives and solutions as possible, right? So what do you all think if we just sit here trying to brainstorm?
Well, I hate to be negative, but I mean, the people that want this stuff to get passed are the people that are doing it,
right?
So at this point, as far as straight people, y'all really ain't gonna be able to do anything about this. It will have to be for the people in the community to handle. And as far as my opinion, I think we just need to separate ourselves. It just needs to just be a line in the sand that needs to be crossed. Like, y'all over there and we're over here. We need to be segregated at this point.
I mean, separating yourselves is not gonna, you know, isolate or help die down the issue, though.
Yeah, it doesn't solve it. It's more so like, if you don't stand up for something, you're gonna stand for nothing.
I'm aware with activism and protesting. I've been doing this for a long time, for prison reform, for Black rights. I'm been arrested. I've done this. What I'm saying is, we need to separate ourselves from them. They got to understand that we are not the same. To other people outside looking in, to me and you, we with that. It needs to be it needs to be a big separation. It needs to be over saying, listen, we over here, and not saying black and white, but if you are white and you agree, come over here. But it's gonna have to be a separation.
And so when you say separation, that's part of the process that we're trying to figure out. If you're talking about separating, it's not just a matter of disassociating yourself, because you already don't associate with pedophiles.
About the gays.
Right. But when you say separate ourselves, I'm assuming you don't, you know, eat shit and bathe with these people. So you're already technically separate. So when you say you're going to separate yourself,
publicly separate ourselves.
And
so that's where we would come in on the other side of the fence, because you have to get the group, you have to separate the group and say, hey, this is what we're not cool with, and now this is the fight that we got. Now we're gonna go to the fight. Now it's at your doorstep. We have to we have to rally the people, separate those people, and then now bring it to the doorstep. We have to get it together. She's saying separate us now, separate us first, and then go to the doorstep and fight.
Because some of them don't even know what's going on. Like,
facts.
They're not privy to it.
But I mean, like, right. But as me being a parent, I'm going to be that parent. Like I said, I came from South Carolina the other day, and my girls, they're at the age in life, preteens, they need the validation from their daddy. I get that. That's why I said pop smoke. But I'm staying my happy-go-lucky behind down here, because I am going to be that mother. I am going to go ahead and let it be known that this is what happened to me. This is what happened to my child. I'm going to let it be known. And see, that's the thing. When that situation happened, I told my ex-husband, they fucked with the wrong kid. This is my kid. This is the person that God has given to me and trusted me to raise right. So, yeah, they did what? And my baby cried for what reason? I think not. So I promise you, this discrimination and stuff like this, especially down here in the deep South, it's a mess. It's a whole mess. My godson, he walks around with his wig that he makes like in his kimono. Looks kind of cute. Oh my gosh. Is this real? Is this? And the thing is that if you go ahead and you politely ask, he'll go ahead and explain to you, yes, I love kimonos. I have that little thing with the little Japanese. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. but
people
the
are not
straight,
understanding what
we
I'm
for the most part are
I'm
scared. We're
talking to my
scared
gays.
to
I'm not
go
talking to
ahead
y'all.
and yeah, but we're scared on the outside because it's still new. Like I said, I was a grown woman when I won my battle. I think I was 26 years old. I was a grown woman, had 2 kids, and being face to face with someone who is gay was new to me. It was new to me. My godson, he comes out. It's like, okay, cool. You know, and then, but people like us who were straight, I would have never said anything to anybody. I would have never said anything to my battle if he was not my battle. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's that thing, because we're scared to say anything. We're scared to even have this type of conversation with a gay panel, with the Rainbow Flag Coalition.
You scared to talk to your fellow black women? We just 2 black women. You scared to talk to us?
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Because a lot of
and that's what I'm saying. I feel like
y'all sound crazy, man.
For me, people look at me and they're intimidated, and I'm like, for what? Like, I be laughing, joking, all of that. The same thing y'all do, I do. And it's okay to have a conversation. It's just the way you address me. If you're gonna come up and you're gonna say some disrespectful shit, I'm gonna get disrespectful right back. I'm gonna get disrespectful.
Exactly.
But if somebody, it's the approach. It's your approach. You can ask questions. There are some people, you just gotta fill out the body language in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Have the conversation. It's okay. It's definitely okay.
And I seen you put a comment at the bottom where somebody was like, you can't separate yourself. It's not a child. I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to other gay people. We need to separate ourselves from the ones that are doing this publicly. We need to let it be known. We need to let them know that we know what you're doing now. And we don't want any parts. I'm not talking to you to separate from your child. Like, are you just like gung-ho and like not trying to understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying separate from your child.
I think
gay people.
Let me just try to interpret, right? Because like I said, I knew there was going to be some tense moments, because it's like it's a difficult understanding. And at one point, it's kind of like, well, y'all straight people can't do anything. It's going to be us within the community.
Discussion. Like,
we're the only people who can kind of make this change. And for people who, are a part of the community who say, well, we're going to have to separate ourselves. And that's how we get started. I think some people feel like, well, y'all can separate yourselves. But as far as us, maybe straight people with kids, like, we don't have that option. So we still want to be hands-on with protecting our children.
Me saying separate, hands-on. So again, it's not being understood. I'm talking that we need to separate ourselves. It needs to be 2 communities. We're over here, y'all over there. We not shit doing. Stop making it seem like we all cool. I'm not telling nobody to separate themselves from their child. It sounds crazy. I'm saying we need to be like, y'all weird, stay over there, and that's how it starts.
And because so when you say
people from the outside looking in, from y'all outside looking in, y'all really thought that we were all on one accord. That was just a couple weeks ago when we first spoke. Everybody, you thought that we were all kumbaya, and I'm mad and I'm passionate because I'm realizing in real time how used I was. I've done LGBT rights activism. I've done all of that, and I see that the reason why you wanted me in your group is because I'm loud, because I'm vocal, because I'm going to be out there. You had us separate ourselves from our family. You had our family really thinking that we was all over here, and we are not. It's not kumbaya. I'm still black over here. So I'm just mad in real time. I'm really realizing how fake this shit was. You really just wanted to push this to get to this point in the first place. And they used us. But no, I'm not saying separate yourself from your child. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my fellow gays. And I say gay because I'm old school. We're all the gays. We need to separate ourselves. We think this is not a big deal, but it really is. Because we got video after video after video after video that Jane has posted where people are still thinking, I'm reading these ignorant comments like the comment that Jen had spoke about earlier. They really think because we're gay, we don't care about this. We care about this. We didn't know. Most of us did not know. We're not paying attention to what the fuck these weird white motherfuckers are doing. We're living our lives. We're surviving. We're keeping our head above water. We have nothing to do with these weird motherfuckers and what they fucking do. But apparently, because we don't know, and we're being quiet because we don't know, people think that we are. I don't know how many times I gotta keep saying the same shit over and over again. I don't even know why she even said you can't separate yourself from your child. I know that. Because it ain't even really y'all conversation to be had. I appreciate the fact that you're doing it, but that's the problem right there. This is some shit that we should need to do in-house.
Well, I mean, some people feel like it's not, when you say it's not y'all conversation to be had, talking about heterosexual people, right?
It's really not y'all problem. I appreciate the fact that people want to and they care and et cetera, but really this is something that we're gonna have to handle within ourselves. This is an in-house problem.
Not necessarily. Because every heterosexual people, gay people, trans people have children. So this is what the it's for. It's for the kids. So
and they have children when the
we need a rally. We need the rally.
Blah 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 blah.
We need the rally, but we need to. That's why we got to get with them to educate them first and let them know, hey, everybody's not like that. We got to be patient as a process. Is like just because they're not down with us, we got to let them know, like, look, we normal people just like you.
We
just
still have to start with ourselves, though.
Oh, for sure.
Before we get over there and we start, because it's not going to be a pretty conversation.
For sure.
Before we get over there, we have to at least let our other members know, hey, this is what the fuck is going on. Because they don't even know. So if we're uninformed, how are we having these conversations with them? I'm learning stuff in real time as I'm on the camera. I'm getting blindsided. Do you understand what I'm saying? We got to get it together first before we even come to them. We don't. We out here looking crazy.
Yep.
You know, and I totally understand, right? Like I get the frustration and everything. I think that, you know, when you say it's not even y'all problem for real, and the problem, you know what I mean? We need to work from the inside. I get it. And you can say like it's not a straight person problem, but anything that's your child's problem is your problem. And I have a little sister who's still in the public school system.
To fix.
Right. It's not, you know what I'm saying? But when you got kids, it's a lot of stuff that when you have a kid or a family member who is directly being impacted by that, it is your problem because it's your child's problem. So my child comes home and my child's dealing with this, and now my child is being affected. Well, this is now my problem because it's my child's problem, and it's my job to protect my child. And if there's not enough being done over here, there's not enough noise being made about it, then it's our problem.
And that's the problem. Y'all still not getting what I'm saying. All that is absolutely true. Everything you said is absolutely true. But it has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not y'all's problem to fix what is going on. It's not y'all's problem to fix who's speaking for all of us. Y'all not even understanding what I'm saying. That's how I know it's not y'all problem. At the end of the day, you'll be able to walk away from it. You will not be blamed for this.
If it's not our problem and there's nothing being done.
Black women. But yet me and her will be the ones that people will get blamed for. You can walk away from it. We can't.
I do think that we're talking about humanity right here. We're talking about humanitarian work. And when you care about advocating for children, it's not a matter of separating the problem by sex. The problem might be stemming from people abusing, you know, sexuality or being labeled a certain type of way. But ultimately, child endangerment is not a problem you can separate by orientation. And if it's so much not our problem and there's nothing being done over on one side of it, then it's somebody's problem. It's something needs to be done too.
You keep saying separate, the word separate. The reason why I said separate is because I'm talking to the gays. They know who I'm speaking to. Because even though we're having this conversation with each other people are going to be watching this. I'm speaking to them. Separate yourself. I'm not saying separate yourself from your child. Fight for your child. That should be common sense. Fight for your child. Make sure your child is good. I'm talking to us. As a community, we need to separate ourselves and say, hey, you motherfuckers is out of pocket. I don't want anything to do with you. And if you do, be over there.
We're talking about
it's a separation.
Pedophilia and child grooming. And to say that it's the gays' problem or the LGBTQ community. I'm not saying it's the gays' problem.
We're talking about a specific thing, right? We're talking about a specific thing. We don't want these people to come over here thinking that they can be under the flag and say and do these things. And if y'all do agree, then y'all need to be over there. And the ones that don't agree need to be over here so we can figure out what we need to do. It does not need to be all big ass LGBT. Obviously, it needs to be a split down the middle is what I'm saying. The ones that agree with that shit stay over there, and the ones that don't agree, we need to figure out what we need to do. That's what I'm saying to us.
Miss April, why don't you be the activist for it? Because
why don't I do what?
Why don't you be the activist for it? The person that could cause everybody that's on your side that is not of the disgustingness of children.
We just now started this conversation. You gotta understand, I'm not being an asshole. What I'm saying is, the first time me and Jane had this conversation was the first time I had this conversation with somebody who was straight. A lot of these people don't know what's going on. The only reason I even heard about the mask was because I watched a white transgender woman on YouTube. Black people are not talking about shit like this because, no disrespect, we're not doing this shit. And if they are doing this shit, they have sense enough to not say they doing that shit. They keep it
what I think what it is that it's two separate fights. Me, I'm not gonna fight to defend and shield a flag. I'm not gonna fight to defend the LGBT flag. Like I said, they don't really do anything for me, so I'm not gonna defend them. But we will fight for the children that are being educated, or this is being pushed upon our children in the schools. That is the major fight. It's just just awareness, pushing the awareness out there and getting it out there. It doesn't matter who it is, honestly. Anybody protesting with signs and rallying is a problem. It makes noise. That's all it is. Whoever is against it, welcome all.
But before that happens, people still got to know what's going on. I'm not saying, I guess people don't understand through my emotion. I'm not saying don't support your child. I'm not saying.
So April, great. How do we let them know? How are we letting them know? How are we doing this? I'm not big on social media. I don't really care about friends, followers, and all of that. But I will spread myself to put the message out there. I don't mind. But how do you suggest that we get together and do this?
We're going to have to have this conversation, and it's going to have to definitely be some men in the room too. It just can't be just us. We're going to need some G's and some T's.
You're right. Facts.
It cannot always just be Black women that have to be the face of every movement. And you need us to do that. I'm just tired. I'm not mad at nobody. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just tired. I'm tired. This is what this looks like. I don't know how to be happy about this shit. I'm annoyed. It's not as a YouTube video. Like, this is my life. And it's not that I want to be desensitized. It's like I gotta sometimes be desensitized to live my life, to keep it moving, to be able to function from day to day. Because if I sit all day and think about things that bother me, I'd be dead.
You're crazy.
I haven't even been watching your videos. If I see a rainbow on a video, Jane, I haven't even clicked on it since then because it just bothers me so much. So no, I'm not saying if you're straight, you can't fight with us. I'm not saying blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying we got to at least let them know what it is that's getting ready to happen. Because most of us don't even know. We're just living our lives.
It got to be planned. It got to be coordinated. It has to be spoke about more. It has to, and that's why Jane is having this platform, so it could be spoke about, so it could be spread, so we can spread it to our friends, other parents that have kids in school that may be being educated about this. Somebody that might sign their kid up for a sexy summer camp and don't know. These are the things that she's educating us on, because like I said, I didn't know. So now it's our job, each and every individual person, to maybe share it with one person, at least one person. I'm gonna send this video to my mama. I want people to see this. People have to know. I'm gonna send it to my cousins who have children. We have to get it out. We have to get it out there.
But we have to align, because it's going to look like it's straight versus gay, and it's not what it is. That's what that community will do.
It's straight versus pedophile. That's it. It's straight versus pedophile.
Right,
and I want to be clear.
That's what they'll say, though, right? That's what I'm just saying. That's what.
We can't worry about what they're saying no more, because that's why we're here.
That's what's got us stuck in a box.
No.
Yeah,
that's why it has to be
exactly.
You're not getting what I'm saying. It also has to be both of us, though. All of us have to be doing this, because that's going to be the whole excuse. This is homophobia. No, this is not homophobia. We're aligned, and we think the discussion. But
why would it be homophobia if you have collectively, you have heterosexual people and people of the community that consider themselves gay or straight or gay, lesbian, bisexual, whatever. There are people like us that agree. So if everybody collectively is saying it, then It's, you know what I'm saying?
I'm a woman. That's all I'm saying. We got to figure out how to get other people in this group to speak out as well. It just can't be me and you. It just can't be black. It's got to be some black people who feel this way. It's some black transsexuals that feel this way. That's all I'm saying. How do we do that? I don't know. Because the ones that are
and
the
that's
ones
the
that
thing.
do it.
I'm just like, listen, because I do feel like this message would be amplified and it will spread twice as fast if there were people inside the community who were raising awareness. But as far as I'm concerned, me searching high and low through valleys, I know Angela Stanton King is somebody that speaks on it from time to time, and she's very like more so politically based. So she touches on it because it's right in her backyard or her home. Actually, she's got a son who is a part of the community. But that's not her. Okay, yeah, that's not her main like focus though. And even her child thinks that sometimes she comes off as phobic. And look, that's her own like, you know, family issue and her language and how she speaks to and about her son and people she feels like are similar to her son. Like that's on her. But as far as people really concentrating on this once a week or once a month, having a town hall or raising awareness or how whatever it takes, it's just not being done. And for people, there are plenty of heterosexual people who care about this cause, and we want to know, listen, if there is somebody in the community having discussions, how can we how can we support, how can we help share that message? How can I tweet it out, share it out, join the panel, or even just stay in the chat and make sure I keep that person's name, platform, show, or advocacy in heavy rotation in my mouth and when I speak? How can we do that? And you know, when I ask questions like who and where are these conversations taking place, nobody has an answer. So I'm like,
it's a new conversation.
You know, yeah, it's a new conversation, but the problem is becoming so normalized to the point where we're behind. We need to catch up. Like as far as how rabid the wrongdoing is, right? Several times a week we see mugshots and these crazy stories, and only one conversation a week taking place. We need to catch up with the quantity of how these crimes and these children being targeted are taking place. So I'm just like, how can we help? How can we help? How can
First,
we help?
you got to start by letting them know.
Yeah. I mean,
like
letting them know without
saying
seeming like I'm like beating their door down. Hey, can you talk about these pedophiles? You know what I mean? So I struggle sometimes with how to make my message palatable for them to even care enough to latch onto it. I don't know. I don't even know how to get up here. You know, like,
but they don't know.
All I know is that I'm sorry, if even me, if I went to New York City Pride and I marched down the street with a sign that said pedophiles are like, that would still get attention, one person, because they care about that. That's what they would, it would be a big fight. They probably would tear me down in that street, but at the end of the day, that would get attention. A few people doing it would get attention. They will jump as soon as somebody says anything that seems like it's homophobic. They will come for you. They're gonna come for you. They're coming. But at the end of the day, if we did it collectively, it's like, oh damn, all those people can't stand for. All right, now we might have to do something. Now this is getting crazy. It's too many people now.
That's why I just said it was more powerful if we actually had more gay people speak out, because they can't call us homophobic. They can call y'all homophobic all day long. That's why I said it's not that I don't want y'all to come along and join. It's that we do have to alert and we do have to come together first and figure something out. Because regardless, James, you're gonna be called.
I feel like it's not their problem. I've literally heard some say, like, listen, that's not my problem because I don't do that. I don't touch kids, so it's not my problem to talk about it.
Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot because a lot of them people are just trying to survive. So how are you telling somebody to try to survive that's not a content creator, they're just trying to keep their head above water? What to pay attention to? Like I said, I'm desensitized because I have to survive. If I was bothered all day long with the stuff that your videos are great and I think you're intelligent, but sometimes you can't watch every single one of the videos. I got to keep my mind together.
That's why I tell people, look, mind your mental peace. If you got to click away, click away. I tell people that all the time.
Completely understand. It's not that I want to.
You breaking up.
Keep pushing. Still. All the lockdowns and stuff. People life, they people survive, and then you want us to go combat white gays and pedophiles. Yeah, that's a lot. If they tear you apart, we think they go to the trees in this one. It's I'm an artist. There's things people not gonna want to work with me. It's all types of things that happen. That's almost some go down there to the go down to the Congress, man. They in the Congress. They closet, but those are the ones that want these laws passed. So how do you fight that?
Interrupting a parade, I know that shit would cause some shit because they serious.
Think about how many times at the Pride Parade you got them. I've been to all the New York Prides. Think about how many times you go out there and you see them the straight people with the Christians talking about you're gonna go to hell. We don't pay them no mind that we keep it pushing.
Nah.
So it's got to be organized.
I'm telling you, yo.
I've been to a million prides.
I mean,
which one? You gonna do the Manhattan one?
Definitely, yeah. I've been to a bunch of them. Like I've traveled to prides. I went to like Miami Pride, Atlanta Pride, all of these different pride, Philly Pride. So I've done different prides. I see how it is, and like you said, it's a separation. I've went to Black prides. It's only Black prides. I went to that one in New York City, the main one that they have at the end of. I've been to maybe that one maybe 3 times. That's the big one. I've only been to maybe that 3 times, and that's it.
This is kind of like, I know Jane analogies. It's kind of like, because there's so many issues within that quote unquote community that we really don't pay attention to, that we really don't even complain about, that separation really is a requirement. At this point, it's a requirement.
And like I said before,
put heads together to do it. And like you said, going ahead and add in, what is it, a gay and a trans person? I hope I'm saying it right when you said the G and the T. And I mean, because y'all are inside the picture. We're standing outside looking at the Picasso. And, like I said, I agree with you when you said that they only cared about you because you had a loud voice. And that's true. And somebody might might not have, I'm going to say it, the balls enough to go and say, "Hi, ma'am, I have a question. Please don't find any offense." And then ask a non-offensive question. Now, if they ask an offensive question, you got to go upside their head and skull drag somebody. That's a different story. But for somebody who honestly wants to know, because like I said, for the longest, I was scared. I was born up in a what is it? In like an apostolic church. Okay, QJC, that was me. That's how I was raised. So when I got older and I finally came in contact with it, I was scared to ask questions because of what I've seen on television, from what I've seen about, and I know the television people, Will and Grace and all that kind of crazy nonsense is not real, all that kind of stuff. I get that. But that's the only preference of anything. When I say preference, that's the only root of anything when it comes down to anything that is outside of being straight for me up until that point in time. So that coming of age thing. And I mean, like, that's it. I mean, like, if you put your heads together and y'all have the right T and the right G to go ahead and make something happen, I'll stand behind you. I will 100% stand behind you. And I know my daughter would too. She'll probably try to pull me along, be like, "Mommy, listen to them." So yeah, I think y'all can do it. Y'all are 2 strong Black queens. Y'all can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So when we talk about actionable steps, right, so that everything doesn't kind of get muddled, I think I like this question here. It's like, and this is what I've been asking, like, how can we support the ones who will be turned against, or is that the first step? Like, how can we support people who are in the community? I guess maybe once this message continues to spread and there are more people within the community who are willing to speak up and out about the issues under the flag, because the issue aren't the people who are just trying to survive. The issue is the people abusing the system that they see how it operates and using it as a loophole and a shield. The first step would be maybe supporting them. But when we talk about getting a G and a T involved, does anyone know a G or T who would be willing, who we could try to like organize Yes. A further broadcast to like have these discussions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Are they black or white? I'm just curious because remember we went through all those white videos. I would love to have a white one on at some point.
Okay, so as far as a white one, I do know a white one. Her name is Blair White, and she's a YouTuber and has a very big following. And she outs them and drags them every day.
Oh my
she
God! What?
Them.
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
What's about the maps? Blair
what's
White.
The name again?
Blaire White.
White. Okay. Oh my goodness, this seems exciting. I can't wait to watch.
She has debates and she lets them on there and she talks to a lot of people. She's talking about that detransition, et cetera, et cetera. But
okay,
we still got these. Like I said, this is kind of like the black problems being out in the open, and then white allies, ones that bring the video, bringing the attention to the public. That's kind of like how I feel right now. Many problems. It's kind of embarrassing. It's so many problems that go on. I can see that,
but I feel like it still affects straight parents too.
Right, but we still got problems that need to be handled. That need to be handled before we eat. It's just so much.
I respect that. And it's definitely a layered thing. So I ain't trying to, like push too much. Okay,
right.
So when Blair White, is Blair White a G or a T? Because then how do we get the other one on board? A T? Okay.
She's a white transsexual.
Okay. You know what?
She's been on Joe Rogan and everything. Like she follow man.
Okay. And so I remember.
And then my friend who's a transsexual, she's actually in the music group and she was on the reality show. So she had no problem coming up here. We've talked about it before, but more people need to start talking about it. Like the first step really is that we gotta let black gay people know this is even going on.
Okay.
Like I said, just because we having this conversation doesn't mean that they're watching these videos and know what's going on.
And you said Blair is white. Blair White is white.
She is white. My friend is black.
Okay. And is your friend a G or a T?
I have a friend that's a G. I can ask if they would like to do it. And I have my best friend is a T.
Okay. So it seems like we have some people to maybe pitch. Hopefully my platform looks. Hopefully maybe if they go back and watch videos like this, hopefully maybe they don't get offended and they can see that I really don't have any malice.
We all gonna get offended. It's life.
Shit. Shit.
It's worse things to happen than to be offended.
I'm not trying to offend nobody, and I don't have a problem with adults being adults and doing what they do with adults. I only have a problem when people are digging into the kids. Those are the only people I have. I really only have an issue with pedophiles. Like
the worst thing you could do is have a conversation where you're trying to appease the person. It's no point. You're never going to get your point across. You have to have a conversation the way you want to, so you can let it go, let it off your chest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know my intent, and I feel like if I was really phobic, people would have been like, "You're doing too much," especially with So I'm not. I know that.
That's the main reason why I called it in the first place, because I knew you wasn't. And I knew that's what people were gonna say, but they gotta understand that no, we don't like this shit either.
Okay.
We ain't got nothing to do with this. We
got people that we can pitch. Jen to quit. Do you have any people that you know who might be G's or T's?
I do, and that's the thing. They're with the older generation, and it's like they're they're not like, it's because I'm with between the old school and new school. I could get with the new school, but there's a lot of new school shit that I just can't get with. So the people that I know, they're kind of like, I'm not saying up in age, but they're kind of like old school. Their mentality is not thinking like that. And I do have some friends or people, associates that I've met that have trans, that I do know that may be willing to have this conversation. I don't know where their mental space is at. I just know that sometimes they may be reading the comments. I don't read comments. I have not read any of those comments. I just seen one about, it was something about the movie Civil Brand. And it was the movie with the brat. And I was like, okay, Civil Brand. I was just thinking about that. But
I've never seen it.
No,
but
Lisa
I did
was
see
that movie crazy.
Lisa Ray was in that.
That movie's crazy.
I thought Lisa Ray was in that.
I think she was. She was.
Brad not in that.
It got an all-star cast in that movie. That's a good movie.
But why were they talking
That's
about
a good movie.
So let me just ask you real quick. You said you have a friend, Jen Tuquit, who is either G or T, and they're like more old school. What do you feel like their like mentality is like? Like, what is their? Are they like conservative? Because in my mind, a lot of the old schoolers, they weren't out there. They were trying to keep it like to themselves, more conservative.
Flame is old school.
Yes.
Flame
is old school. We're in the middle. I'm kind of damn old school at this point. 33.
So that's what I'm saying. Okay, like there were certain like levels. Like back in the days, like I remember. I'm sorry to use this type of terminology, but you know, you would hear like certain terms like maybe butch and dyke and like, but now you hear aggressor or stud. Things have transformed as to where cross-dressing has transformed into maybe drag queens, and then drag queens maybe to like femme queens, and then you got like, it's just so many levels and just different terminologies that people are using. So it's just a complicated thing to me. So I don't be knowing where to approach a lot of topics, but the person that I know, they're old school, but at the end of the day, they have made a transition into someone that they thought they should have been, you know, from birth. And they're very smart. They're a very intellectual person. They do have a platform too, as well, where they speak about stuff like that. They do counseling and coaching to people. And I just know one that actually is, I will tag you to a couple of their pages, and I will maybe open up a conversation like that we can probably have and just see if they're open to it. Maybe if you can pitch it better, because I don't know if the way I pitch it, it might come off kind of crazy.
So. Well, I mean, but you know them better than I do. So I feel like with you being the liaison, if you were to, I wouldn't want to cold invite them because I don't know them from a can of paint. You do. So maybe, you know, we can like maybe talk behind the scenes about the logistics, but I feel like if it's a person that you know personally, I feel like the invite would be more, have a higher probability of being entertained than if I did, if you put it in your own
like,
words.
What would you want me to pitch to them? Because I don't want them to feel like they're coming here and they're going to get bashed by comments.
They're not a pedophile. They're it's not. It's about stuff like April was saying.
Yeah, but it's
separating yourselves.
Still ignorant comments that ain't got nothing to do with no pedophilia. Like I've seen some comments that I know you wouldn't say none of that shit in my face. I've seen some of the stuff that like let's now say that like they're not rude. Like it's more than just people being pedophiles. You still got some ignorant people up in there.
I see what you're saying.
Somebody I don't want to feel like I seen that comment that you was talking about where they said he was gay. So what?
Yeah, so I don't want to feel like I'm being a gateway to bring somebody here to get bashed, because that's the last thing I want to do.
Okay, I get that.
Right.
I get that.
Because me, I don't care. You can't do nothing to me through the screen. But some people, that's, you know, they might be sensitive to that. Because I've seen some ignorant shit in that comments.
Okay. So you know what it is? What I'll do is I'll talk to you, Genty Fit, behind the scenes about what you think the best way to approach them based on how you know them. So that I can cater my approach based off of, you know, what you feel like they might be susceptible to. And because I wouldn't want you to feel responsible if there was like a negative response or reaction to their presence. I wouldn't want you to, you know, like catch the flack of that.
The fade, the gay fade. You should.
I wouldn't want you to have to take that. Okay, so I will.
You just gotta put it in the title, Jane, just to let them know, like, look, this is the title of the show, and there's no shaming.
You know what, right? You know what? Informing my audience to not shame people. There's no need to shame anybody that's here if they're not sitting, if they're not a pedophile, right? So you know what? That is something that I need to. That I should emphasize when having conversations like this, because we want people to come up here and be transparent and to give us some information, awareness and intel. Y'all can do more than I can do. So I don't want the people who are ultimately going to be more powerful and instrumental in doing the work to feel like they ain't welcome because the chat might be doing too much. So you know what? Let me write that down, because that is something that I can place emphasis on myself and making sure I lay down ground rules for the chat.
It's sad you gotta do that with grown people, but
I mean, I have tough skin, and I could take a joke or two, but it's just other people. Like I said, I don't know where their mental state is at. You have people that are taking steroids and hormones and different things. You don't know what may trigger them, and I don't. Yeah, so
we're biological women, so it's a lot of stuff that we may still slide.
You're right.
People might be kinder to me and her than they are to them.
Yeah. You're right about that.
But my friend, she has tough skin. Like I said, she's an entertainer. She's been on a reality show, but it's still hurtful.
Exactly.
And that's exactly why I was saying we got to talk to each other first before we just group together like kumbaya, because at the end of the day, we don't even, like, let's call it what it is. We just now speaking out. So we still have to speak to each other, speak to ours first before we all group together, because we got ignorant shit like this in the comments.
Facts. And that's all I need is Jane's next video talking about Gen 2 Fit knocked out by a trans.
Oh Lord.
That would be my knocked out. Hemmed up. I don't want that. Yeah. I don't know.
No, that is not what I want to do. Somebody put T.S. Madison in the comments. Y'all think T.S. Madison will come onto my little
No,
she's
she's not coming down here, and I love T.S.
we gotta
Madison,
collectively tag her.
Is on her way up to.
If somebody's in contact with her about all of this, she might even put it on her show.
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind pitching anybody. Y'all would be shocked to understand that sometimes it's like shoot for the stars because you might grab the top of a tree or something on your way down or the moon or whatever.
It's not
Jane.
so
I've pitched a lot of large people.
It's not about being large. I'm not missing my point. I still walk in these places and live my life. So it's certain stuff I can't say and can't say. So just follow me. She's on her way up, and verbiage changes. Even if you don't agree, you have to speak a certain kind of way. She's in movies, she's doing things. She's not about to come up here and talk to you
but
about
you know
nothing.
what? You know what? If Jane, if you create this, like how I'm sorry, I watched that whole Black Lives Matter and how the lady didn't do what she had to do. If you hashtag it and copyright it and if you start this protest, people are gonna have no choice but to now jump on a bandwagon because it's a discussion that people are gonna want to bandwagon off. If you bring it to certain people's doors, they will. They definitely will. They will. I know what she's talking about T.S. Madison. She definitely has changed. It's not the same when you're on mainstream media. You have to kind of give it you have to be a little different. So it's like if this is what it takes to get the message out there.
Because she got to work that we talking about.
My thing is this: it don't hurt to ask. What's the worst that they can say is no?
I'll ask
still alive, like still alive.
That's how I feel. I'm like the message will go unanswered. I've pitched a lot of large people, and some of them read the message. You know,
you're large. Just because you lost more recently doesn't mean you're large. You was the next time. I'm not saying you're not large. I'm not even shitting on you saying your platform is not big enough for her. I'm talking about this what we talk about. The people that she got to work with. Those are the people we're talking about.
That's a good point.
That is.
Like, I understand that. What you want me to just throw myself on the cross? There's certain stuff I can't say, but please try to follow me. She got to work with them people. She's making her way up. Same thing with Deneva. They may not even agree with the stuff, but they still gotta like. What you really think she about to come up here and not eat? She gotta eat. She's in movies. She works for these white people that are doing these things. What are we talking about here? It's not. I don't think that you big. I think that you got a big platform. I think that you're a great voice. It's not even that I'm thinking that she's too big for you. I'm literally saying this topic. No, it's not gonna happen. But go ahead, reach out. I'm just letting you know. Don't waste your time.
Make noise. You gotta start making noise somewhere. You
I
can't just
you
like.
You don't really need her to do that.
Or like I said, you could take the fight to the people that are actually doing it. Like I said, I don't know if it's some sort of cult, where they at, if there's an office, like how you find them, who do you contact, who's the founder, like where, like, you know what I'm saying? You got to maybe go straight to the source and make noise. We don't know. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's worth a shot. I mean,
exactly.
Everything can't be shot down. We got to try some way. You know what I'm saying? You got to, it's like our community won't do it. T.S. Madison won't do it. Well, goddamn, somebody got to try. It's like, you know.
I'm just saying.
Sometimes it takes those, again, look, I am not against pitching anyone. Let me tell you, I've been in Lisa Ray inbox. I've been in, what is her name? Lady Luck or Lady London. Look at people like the larger people. And it's not about thinking that they're better than me. It's about understanding how powerful that platform is. And there's certain people they can say jump and the people will say how high. And some people may be like, oh, that's messed up. They got that type of control and that type of leverage. But sometimes, you know, we did the Black History moment yesterday, and it was Muhammad Ali when they tried to draft him into the Vietnam War because he was this larger than life figure who was physically just it. He was the greatest. And they said, oh, you the greatest. Well, you gonna go fight for this war. And he ends up being this voice. He was just duality, right? He was a humanitarian. He was a boxer. He stood for Black rights and the Black movement. But everybody's doesn't wear those three hats. So sometimes it will take a large voice partnering, a large, powerful, and influential voice partnering with someone who has the strategy and the ability to craft certain messaging. And some, people like T.S. Madison, I don't expect larger than life people to do all the organization, to put all the words together and make sure that the movement is intact. But if the movement is appealing enough, if the verbiage is appealing enough, if there's some consistency, all they got to do is latch on to something that already has good intentions and is a well-oiled machine, add their voice and their influence and the numbers and the people who they can come across behind it, and it can go off from there. But not to expect T.S. Madison to do all the groundwork or whatever. She got a whole, like entertainment career. And I don't just want to single her out, but she's just the person who we were just talking about. But just in general, how just stuff works. When you talk about movements and celebrities attaching on to certain movements, where all it takes is for a celebrity to blast a very relevant and necessary movement, sometimes that's what you need in order to propel it to the next level of visibility to really get stuff done, whether it be legislation, parents coalition, the PTA, coalition over in Washington state. You never know, like, where we could land if we continue to work on the issues under the flag cause. What other people from across the country will be willing to partner with us if we organize it correctly. So that's all I'm saying. If we could, get a larger voice, maybe start
you from being on the inside in. I'm telling you that when you make it to a certain level, you are paid by these people.
Yeah.
Some of these people have these platforms because they don't speak about these things that you are talking about. Their palms are.
But maybe it's not gaining the. Maybe it's not
about.
Maybe it's not elevating to that platform. Maybe it's just simply getting a message across. It's just like, okay, maybe I don't want to work for those people. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I just want the message to be out there. I don't care about working in the media, and I don't care about that. I just wanted the message. I just want the message out there.
Who's in fear of white people that's doing power? I'm not in fear of white people that's doing power. I'm not in fear of anybody.
It's step by step.
Maybe they're talking about T.S. Madison collecting a paycheck from them people.
Probably.
This is a comment from a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a comment from a couple minutes ago. So they might be talking about T.S. Madison. And I get it. Once you get in Hollywood, you can't just blast. You'll end up looking like Monique or something, trying to blast every person doing everything around.
So yeah, we're talking about.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what you're saying, but you breaking up. Hold on. Maybe if we give your service a second to calibrate, because I want to hear what you're saying.
This is a real game. And the people in this group really make these laws. They really are the behind the closed doors. See, the ones that really are making these laws are the closeted gays, the quiet gays.
The Boosies?
It's not even no. I'm talking about whites that actually make these laws. I'm not talking about Boosie. Absolutely not Boosie. I'm talking about how do you fight people that want these laws because this is what they want.
Mm-hmm. That's very true.
I feel like if we could reverse engineer the way you see all the way I play the clips of the white parents who want to create the GoFundMe's for their kids to be transitioned, and they have a certain hold and a certain connection on people on the inside, right? And people who they go by white sympathy and white tears, and they know these people on the higher ups. If we could reverse engineer the way they are doing it, I feel like it's at least worth looking into. I'm not saying do what they're doing, but look at how they're able to tug on certain people's strings with certain actions, and at least just study that. And they can either tell us what to do or what not to do, or how they are so successful. We need to look into why they're so willing to make other people uncomfortable for the sake of their comfort while placing their children at risk.
That over my head. I didn't understand that.
Queens, I love y'all, but I'm feeling pain. I love y'all to pieces. Like I said, I'ma be there. Like Jane, if you need me, whatever, I'll give you my personal information. And but like I said, I'm gonna be that parent standing up at Mobile County School District, and they gonna wish they didn't have my child in any of their classes. And I'm gonna flat out tell them, look, I'm taking them out of this public school system and going private. Why? Because there are things that I want my child to come to me for. And it's that kind of thing. So if it comes down to, you know, we making a coalition or whatever to pretty much outcast the perverts that are bringing down the flag from people who have fought for freedom just to love, I'm with you on that one. So like I said, I'll give you whatever you need from me. I got you, Jane. I got all of y'all, and I appreciate y'all from, you know, the other side of being underneath the flag, I guess. Y'all aspects on everything. I appreciate y'all because y'all even educated me. So I appreciate y'all, but I got to take some pain medicine.
I'm reading that comment.
I appreciate your willingness and your participation, Doris, from coming up here. I know you're in pain and you got to go, but thank you for your willingness and thank you for your input as a parent being concerned about the way that your child is being treated. Based on how they identify and who they like. I appreciate it. And I look forward to talking to you moving forward, whether it be like this or maybe in the DMs or email. Thank you so much for joining.
Too easy. No problem. I love y'all. All right, bye.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. That comment right there, I referred to the white people your friend works with before. You not understanding because you're not trying to understand. Do y'all know how the government works? Y'all are asking to fight against people that are making these laws because that's the weird shit these people are into.
But I think that's the same thing.
It's a very real thing.
With one of her previous Black History things, we had people that were hiding libraries or hiding facilities that we were able to go and read and educate ourselves. If we didn't fight against the laws of the people who didn't want us to do this, how are we able to? We have to push past something somehow.
Mm-hmm.
We have
different
to.
When
it's got to. We don't want to do it, but it got to be somebody got to push past it. They don't want us to. They don't. Those are the people that don't want us to. They are the people that employ. But at the end of the day, they were the same people who oppressed us from reading. But now we can read. We can educate ourselves. We have the freedom to make videos.
Yeah.
And they had celebrities
they had on their platform, and they had the freedom to take them shits the fuck down when they want.
You absolutely right. You absolutely right. But how many people seen it before it got taken down though? People seen it. The word was spread. The message was spread. You still got to get it out there.
We act like we talking about something that we've been saying. Like this as far as the LGBT community and the whites that pass these laws and make this is a new kind of monster.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just trying to let y'all know what y'all about to be against. It's not about to be like what y'all think it is. This is a different kind of monster that we're dealing with. This is not the civil rights.
But April, like maybe the last chat, when you was going hard, you was ready to fight. You was ready to get out there. So you said this. So I understand it's hard. Things are hard. Stuff is hard. But at the end of the day, now you sounding like you making it trying to sound like it's impossible. I want to know what you mean. Like what I understand it is hard. It's gonna be hard.
Impossible, but I also just like we keep talking about Black history, we're still in the same fucking place that we've been. It's a different kind of beast. We still fucked up. What has changed ultimately? We're now in what kind of way? I don't feel free. We get to read now. Okay, now I get to read about the fucked up shit that. Now we got camera phones. Now we can see in a real time somebody getting murdered on Facebook Live. What has really changed since then and now? They give us little small things and make us feel like we're free, but are we really free? Has anything changed for real?
I didn't say it changed. No, it didn't.
I'm saying is like sometimes I want to fight it, sometimes I get tired. And I just be like, fuck it. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. Because what has changed? This is a different kind of beast. They do it in a different kind of way. No, we're not going to call you a nigger out loud. We're just not going to hire you.
For sure.
It's just, this is the different way they changed it. But what I'm saying as far as this LGBT, it's a different kind of beast. Like, they run stuff differently. You see how stuff goes when they want stuff done. I'm not saying it's not gonna work. I'm saying it's about to be real ugly, and it's frustrating. It's annoying.
I mean,
I'm
it's gonna be
ugly.
ugly.
Like I'm happy because I'm not.
It's gonna be ugly, but that doesn't mean we should be scared. Like, I'm pretty sure when our ancestors started standing up against racism, it was ugly, unheard of. They had no clue how they were going to get past it, but they knew they were going to fight, though, because they knew it was unfair what they were being subjected to and what their children were being subjected to by that, that form of oppression. So just to say they're real powerful, I hope you understand. Like, yeah, it's gonna get ugly. The same way fighting racism get ugly, because there's always fatalities and people who are people and things who are collateral damage, honestly, to the cause. I might be collateral damage in the sense that people there might be 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 people who want to drag me because she's whatever. And if I have to be that collateral damage, fine, but I'm not gonna go to sleep every night knowing that my sister still has to go to school in an institution where this stuff is being piped down, pumped into. Then I got nieces and nephews too, who are just getting into elementary school, and they have to be subjected by this. Again, a lot of parents who are actually busy raising their children, they're too busy to put together causes like this and to do whatever. But I know that they would tune in and they would support, and they would, they would sound off. So it's like, I just don't want to adopt the mentality of being defeated before we even get started, because we realize the causes and the people in control are so great and so powerful. Absolutely. It's damn near like fighting Elon Musk. You ain't never gonna win. He got too much money for you and control and power for you to win. But we gotta start somewhere, or we just gotta lay down and accept it. That's the only other option.
Like, when you have, if you had ever had a fight,
I'm not a lay down and accepting kind of person. I'm not a lay down and accepting kind of person. What I'm saying is, a lot of these people you keep mentioning that they're so great in their game, blah, blah, they're not coming out here to talk to you because they're getting paid. They're looking out for self. You're going to be very disappointed in a lot of these people that you think are voices when you start to dig in and get into certain things. How you going to ask people to come on a panel and talk to you about something when the people that are paying them, the people that are getting them to where they are at, are the people that are with the stuff that we're talking against? How does that work? You said that you watch Fox Soul, and you seemed like sometimes when
hold on. I want you to say that again, because I'm sorry. I was so offended by somebody that just came in a comment with some crazy stuff. The screen name literally said, "I've raped trannies," and they down there typing. So I'm sorry, that completely took my mind away. Seeing that person trying to troll with that slur,
and that's why I said we have to talk to
typing in NIGGR. Like so I was offended, and I'm so sorry. I had stopped listening to you for a second to make sure that this person was blocked. Luckily, my moderator had caught it, but I saw that mess, and I'm sorry for not hearing your last sentence while I was focused on that. What did you say?
A lot of these people that y'all love and y'all revere, these people that are quote unquote in the community, because I'm sick of this fucking word, community. But they're one of those letters. A lot of those people have those platforms because they push and they speak the verbiage they want them to speak. You have to clean up. And I am listening. Let me be real clear. I am a fan of T.S. Madison. I fuck with T.S. Madison, right? And I'm not against anything that she's doing. But what I'm saying is, if you notice, you have to clean up certain things. There's certain things that she may have agreed with before that she can no longer agree with. It's certain words that you can no longer say. It's certain this and it's certain that. It's like, it literally is like a gang, and it's a group. And when you get initiated, if you go against it, then you go against it, and it's not going to be a good look for you. They're not coming on your show to talk to you about something when the people that are paying them, the people they work for, the people they mingle with, are the people that are cool with this shit. This was the agenda from the very start. They use Black people, and they use Asian people, they use all the other people to fight and to take the movement where it was. It's like every power movement, we're there. Mm-hmm. They used us. That's why I'm upset in real time, because I know what it really is. It's certain stuff I'm just not going to get up here and just say it's not for y'all to hear. So maybe some of y'all, it's going over some of y'all's heads. But they're not they don't have these platforms. They have these platforms because they're getting paid to say the things that they want them to say. That's why you're not seeing anyone. That's why you're looking here and there and you can't find anybody.
I mean, well, have you ever gotten into a fight and lost, but you still felt great that you actually you fought for yours?
I'm not saying don't fight.
Okay.
You just seeing a person in real time go through emotions, like what I'm going to do. I'm on camera, so you seeing my face, you're seeing me go through emotions. Yes, I don't agree with none of this shit. I'm still going to fight. I'm just letting you know it's very disappointing. And when you start to reach out to a lot of people, they're going to tell you, fuck out of here. I'm not about to do that.
Okay.
Because I'm getting paid by these people. What do I look like? I finally made it here. Y'all turned y'all back on me anyway. Why should I even do anything with y'all? You're going to understand the kind of mentality a lot of these people are going to have. These people are discarded. We have problems. A lot of these people don't even have their family members. Maybe their family members were straight or in the church and didn't want to. So why would they come in and speak for y'all children?
For sure.
That's why I said we have to speak to ourselves first, or it's going to be crazy trying to join these movements together. Because some of us don't even like each other.
That's gonna happen. I mean, that's definitely gonna happen.
Straight and gay.
That's gonna happen between gay and straight, gay and gay, lesbian, gay. It's gonna happen. We gonna not like each other, and it's not because of our sexual preference. There might be things that we just don't like about each other. It's not all about the sexual preference. I may not like that person because of X, Y, and Z.
I'm talking about the people that are. I'm talking about the people that are young home being homophobic. So they're just gonna jump on it anyway. Some people that just don't like gay people in general. So anything that they're just gonna jump on it.
I understand where you're coming from. You know, in life we're gonna have roadblocks. If I go to the gym and I start thinking about, damn, I gotta get up, I gotta get dressed, I gotta get there. I would never get there. I would never go. I gotta just be in motion. You have to, that's how you move through life. If you start thinking and just start setting up all these roadblocks for yourself, you'll be stuck behind roadblocks.
I'm not setting up roadblocks for myself. I'm talking about the fact that we're asking discarded people that have been discarded by some of their straight family members to come join a movement, to come talk against something. You're gonna have to understand their mind state.
Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, they may have kids now. What if they have children now? What if they outgrown? They may still be hurting from their childhood, but what if now they have children that they want to protect? What if they have kids
that if we can't all be on one accord and we can't even get along before we even get there is what I'm saying. Don't you think that we would have to, don't you think that it's steps first?
I agree, but I mean, everybody's an individual and will never be on the same accord. But if we have a ground understanding as to what the fight is about, they don't got to agree with being gay and lesbian, but they don't want that in their school system.
Right.
They don't want to be taught to their children.
Right. There are plenty of people who feel that way.
Agree with being gay. I don't care if they agree with what I like. I don't care about that.
I'm just trying to make sure that's not about to be disrespectful.
I mean, I don't want it to be either. That's what I worry about, because I do have people in the community. I do have friends, and yeah, I don't want them, but they know me. They know how I am. They know I'm not like that. I'm not against it. Be who you want, but just don't try to force it upon people. Like I said, when men tell me what they don't like about women, I never go hard to tell a man what I don't like about him. I don't talk about it. I don't discuss it. It doesn't matter. So, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, there's going to be people who don't like us, but there are people who understand the message and that are willing to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't want to accept a defeatist. You know what? I'm a realist, and sometimes I will weigh out all my negative options and prioritize those over the positive probabilities and outcomes that could come from something. And I've realized that defeats me before I get started. But that's just how humans are. If we keep all of the negative possibilities, that a lot of people ain't gonna be with it, and people are gonna. If we put that above the positive outcomes that can come from this, he's starting off with a defeatist mindset, and that's not something that I want to do.
Everybody has to think their own way. If everybody thought the same, then everybody can't be a half full type of person. Empty. It takes all types for it to go around. It takes all types of humans to get off. People have to analyze things. People have to be pessimistic about the negative stuff. Not all the positives, either. Still got to be realistic in what's going on. If I'm being, it's not that I feel defeated. I'm not a defeated kind of person. It's that it's annoying and it's frustrating. And how are we going to get together if we don't even, like, how are we going to look aligned if we all just can't, if we can't even come to a common ground? I'm not saying we all have to think the same, because they're going to group together regardless.
I agree.
But
I think
you got people fighting for it that think me and you are sick. How does that work?
I just think, keeping a positive. I feel like, you know what? First of all, I do feel like it's worth it to acknowledge the possible negative outcomes as it pertains to trying to move forward with creating awareness to this, because it helps us try to understand what boundaries do we not want to cross and when to cut our losses. For the people that just don't want to have anything to do with it because it's too much, they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about sexual trauma. I don't want to talk about children being abused. I don't want to talk about pedophiles. I get it. Some people would rather live. There are plenty of people with voices and platforms where they only want to talk about positive things because they want their platform to be an escape from so many people in their real world and their real lives. And I get that. And so I think that keeping the negative in mind, it will help us understand when to cut our losses and who and how and when to just not. Okay, some people feel that way. Let's keep it pushing to the people who are more open towards our cause. But for myself, I just feel like keeping the positive outcomes in mind is a way to get up every day and keep going and marching towards this cause. Because if I get up every day and I think about the 8 negative outcomes rather than the 4 positives, eventually I'm gonna stop and I'm just gonna stop wanting to talk about it. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just me, but I do think that keeping in mind the negative stuff is important to understand, especially because if there is some offense over there that some people take by it, because they're not listening to our whole message, they only glance at it and feel like, oh, this is phobic, or you coming against my people. And if your people are pedophiles, then yes, I'm coming against your people. But if not, so if some people can't grasp it because they don't want to, based off of how they perceive it before we can even get 2 words out, cool. You know what I mean? But everyone has a different way of going about things.
Yeah, there was Malcolm and there was Martin.
I feel like Malcolm had more of a I feel like he had something that was more effective. I feel like both were important and necessary, but I'm more of, I'll get behind what Malcolm was doing. I side more with Malcolm than Martin.
And it's not
all that peaceful shit all the time. If you're not causing a disturbance, if you're not affecting people's pockets, if you're not really hitting them to the point where they have to listen to you now, then ain't no. I mean, we can get out here and march all day long, baby. We've been marching all our lives.
That's there. It's not hard. It's not that I'm not fighting. It's just like, don't expect me to be smart. Don't expect me to be. As we've been doing this for a long, always fight.
I don't feel like we've been fighting against this fight necessarily for a long time, because this shit ain't been in schools for but so long.
Right, but no, it's always been a fight for us. Sometimes all fights can just get thrown in. Sometimes like one long fight. Just being a Black person in general, it just feels like being a fight. It's exhausting. Yes, not going to be smiling happy about it.
It is a fight. And when it comes to Black women protecting our children, first of all, we are protectors. But when it comes to us protecting our children, we gonna fight to protect our kids. If that's the last thing, the first and the last thing that we do. So we might not want to, we might be tired of it, but the one thing that we are going to fight about, as opposed to fighting over niggas and fighting over dumb shit, we're gonna fight for our kids. Period. Like, and we're not gonna stop. We're not gonna be, oh, we're Black women, we always gotta fight. Let's not fight for our kids. Like, nah. We gonna fight for it. And I don't even got no kid. I got a cat, right? But I do have a little sister and I got nieces, and I'd be damned if I just not advocate for certain things because their parents are too busy working their jobs to do so. But they would tag along, with me in the causes that I'm raising up against. You know what I mean? So
talk negative aspects of it is not, I'm saying that's already like, oh, it's gonna go this way. It may not. I'm strategist. That's all I analyze things. Come from A to Z to figure out what we can do and what could possibly happen. It takes all types. I'm not going to sit here and smile because it's not something that's I'm happy about. I feel to do it. There's a difference. I'm tired, you know. Harriet Tubman, she had a gun and she held it out on people sometimes to get them to leave because they didn't even want to not be slaves anymore. Halfway through the trip, she had to pull out a gun because they would get scared. They were messing up for everybody else. I'm not going to be happy the whole time. Y'all could be smiling. That's not going to be me. I'm not being I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just talking about all the different aspects of things that we're going to have to come across. That's all I'm saying.
That's important to acknowledge.
I'm with all the shit we got to do. I'm just saying I'm tired, and this gonna be my face.
And listen, we shouldn't be expected to sit here and talk about this with a smile on our face because there's nothing happy about it.
Right.
So I ain't tripping off of, you know, your demeanor, your reaction, your, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. As a Black woman, we get tired of fixing our face. That's why we walking down the street and niggas be like, smile, mama. Nigga, fuck you. I don't have to smile.
I don't owe you beauty just because you think I'm attractive.
No.
I'm tired. Give me $100 and I'll smile. Give me $100.
I'm just saying, I'm just tired. That's all. But it's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. It wouldn't if it wouldn't bother me so much. It's clearly bothering me. So
yeah.
I'm not trying to say that we're defeated. I'm not gonna say we're gonna win. I'm just saying that them people with the big platforms, leave them people alone. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I feel like don't harass them. For me, I feel like don't harass them because that's crazy. To keep adding them and that's too much. For me, I do my due diligence by sending one polite DM or email. Like, hey, if you could look into this, if you care, if you don't, you don't. Very cordial. Nothing like you don't care about this, meaning you don't care about the meaning you don't like. That's not the type of person I am. It's just like, hey, I would like it if you could look at this because you're part of the community and da. But if not, I get it respectfully, Jane, and I go on about my business. I have no problem sending a friendly email just to see if somebody even reads their email or if they be. But as far as harassing people or blaming them for not wanting to get involved with the topic as heavy and as triggering as this, absolutely not. I feel like that's just a bit too much. That's a bit too much.
You got to know how to talk to people and how to read body language and know how to like read because it's like if you don't and you're now it seems like you're harassing somebody, so you don't want to harass somebody. It's true. It's like that's why I said I didn't want to keep pegging a situation to ask somebody to come onto the platform to talk. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta like if somebody sees the text and they don't you just know what it is. You're not gonna just keep sending it like, hey, come on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to try. You got to try. Like I said, if we all share this video with parents or people that we know that's in the community, they can give you a yay or nay. That's all it is. No is a word and it's okay. If somebody says no, it's fine.
Right.
I'm good.
If they say no or they don't respond, you just move on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel about it. You can't force nobody. But first of all, this isn't even the type of subject where you would want to force or twist somebody's arm to be a part. Because if you got to do all that to get them to care, then they don't really. The care isn't truly genuinely rooted. Either.
Yeah, they don't see it.
But also, not just you, Jane, but great reach out others.
Say it again.
Do otherwise.
Your phone was breaking up. What you say? You said not just
do
you,
straight
Jane,
people reach out? Not you. Do they reach out otherwise? Are we having these sessions into what?
You breaking up. I'm trying to hear your whole thought.
Children or each other? Do we talk?
You breaking up. I'm trying to hear your whole thought. I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to assume about if we reach out to those people outside of maybe the cause that we're bringing awareness to. Is that what you're saying?
So you got to understand these people, how they're discarded, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, well, do we be outside of this?
Do we see each other outside
to come down here and fight for a cause?
Got you.
Don't you think we might want to start speaking to each other on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Don't y'all
That's a
think
good
y'all want to
point.
start reaching out to cousins and y'all black? We're still black women. Why are you
Yeah.
scared to ask us questions for? If we didn't identify ourselves, you wouldn't even know. There are plenty
right.
of tomboys who are straight
Mhm.
and having a more masculine appearance. And as far as clothes doesn't mean anything. We're still just black women. Don't you think we got to figure out why we're that ostracized from each other in the first place before we
Yeah.
just have these conversations? We got to have that conversation first. I just feel like there are steps before we just do this. Like, we got to talk to each other.
No, for sure. Definitely. That's why I say you can't just go do it in this year. It got to be kind of planned. It got to be like talked
It's
about.
healing that has to be done. Like, we really do have to speak to each other more often. Y'all can't be scared to ask us stuff, and we're not above reproach. It's some real problems going on over there. And before we get to battling other people, don't you think we might at least?
Some people are not approachable. You may get somebody that may be offended, and that's the thing. So I understand a person's perspective on not like wanting to approach the situation, asking a gay person a question, because you don't know what type of reaction you may get, especially if it's a stranger. But I like you get those jokes, you get those memes. Everybody in the family got one gay cousin, uncle, auntie,
Right.
somebody. It's like we could reach out. We can try. We can try.
Some of them questions are dumb too, though.
What question?
And some of those questions are dumb, and some of those questions, do you really need to know?
What you mean? What question?
And some of them questions that are asked is like, well, does she still got her dick? Why the fuck do you care what the fuck she do? You want to? Some of them questions I really do.
That's
like
weird.
They're irritating because it's like, unless you fucking that person, why
That's
do you
weird.
care? Why
But
do you
that's
care?
I can't answer for. I don't understand that. I don't
Yeah.
understand
What
that
you care?
matters to some.
Yeah, that's not cool. Asking about that person's individual, specific,
what y'all
you
be
know what
doing?
I'm saying,
Blah,
like
blah, blah. Why do
lifestyle.
you want to join?
Yeah, if you're not asking about something that's like
Exactly.
affecting the
So
cause.
some of them questions, like, let's not make it seem like some of the questions don't be ignorant.
No, you're right. You absolutely right. No,
That's
you're
the reason
right.
why you get the facial expression. The reason why you get it's like, don't ask me that. What do you want to know for? You know how many times I had to explain it. Some of the people be curious, and some people just gun home being ignorant. Like, you just seen out of nowhere, here comes somebody. I have trains. Like, why? How did you even? So you left the chat. You made a whole fake name to come back just to type in that name. These are the kind of people that we're dealing with.
Yeah, but that's the people I'll ignore in a heartbeat. I don't.
Right, but I ain't getting my blood for the people that are tired, right? But some of them gay people and some of them transgender people are tired because of dumbass questions like that. So then by the time you got somebody that's respectful and really wants to know something, yeah, you might get your head chewed off because why the fuck do you want to know? Go live your life. What do you need? You don't need some stuff you can't understand. You don't need to understand everything that somebody has going on. Go mind motherfucking business. If it's not affecting you, it really has nothing to do with you.
You don't gotta respond to that all the time. I mean, you're gonna get those ignorant, and the days that you do have time to respond, you can go back and forth sometimes. But at the end of the day, I've dealt with shit on the job site. Like, I've dealt with shit like people asking me disrespectful shit straight up. What do you call, like, harassment, workplace harassment? And I'm not, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, you got to pick and choose your battles. And my thing is that it's like, come on, like, I've developed a tough skin because I've always worked around men. At this point, they're the ones uncomfortable working around me because I'm the star of the show, apparently, when I go to any job site. And it's weird, but at the end of the day, I got used to it. And now they're the ones uncomfortable. You gotta, it's okay to make people it's okay.
When people say things as if, oh, I can't ask anybody anything, yeah, because some of them questions, let's not make it seem like some of the questions will be ignorant. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you know,
if you ask me if somebody still got a dick, I just want to know why you want to know. That's all I want to know.
You know why they want to know. You know why they want to know.
They want to taste.
They curious, yeah.
Yeah.
They curious.
Because they want to taste, and that's more of like an adult question. Like, let's keep it above. If we talking about the school environment,
right?
We talk about the boys going into the girls' bathroom. Those students, a lot of times, everybody you graduated with might not be somebody you knew in first grade. But when you transition from elementary to middle to high school, if you just so happen to be in the same state, some of those people you see from middle school to here, or you go to high school with somebody you might have went to elementary school. So they know You know what I'm saying? It's not about asking about a private part. It's like, wait a minute, when I was in the 3rd grade, you was, now you this, and you trying to, you know what I'm saying? And that's a huge gray area that, listen, we ain't got enough time in the day to go through, right? Because the first tweet that I brought up was about how they're not allowing different genders to play the other gender sports, and they're requiring genital checks if ever a question arises, which I think that that's a bit intrusive. But I think to allow people who have penises, because if you're talking about high school, K through 12, there's not too many people that have had a full-blown transition. So if you're still male presenting, even if you're male presenting, wearing a dress, going into the girls' bathroom, it is natural for the minors to feel threatened or some type of way, because they know how they met you in middle school or the year before or whatever the case is. And that's just that gray area. I feel like the genital checks are too much, but at the same time, I couldn't imagine being in high school with all them horny boys and some of them saying, I'm she, her today, and I'm going over there into the girls' bathroom. Like, that is just frightening to even conceptualize. And that's why I feel like it's easier to start with the kids rather than starting with adults, because then you'll find people who will want to try to create an excuse to ask, do you still have a penis? Because they're worried about that more than just,
and I disagree,
the general threat of them just existing and needing to pee in the bathroom. Like,
I disagree. I feel like before we even start talking about that, we would have to talk to each other first. We don't even know each other, and we have the same parents. We're all Black. You could have a Black sibling that's gay, and we don't even know each other. We have to talk to each other first. It's not easier if you have people that are going to join your group and join your movement and what you're trying to get across just because they hate us. You're going to have those people that are going to do that too, that are just gung-ho and being homophobic, and it's, they're doing this to children. Oh, okay, let's just join it. We have to speak to each other first. We still don't. We see you're scared to ask questions, but all pulling together to fight this monster from harming children. But yet we're not even cool over here. That makes no sense. We have to get it together first before we go out here and say, "Hey, we don't fuck with y'all." We blah 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 blah. We still have to figure out what we got going on over here.
Well, I mean, hopefully there's more people.
But now I'm changing my mind. We need to talk to each other first. Y'all still afraid to ask this question? How we gonna band together?
We afraid to ask questions. Listen, the rest of them, they get people's pages deleted. They get people's stuff canceled.
But before we get together and fight these people that we know all the way, we gotta be comfortable with each other first, or we're gonna look crazy because they're gonna unify regardless.
But can't nobody make you be comfortable when you feel uneasy based off of how you've scoped out the environment. There is no environment you can walk in and you're uncomfortable and somebody can say, be comfortable, get comfortable, and you just become comfortable. Like, it don't happen like that.
Comfortable having conversations, comfortable doing what we're doing right now. Not saying we're gonna ever want to join and be gay. I'm just saying, to be able to talk to me like I'm another human and not be afraid to ask me a question. That is the basic human thing that we should be able to do before we try to go band together to fight somebody who's going to agree regardless.
When we talk about communicating with the LGBT community as a whole, heterosexual people are never going to feel like, I get it. Like, you'll tell me how you feel, and from the perspective of people who are part of the LGBT community. Let me tell you about the heterosexual community as a whole. And I'm not saying like just me, I'm saying we, because as a collective, we're never going to feel 100% comfortable with talking to that is never going to happen. You might have some brave souls who are willing to say some, I don't want to use outlandish, because outlandish implies a disrespect. Say some very bold and courageous things too, and ask some bold and courageous questions. But as far as feeling comfortable, you know what I'm saying? Some of the most monumental things that you do in life happen when you do them when you're afraid, because that means you're conquering fear. So are we ever, as heterosexual people, going to feel comfortable asking challenging questions to the LGBT community? We're never going to feel that way as a whole.
I'm talking about to us. To the ones that want to band together, we're going to talk to each other first before we try to go jump against a group that's going to band together regardless. They're unified. We're not. That's the problem right there.
How you can say they're unified when we started this whole conversation talking about there is no community.
They're unified. What?
We started this whole conversation saying there is no community, right?
Right. And how does that negate what I said?
Because you're saying that we're fighting against them. I understand you're talking about the bigger people, right? But we do have when we go to Black Pride, you see there's numbers. When you've seen this, there may be people, we may have to wean through the bushes and find them on the way. There may be people that are feeling the same way. I understand this is a big fight. I understand that we got issues going against each other. I have issues going against people in my community. I have issues going against men. I have issues going against women. I have things that I don't like, but at the end of the day, we're coming together on a common ground. We have different fights. Like there's people who we had the Black Lives Matter. They're not everybody who's down for Black Lives Matter. There's not everybody who's gonna go and protest. But imagine that person said, "Yo, let's not do this because all Black people don't like Black people." It starts somewhere. It really starts somewhere.
In the actual group. I'm talking about in the group. I'm not talking about all Black people as a whole. I'm talking about the Black people that are straight and the ones that are gay that are we all coming together for the same cause, right? We still have to speak to each other first.
For sure.
It's not just we just can't group together and say because we all don't want kids to be harmed.
We're doing that right now. I'm pretty sure everybody in this community right here in this chat is not gay or so we're doing that. This is the steps. We're doing that right now. We are doing that. We're coming together. I'm just saying that that has to be said though. It's not, we can't just band together without speaking first. We don't even know each other anymore. We become so ostracized from each other we don't even speak. We're banding together for the first time for this. We don't even talk. I just said it would look a little bit better. It would be a little bit better if we spoke to each other first. So April, what you want us to get together more, or what you want? What you want us to do? Because we should have more conversations.
You want to have these ignorant. How are you not understanding what I'm saying?
Explain to me.
They don't call on us. They don't call on us for anything else. But now because it's kids that is involved, now what are we gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You don't even say hi to us. We don't even speak. Right. But now all of a sudden we gotta go do something because they want us to do something for their kids. We gotta talk to each other first. So act like you don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. I'm trying to be as polite as possible, but you know what I'm saying. We don't even speak. They thought that we were all kumbaya with the weirdos.
I've gotten discrimination against gay people, straight people. I've been discriminated, but that doesn't make me feel like I'm still gonna do what I want to do. It doesn't stop me. I understand.
Right, but if we're talking about moving together, we still gotta have some organization. That's what the LGBT movement was. A whole bunch of disorganization. It has to be organized. We gotta get to know each other once again. It's not gonna work if we do not. Whatever.
So we're doing that now. We're taking the steps right now. We're having these simple, small conversations. The beginning, there has to be a beginning of something. So we are taking small steps, and it becomes a bigger picture. You can't just be like, "Yo, boom, we not unified."
What I'm saying is, we have to have conversations first. Jane says she thinks it's easy. We are doing that first. I don't think it's easy. I think it's gonna look crazy.
4 hours. We're almost 4 hours into a conversation.
Where are the men?
We can't look at people. We can't beg them. If they not, we can't beg them. Why are we begging them? If they don't want it, then they don't want it. We can't beg those. That's why I said the people who are willing. We can't beg people. We're not begging. If you don't want to jump on, and maybe the more videos that's put out, maybe the bandwagon will start to, accumulate. People will start jumping on it and start listening. Black Lives Matter, all that other stuff. When people start these movements, it don't start from like everybody knowing. Yes, people have to come together. They have to say, "Yo, you know what? I'm not cool with that either. I'm not cool with that. So let me see how and then maybe they will go have a conversation with their gay cousin and say, "Yo, I don't like you. Not like that, right?" So maybe it will open up conversations. It will.
Maybe they won't go speak to that person. Maybe they'll think even worse.
These goddamn roadblocks, girl. These roadblocks.
I'm just saying, just keep it real.
I mean, I get what you're saying when you're saying it's like, well,
y'all don't reach out to us. We don't. Not you, Jane. I'm not saying Jane. I don't think you ignorant, but I'm just saying, what other reason do straight black people reach out to gay people for? To get your hair done? Because you want to outfit. Like, what do you need us
for? Many reasons. People reach out
like, look, if before we protect the kids, look, let me just say something. Let me just say something. If it's like before we can protect these kids, y'all not even my friend. You don't reach out to me. We don't have a report, and I can get that because
that's all I'm saying.
It's easy for somebody to feel used. However, we're talking about if you open the door and you see a child being taken advantage of or sexually exploited, do you feel like you need to be friends with somebody in order to step in and do something as a people, as a community, in order to protect the kids? I don't have to be your friend to see a random child in the street. I don't know where your mother is and I'm not friends with her. It doesn't mean that I need to be friends or build up a friendship before I feel like I have the right to step in and say some words or do some things to inch towards protecting your kid. And I mean, like, I get how it can be used. It's not like I'm asking people to join my panel to talk about Nicki Minaj so I can grow my channel because I'm like a Nicki Minaj stan. Like, that's not what it is. But it's a matter of, hey, I'm reaching out to you specifically, not even to necessarily make friends, because this is not personal here. I'm reaching out to you to see if you care about helping to exile pedophiles and to make them uncomfortable because they're using your identity. They're not using mine. They're using yours. And I feel like you would be an instrumental voice if we could join forces to speak out against this thing. And that's what it's about. And if you kind of feel like, well, it's about protecting the kids. So here you are at my door wanting me to protect my kids and you don't even reach out to me in between, then it's like, it kind of sounds, it will come off. One could assume that, well, then you don't care about the kids. You care about somebody being your friend. So it's like,
again, y'all are just, do you hear what I'm saying? Y'all just making up your own words because I didn't say that.
No, what we hear what you say. We're totally hearing what you say. And it's not that if we don't understand you in the midst of you getting your point out, it's not that we don't understand. Like, it's not that we don't understand. It's just that we're trying to reach an understanding, and through the initial trying to have conversation, we're not going to reach an understanding automatically. You say a sentence and I say a sentence and all of a sudden we're at an understanding. It takes time to work through there. So
that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of it. There are steps that have to be taken. I'm not saying we're going to ever be friends. I'm not saying it's a kumbaya situation. But if y'all are afraid to ask us questions, how in the fuck are we going to come together and organize to do anything against a group?
I don't know, but you can't control other people's levels.
So therefore, we would have to be organized as well. They're organized. They're going to band together regardless if they like each other or not. They're going to go and say and do and blah, blah, blah. We're not even speak. We would have to speak first. You can't just jump first into something without taking steps. There are steps before you think we about to band together. I'm not even talking about individual. I'm talking about literally this. If y'all talking about what to do next, I think we would have to speak more often. We just can't group together and say we're gonna say to kids. It's not gonna work that way. It's just not.
How else do people create causes to protect kids without people grouping together and saying we're gonna protect the kids? How else does child protection work? Do we have to make friendships first?
Why you keep saying friendship like I said somebody be friends? I never said friends. I said we don't even speak though. We don't talk to each other outside of this. It's gays and it's straights. It's black and it's white. We don't hang with y'all and y'all don't hang with us. Y'all have your little little gay friends here and there.
Listen, I'm
people
sorry.
Have token little friends, little gay friends they have, but the majority we do not speak.
I go to gay and straight parties. I do hang with straight people. I do not separate myself from straight people. As a whole, my friends are straight. I do have gay friends as well.
The majority, we party with ourselves. We don't party with each other.
I go to parties where I like the music.
You keep saying you. I'm talking about as a group. Good luck.
Listen, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what type of scene you've seen, but I've seen but there is diversity out there. It's not that much separation as like, it's not that like there
but
are
it has
people.
to be. If the initial video Jane thought that we was all grouped together, that means you from the outside looking in, you don't even know what's going on over here.
But this
So
is one.
obviously
Jane
it
is one
a
person.
separation.
Jane is one person. She has
With
a platform, but she's
that
one
made videos. With the platform that makes videos.
Okay.
She
That
thought we
That
were
was
all
me
on one accord
also.
and we're
That was
not.
me. That was me regurgitating the words and the perspective of someone else who's in the
understand that.
community. It wasn't me making an
Right.
assumption about y'all community. I literally paraphrased and quoted somebody who is a part of the community who speaks about you all
I'm not
as if you
negating
are
what
a
you're saying,
community.
because from the outside
And so you
looking
feel
in,
like
it absolutely
y'all
looks
aren't
like
a
we
community,
are
but
a
there are other
community.
people who are a part of the LGBT community who do feel like y'all are a community. So
Right.
you know, I get it. There's different perspectives. I was just regurgitating one.
I get it. I'm not negating or against anything you're saying. But what you're not understanding, what I'm trying to say is we have to get we have to speak about the most basic shit first. It's overzealous. You're just jumping into thinking we're gonna say to kids when we don't even get along. We still have to be able to respect each other first. We don't even respect each other.
I don't know.
I mean, it is what it is.
So that's the thing. Look, since we are, we can be in contact with Jane, why don't you kind of lay out an outline as to where you feel like how we should approach? How do you think is a good approach? Don't wait. Hold on. Let me just say, because if you feel like coming together would be a better thing to do before we even start to go and get the fight.
Why can't we though? That sounds right crazy right there. Like, why should we making it seem like there's some shit that we shouldn't even fucking do? Like, why can't we come together?
We can.
Like, they make it seem like that's a good beat. Like, like I'm not asking to be motherfucking friends.
No, not to be.
Respect me as a black woman.
Discussion about the conversation. I'm not asking anything. I'm not asking you anything personal about your life, but we're having a middle ground conversation. I'm not. We having a conversation about one issue, one topic really, and I'm not asking you nothing personal. I'm not asking you nothing about your business, but we having a conversation. That's what I'm saying. If we had an outline and we talked about the steps that it would take without feeling like, okay, it's gonna be like this or it's gonna be like that, then we could get it.
That's what I'm doing. Y'all doing it in your own way. Y'all asking me to do exactly what I'm doing. It doesn't look the same way that y'all are. You are an individual. I'm an individual. I'm literally doing just that in my kind of way. I'm working
so that's
all of it on camera. Because really, this is some shit that should be had off camera, but we're on camera because it's what it is, right? But this is natural for people to go through their emotions. This is natural. Y'all doing it with the way y'all want to deal with it. I'm gonna deal with the way I want to deal with it.
I'm not telling you how to deal with it. I'm asking you how would you go about
with steps? And in my humble opinion, I feel like we would have to at least try to be a little bit more comfortable with each other first, so we can at least look united, because they're going to be united. That's the fact that a prime example. Somebody came in here and decided they wanted to make a page and name themselves I Rape Trans, et cetera, because they watched the video and they decided to do that. That's the kind of ignorance that we're up against. That's the kind of ignorance that we're going to have to, that people are going to be saying to me and you, and people that are like me and you. Don't you think that we should speak to each other first? Try to get a little bit more comfortable. Maybe let them ask the awkward questions they want to ask. Let's at least get that out the way before we just group together and jump in front of somebody's face.
There are plenty of people who don't like me because maybe what I look like, that I don't know, like I don't, and you're gonna get those things. You're gonna get those. You're gonna get those, April, for sure. You're gonna get that. But at the end of the day, if you focus so much on those things, you're gonna be consumed with that shit. I can't, I know what people are going to say about me. Like, that's why I said, if I ever did a rap battle, I know how they're going to come at me. I know they're going to talk about what I look like, gay, this. You already know. When you get to a certain age, you already know. Come on.
But why
I've been there.
Together with people that feel that way.
I don't. I don't. I truly don't. But the ones that do, I'm not going to sit there and fight with the ones who don't. I'm not. I can't get everybody to think the way I think. I can't get everybody to want to fight for this cause. I can't. So
this is sad.
Listen,
sad.
I'm letting it take place because I knew that there were going to be some tense moments within this conversation, and I just want to make sure I understand.
Off camera, if you want, like, we can have a conversation as to where, and maybe, you know, yeah, like it could be a continuous thing as to where there's steps and things to be, you know what I'm saying? It gotta, because you, like, I mean, this is a serious topic to me, but I'm not overly, see, everybody gets on a different emotional level. I'm passionate about it, but it's not making me emotional where I'm like upset. So I do want to get this message out there. So sometimes when I'm upset, I can't think clearly. I'm pissed. I'm not dealing with it. So if we had this conversation at another time, maybe we could think about, you know what I'm saying? Just like off camera, I'm not saying we're ending it now, but I'm just saying maybe if you're overly, you know, emotional about it, because you keep saying emotional, I'm passionate right now.
No, this is me 24/7.
Okay.
This is just the way that I am. Yes, I'm upset about it, but this is just me. Like, and this is the way that I'm going to be. And you can't try to change people for being individuals. This is the way that I'm going to handle it. It's going to take all types. It's going to take types like you. It's going to take types like Jane. It's going to take types like me. But what I'm saying is we have to still respect each other and get the awkward questions out the way. Ask your questions. Maybe this needs to be a ask your question video. Like that has to happen.
You want that way. You want people to come at you with the.
I want us to be more comfortable with ourselves. So when we go up against this, we're not out here looking crazy. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to join another group and be grouped in another group if we all can't come with a common, like the LGBT, the whole thing I was saying about the LGBT, whatever the community in the first year when I was talking to Jim. It's no, what's the word? I just want us to be able to speak to each other respectfully and just get the awkward shit out the way before we group together. I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that. I just basically keep repeating myself.
I clearly understand it. I understand it. I do. I get it, but you're never going to get people to agree to everything or feel the way you
right.
feel.
I'm not trying to get them to agree, but also Jane, that's also very dismissive because you're straight, right? So yeah, it's easy for you to. It's easy. It's right. I know that. It's easy for you to say that, right? But because you're going to be in a group with people. So say hypothetically we all group together and we form this movement and we get it pushing and we fighting against these people, right? So say that happens. We're gonna have people, and it's possible we have individuals in this group that hate me and her, and we're gonna have to work with these people. You understand what I'm saying?
Sleep with?
But that happens, right? But not you. That's not gonna happen to you. So yes, it's very easy for you to say, "Oh, we don't gotta be friends," blah blah blah, but you don't got somebody that doesn't like you just because of who you are attracted to. I feel like a lot of this stuff is because of ignorance, because you just don't understand. But if we talk to each other and we understood each other more, then we wouldn't hate each other. It's stuff that has to happen before we just jump over there against a group of people who are going to organize and who get the laws passed. That's all I'm saying. How will we group together and do this and win if we can't speak to each other?
We can speak to each other, but again,
like, oh, now you want me to fight for your kids? When I'm this,
you know what? And I feel like with the mentality of your kids, because when I think about protecting the kids, I think about all the different parents at the different schools who may not like each other, but they have a common goal. And the common goal is these kids shouldn't be exposed to whatever harmful variable. Let's call the harmful variable X. The kids shouldn't be exposed to this. I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to like your car. I don't have to like what you posted on Facebook or what you do. I don't even have to like what or who you love.
But it is
for us to understand.
When you're going against people that are the same group, you're looking at it in a different kind of way. It's not about a car. It's not about who I am. I'm not looking at it in a different type of way because I don't feel like I need to understand shit about you to come together. Right. And I'm speaking blunt at this point. Right. Right.
I don't feel like I need to understand shit about you in order to protect kids. I don't care who the parent of the kid is that I'm trying to protect. The common goal is the kids are in danger. I could care less about your lifestyle, this, that, or the third. If you want to protect kids, you want to protect kids. But if you feel like there are some, preliminary things that need to be put in order first,
okay, because I'm about to
you
get blunt
contribute to the protection of a kid, then things seem a little bit different at that point.
Again,
but
if I'm grouped together with people that don't like me because of who the fuck I am, why would I want to be grouped with them? Why would I want to fight with them? Why would I give a fuck about what the fuck they care about? It's real easy for you to say if that person is not caring. Like, this is who I am. I can't change it. I was born this way. I like what the fuck I like. So yeah, it's real easy for you to say that if you're not a part of it. But you're also asking us to group together with y'all, some of y'all that may not even like us, to be against people that are actual in our quote unquote group. It's double layered for us. It may not be the same for you, but for us it is. Because now we're about to be ostracized. We already know you really don't fuck with us anyway. But you asking us to band together to help you for a cause for your children. But after this is done, what's gonna happen? We're gonna be discarded again. You don't give a fuck about us again. So yeah, it's very easy for you to say that because you are not fucking gay. You want us to band together against these people. Man, whatever.
Yo, what the fuck? Man, whatever. Damn.
Like, how do you not understand what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Let me tell you something about me. I feel like personalities aside, they're you know what I'm saying? Like, personalities aside, I feel like children come first wholeheartedly. Like, that's just where I come from. And from what I've seen in the world, again, if there's a child abandoned or in danger in the middle of the street, are you really thinking about, before I protect this child in the middle of the street being victimized, are their parents transphobic? Are their parents phobic to me? Are their parents racist? Or are they this? Or are they that?
That's individual. That's absolutely correct. I absolutely agree with that. That's on an individual basis, but I'm talking about what you said, what we do as a collective, as a group, and pushing something forward and taking this and doing something with it. That's the only reason why I'm to move this forward. If we do move this forward, we have to respect each other first. I can't just be in a group of people that may hate me. And then after it's done, you're going to rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No.
That's like people going to work. The higher ups that we work for, they might not like us either. They might not like us because we're black. They might not like us because we're gay. They might not want us there, period. But we still, so my thing is that you're going to run into people who don't like you, who don't agree with you, but they're not to say business is business. We're all here for one reason. We're here for one reason.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
You asking us, you want people from that community to speak out. So I'm just letting you speak for them people.
But they want to speak out too. But it's almost like, hey, will you guys be offended? It's like with Jay making his video, it's like, yo, will you guys be kind of offended if we can? Because it's a sensitive topic. It is a sensitive subject. But at the end of the day,
I gotta be grouped with people like, yeah.
Like I said, I don't have to be grouped with anybody either, because then I gotta kind of live by your guidelines, and I'm not want to live by nobody's guidelines. So my thing is that, I mean, you know, you got your regular regulations and shit in life and laws, but yeah, I don't want to be policed by a group of people. So my thing is that we all have separate thoughts. It's good to have separate thoughts. It's okay.
Right.
If somebody doesn't like you, you can't make them like you. You can't make them like you.
I'm not trying to make them like me, but I don't want to stand over there with you for your cause. We just need our own cause then, if that's the case. That's what I'm saying. We can't come together.
Let's say there's 7, 8, 9% of people who have an issue with part of the community. Does that mean that you're not going to advocate for kids at large because there's 9% of the parents?
No, just
who don't.
Just have my own.
You know what I'm saying? So to single them out or to say, you know what I mean, to sift through their phobias or whatever the case is in the name of protecting kids, it's like, you know, if you, I don't know. I'm like, protecting kids comes before anybody's, you know, person.
Protecting me comes first. I care about me as an individual first. I was a child at one point.
We were all a child. And let me tell you something. If if my kid was in the middle, if my little sister, matter of fact, I'll bring it better to that since I don't have a kid. I have a little sister who's a minor. And if she's in the middle of the street and she's being victimized, I don't want anybody to sit there and say, who are her parents? Before, pull up her parents' Facebook. Let's see if she's phobic. Let's see if she's racist. Let's see if she's anti. Is she this? Is she, before they decide to jump in and protect an innocent kid? Because if it were you or your kid, you wouldn't want anybody wasting that time before they jumped in the water and protected your kid. Otherwise, because people have an issue with, you got videos of women, just being raped on the subway and people recording and upload. People, why are you recording it instead of jumping in, or whatever the case is? Yeah. If you want to make a series of decisions to get through the personality of the parents before you protect kids, then is really protecting kids for you or not?
But on top of that movement, the part of that movement was made so we could just be treated like regular human beings. And if you got other people from that group that don't consider me to be a human being, then why the fuck would I want to group up with them? I'm just saying, you asking members from the LGBT community to speak out. These are things that people are going to ask. Do you just want to be blindsided by it?
So how do you pick and choose which kids you will and you won't protect? How do you decide, okay, well, you're the parent, this kid, their parent is phobic. I deem this parent to be phobic. So therefore, I'm not going to protect this kid. But this kid over here, I'm going to protect them because I agree with how those parents feel.
I'm talking about this movement. I'm not saying that. That's an individual basis.
I know, but this movement is large. And this movement, it covers a lot of kids. So if you're deciding not to,
I'm talking about this movement. If you don't want to move forward with it or not, I'm going to move forward with it. I'm talking about this movement. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about what we're going to do to separate ourselves and what we're going to do to stop this from happening. Because you keep asking me what I'm going to do, so I'm going to do something about it. But what I'm saying is I don't want to be grouped with some straight people that don't deem me as a human being. Y'all can be grouped over there and do y'all own fight. Y'all own fight if that's the case. But if you want LGBT gays, transsexuals, bisexuals to speak out, these are things that they're going to ask you. This is a new conversation. It's like, why are we acting like this is not a normal? This is normal. You want us to come fight for your kids, but you don't even want us around it because you think we're gonna molest them.
No, we don't think. We don't think. That's a wide brush, and you're speaking in absolutes. We don't think that y'all. You know what I'm saying? These are real ignorant things that are.
What did you say?
I said that's a wide brush, speaking of absolutes and saying y'all think that we gonna molest them. Who is the y'all and who is the we? Because when you sound we, it sounds like you're talking about all of y'all.
That's one of the stereotypes. It sounds like you're talking about all of us. Let's call it what it is. That's one of the real stereotypes.
It's a stereotype. Listen, I'm really. It's a stereotype. However, I'm very specific in my plight. I don't have an issue with everybody in the community. In fact, I think that some of these pedophiles aren't even a part of y'all community.
They're not.
They're lying and labeling themselves this way so that they can do this fucked up shit to these kids. My thing is this is a movement that's going against pedophiles and pedophiles only and calling them out and making pedophiles uncomfortable, period. Like that's what it's about. That's what Issues Under the Flag. It's about people who groom children, who target children, and want to cause them harm. That's it.
Y'all worry about the straight ones, and we'll worry about the gay ones.
The other conversation does need to be had, but it's two separate fights. But the bigger picture is really people's kids, people's children. I don't have children, but you care about them because these are the kids that's growing up, and now. Like, these are the kids that's supposed to be taking care of us now when we're elder and they're doctors and they're doing surgeries on us. So, yeah, we have to worry about these. This is who's going to be taking care of us. Yes, we do. It's a conversation, but the other one is a separate conversation. Damn.
I'm just saying.
It's definitely gotten, it's gotten tense, and this was to be expected. I feel because I want to be respectful and letting the difficult feelings and stuff. I want to let that stuff take place because it comes from a point of someone's experience and someone's perspective. So I want to let you know what I'm saying. That's why I'm not like trying to silence anything, right? Like I'm letting people get out how they feel. I invited members of the LGBT community here to speak about how they feel, and they're here. Everybody doesn't agree. You know, the chat has one way of thinking or whatever. I'm like,
chat
listen,
can get on camera if they feel the kind of way.
It's you know, it's all gotta exist.
It just feel like it sounds like being used to me.
So using the gay community to speak
not
up
you,
against
not you, Jane.
Oh,
I don't feel no kind of way about you, and I don't feel no kind of way about none of it. I wouldn't be on your camera talking to you right now. Anything I'm saying is about everybody else, and you're gonna have people that feel like we're being used once again, like the straight whites, the gay whites used us. So, oh, you want us to be out here? You want us to use our centricness? You want us to be out here and be loud, loud, and color, and speak against this? And then after it's done, then what? We weirdos again?
I mean, is it really using y'all, or is it really?
It is to me. It is to me. Yeah.
I feel like it is an extension, an attempt to be inclusive. Because how dare we have this conversation about people trying to blend in with the community without involving people in the community in the discussion.
Right.
That's how I feel. I feel I have no right to have all heterosexual people up here talking about this. Although, to be frank, it's not even about as many people that identify that are a part of the community. It's about the people that's lying and that are straight up molesters and pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like
race related. You want to be fucking technical? Oh, this is about race.
Mm-hmm.
None of them people are black.
I've been asking if you could call in, Catherine, because I know you are in a lot of the videos. So, Catherine, if you could call in, that would be nice. If not, we will go, because one thing that April did bring up, it would be valuable to have some men who are a part of the community, who are a part of this discussion as well. I noticed we got a while into it, and it's just Black women who are willing to talk about and fight to create awareness about this. And it would be nice. And that's why I was asking y'all who you know. And I appreciate you, April, let me know about Blair White. And then Jen Too Fit to Quit let me know about her folks as well. And I'll work behind the scenes to get that information to pitch that person too. And hopefully maybe see if we can organize a time where hopefully, fingers crossed, that both of them can be present. But if not, we'll do it separately to get some men and some G's and T's.
I'm just being, what's it called? The devil's advocate. I'm just letting you know what you about to be up against, what people are going to be saying. So you want me to come down here, you want me to come fight for this cause, but I can't even get an invite. I'm just want us to heal. And all this rhetoric, that's all it really is I just want us to heal, and I want us to be better amongst each other, because I feel like we was used in the first place and we was discarded from our family members. And then we were made to think that we were in this group that gave a fuck about us, but they don't care about us. In New York City, they have gay kids that are queer, that are homeless all year round. They on the pier, they sleep on the pier, and when Pride comes around, they get to be on floats. Then the white gays care about them. It's been problems going on.
Y'all were used
there really
in
has
a
been
sense
a
of
separation.
I feel like y'all were used in a sense of for monetary gain, for
right?
Pharma gain, for visibility, right. And for them to appear.
And I don't want to be used.
That's
again.
all that superficial shit,
right? But what I'm scared of, I don't want to be used again, Jane. I don't, and when I mean me, I don't feel used. But I'm just saying, as far as the
if
gays,
you feel used. If you feel used when you protecting kids,
it's not about when you protecting kids. It's like at the end of the day, you still talking about a human being, an individual. You want them to come out here, like you got to understand all the trauma that people have to relive. I was a child that was molested, so I understand this. I want kids to be protected, but you got to understand all the trauma that people are going to go through when they think about these things. And then you want me to fight for you, but you want to be a human being after this is done. So why the fuck should I fight for anything that you want? Why should I be in together? Because what's powers and numbers? So are you using me again for my centricness and my...
But like, do you not have no nephews, no nieces, no minors that you care about who are being exposed to these harmful variables?
I never said I didn't have children. You don't even know nothing about what
I'm right. And I don't want to be intrusive by asking that question, because sometimes I get offended when people ask me that question too. They be like, why you care so much? You ain't got no kids. I don't have to have kids to care about this. So I didn't want to ask you that question. Honestly, I feel like that question is none of my fucking business. So that's why I haven't asked you that you know, that question. So, but it's just like, do you have anybody who's being affected about it that you kind of feel like you have to ask these preliminary questions before you get involved at all?
No, but because I'm bisexual and I date men and women, I'm in the middle. I can blend in both communities. I don't have to open my mouth and let you know I date women. I don't have to tell you anything. So I hear a lot. I'm privy to a lot of conversations that they wouldn't say in front of me if they knew. So I just know how it goes down, and I'm just.
Got you.
I'm just saying what they gonna say. So now y'all want us. Now we're humans. Now we're good enough to fight with y'all. Now you really don't understand what I'm saying? Like it's
Girl,
really.
I understand what you're saying. I feel like
I'm not even
every
saying
time you feel like somebody don't like adopt your point, you be like, you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't want you to adopt my point.
My comprehension is A1.
How is that about that? Why would I want to fight with y'all and do all if you don't even like me? Fuck y'all. I'm not saying y'all were the same. Y'all. Why the fuck would I want to do anything if I can't even cook? Why should I give a fuck? Them your kids. That's how some people could come at it with. And how treated they were. Look how discarded they were. Oh, the son, you want me to fight? Oh, now I'm good enough. Oh, now you want to hear what I say. Oh, now it's what about the kids? All that shit people listen to all damn day, all that rap music. What about the kids then? It's always what about the kids when it comes to the gays. About the kids all damn day when they're watching Euphoria, when they're listening to debate, when they're on Instagram, when using filters to make stuff think they had to be that look that kind of way to be beautiful. What about all that shit? What about all the kids then? It's like it's a big outrage when it's about the gays. Or when the gays that like Lil Nas X and this and that. Niggas been worshiping the devil in rap music. Now, son, it's
I could care less about what Lil Nas X do.
But the point is, earlier.
That shit is stupid.
It is stupid. That's the point. Now all of a sudden we're human beings and it doesn't matter. Well, we don't care. We just don't care. We want these kids to get like, man, it ain't gonna work that way. It's gonna be two separate groups fighting for that thing. That's the way y'all want to handle it. Maybe the straight people need to worry about the pedophiles. That's the mindset that we want to.
Hold on, you was breaking up. You said maybe the straight people what?
I mean, maybe the straight people know the straight pedophiles worry about the gay ones. If that's
child, not us trying to define if a pedophile is gay or straight, child, because there is no gay or straight when it comes to pedophiles. But if you like kids, you're a nasty bitch.
If that's the way y'all want to handle it, if that's the way I want to handle it, and you want us to be grouped together with people that don't even respect us as human beings, then why would I?
Baby, there is no classifying a pedophile between if they're gay or straight. If that's the case, then what about the pedophiles who are bi, who do with the boys and girls?
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
Like,
no.
What you don't understand is
I'm begging you to prove my point. If there's no classification, then what is this problem under the rainbow? Why is it problems under the rainbow if that's the case?
Because they're using the rainbow to do this stuff.
Right, because it's hot and it's sparkling. It's a good topic. Right? But there's pedophiles in every group. So
of course there is, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this pattern and this new loophole. Right. And believe it or not, there are several people who, as I've been saying several times, like just listen for a second. There are several regular pedophiles who don't even identify with the LGBT community, but they'll lie and they'll wear that flag in order to get easier access to the children. So I think it sounds foolish. And I'm sorry, it's not me coming at you. I think it sounds foolish to say, y'all handle the straight pedophiles and we'll handle the gay ones.
Sarcastic. I was being sarcastic. That's the whole point of it. If we're talking about pedophiles, then what is this under the rainbow? Under the rainbow, let's just talk about all the pedophiles then.
Because we're talking about the pedophile, we're talking about the pattern that's been established here in the series of mugshots, and them using that as a shield, because those are the ones that aren't getting, see, the straight ones are more so, they're getting more justice handed down to them than the ones who are using the flag.
Not
The
their
ones
love,
who are
not
using
their
the flag,
pastors.
they know that people
that's
aren't
not true at all.
asking as many questions about it.
That's not true. Loved and you're revered in the community. If you're a pastor, there's been plenty of people that weren't gay that hide and be pedophiles because they were. No question, pastor. No question. Something to do with being gay. It's about being
Again, that's my point. It's not about being gay. It's about using the flag as a shield to protect you. A lot of the people using the flag, they don't even identify that way. And that's what I feel like is unfair to the community, because they're lying and pretending. Again, they feel like because they're an M, they're a part of the flag. There are people lying about their orientation for the sake of this. We're talking about isolating a pattern. And this is a pattern in the gay community. And more pedophiles are walking into this door and putting on their rainbow things, whether it be, and when I say rainbow things, I don't mean that they're necessarily wearing rainbow shirts. They're doing the drag queen readings. They're doing that. And they're using that as a way to get access to the kids. That's it.
Church. Do that in the community, and they do that in a lot of communities.
They do it in a lot of communities, but
yeah,
we're talking about the recent patterns. There's been a surge in LGBT visibility. There's been a surge in and again, I'm not singling out just queer people. I'm singling out pedophiles using that flag as a way to go at kids. That's it. So I don't want to deflect and say, you know what, let me not call it under the flag because I'm talking about all pedophiles. No, I'm talking about the ones who use it under the flag. And I'm an equal opportunist. I will talk about the stuff that's happening. However, it is so much easier to spot the ones that are using the flag as a shield because it becomes obvious. It just is.
It's split out the shield, the cloak yourself. But yeah.
Say it again.
I said it is great to be a shield. It's very bright colored. It's like, how can you hide over there? I'm over it. I just want to be a kid again. I'm over this.
We all want to be.
I'm over it.
We all want to be a kid again, child.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
What's your name?
Aaron, this is Aaron. I'm Aaron Bernard Ransom. I just changed my little thing on the screen. ABR. That's
got you.
My initials.
Do you have?
I
appreciate you. Do you have something relevant to add to this discussion?
I just want. I do. Now, one thing I would like to say is, I do have a question. How do y'all, and I want to also ask the panel, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I want to ask the panel, specifically, who is the person on the bottom of me? I can't see. Jen, fit to quit. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, hey. Now wait, hold on. What you said?
Hey, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, I have personally, I have heard of men, who have an issue, and I have put this in the chat. I have heard of men who have an issue with, let's say, gay men who have no issue with two women being together and stuff. Have you ever experienced that to where you've been? Do y'all get my question?
No, say it one more time. I don't. Just hit it, yeah. Let me know.
Okay, I was saying that, and I put this in the chat. There are guys who have issues with men who are gay, but have no issues with two women being together, and as a matter of fact, would have no problem participating in sexual activities with them. Have you ever came across anything like that? Like, and I ask that because, it bothers me that, okay, if you want to, like, if a guy wants to have a problem with LGBT, okay, that's their opinion, but, it's like some of them always like to pick and choose. It's like they have a problem with the guys who are gay, but they don't have a problem with the women because they want to participate in that, basically, orgy. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced that? Or have you ever faced that? And how do you feel, or like, what is your comment on that? Basically, will you like come across that? If you
all right, just stop. Let me answer that one first, and I might have Oreos in my teeth, y'all. So, but definitely, I have came across all types of discrimination from men, women, and I've gotten questions from men. But a lot of the times, I will let you know, I don't know what it is about me, but some people don't even know how to approach me. So if they are having that conversation, they may be trying to get to that conversation and they never get there. If they come direct, it depends on how I'm feeling. I may answer their questions, but I really don't get discriminated a lot against. I have been, but it's not very often. And when I know, when you're old enough to realize what somebody doesn't like you for, it could be, oh, this person might not like you because you're black, or they might not like you because you got dreads, or you can kind of sense. So at the end of the day, and sometimes it's not I'm not wrecking my brain to figure out why you don't like me, but I have definitely this. I can't do Andrew on the screen. Please don't do that. But at the end of the day, I can't do that because I laugh. I'm a silly person. But at the end of the day, I have faced discrimination. I have been asked by men about threesomes. I have been hit on by men plenty of times. And my thing is that I don't know if is how I carry myself. I don't know if they're just asking to be inquisitive, but I like to give people straight shooter answers. And a lot of the times the men end up respecting me, and we have a respectful conversation. There's no disrespect. Like, you really want to know, you ask me, and it depends on how I'm feeling. And like I said, you can't ask me shit if you see I'm already turned up. But at the end of the day, like how you're coming to me and you're asking me this genuine question, have I ever been discriminated? Yes, I have. There's been situations. Yes, definitely. Job sites, outside, going in stores, definitely. Like, coming in and out the bathrooms. Like, I've experienced it, coming out the woman's restroom or going into the woman's restroom. It's like, what do you think? Yes, I have to use the restroom. Like, I don't know. And sometimes, like I said, a lot of people may see women that look like me. Everybody that looks like me, that is a fit woman, is not gay. You have to realize, if you put yourself, if you go to the gym, you're going to see more people that look like that. Everybody that works out, and we're not all gay. So you can ask questions. You definitely have to ask questions. You have to ask questions, and you have to be comfortable with yourself and know how to stand your ground. If you don't know how to stand your ground, don't have that conversation with nobody. Don't engage, because you might end up, you don't know. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and to add to your point, Aaron, we was talking about that earlier, because we was talking about Boosie's selective outrage, because Boosie, he's so bothered by men on men stuff and whatever, but he's so turned on, and intrigued by woman on woman stuff, because that turns him on and stuff like that. So it's like, he doesn't really have an issue with gay people. He has an issue with being a man with a man, and that's his issue. Other people shouldn't have to pack up their expression or whatever they're doing to satisfy a Boosie. Like, it's selective as outrage to me. If he really cared about, because he lies and says, you know,
Why
it's about the kids, man. It's about protect. If he really cared about the kids, he'd be talking about the stuff going on in the school systems. Instead, he's only focused on sausage parties. He ain't focused on nothing else.
He killed his baby mother's brother. I mean,
oh, okay. And the interesting thing, yeah, the interesting thing about, can y'all hear him? Is breaking up, you know, on the street, y'all. Like, can y'all hear me? Well, but it's doing okay enough, you know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. But okay. But it's interesting, like you had mentioned, like Boosie, it's like Boosie says he cares about the kids, but is this the same guy who had strippers at his 13-year-old son's birthday or something, where these grown-ass strippers were basically like giving him a lap dance and stuff?
Let me find out you hip, Aaron. Let me find out you hip.
No one said anything about it.
No one called it pedophilia. We spoke about that, but I commend you for actually knowing what's going on and pointing out his fake outrage, or selective outrage, should I call it? Because that's exactly what it is. You know what it is, because I brought that up earlier, how he literally ordered somebody to suck his minor children off. Matter of fact, I'll throw it on the screen right now. Because he finds that type of stuff to be cute. If it's woman on woman, or if it's somebody violating his male child who is a woman, he's okay with it. But as soon as he sees two men engaged in anything, here he is all, professionally offended, which, like it's not right. Like, he's really not in the business of trying to protect children.
But that's what T.S. Madison was talking about. It's always about what about the kids when it comes to matters like this. But it's never what about the kids when you're spewing out that hatred and that disgusting music that he makes. It's not about what about the kids then. She even posted on her page. T.S. Madison posted on her page when she had posted Normani was performing at the MTV, give a lap dance to Tiana Taylor. There was no outrage then, because it's normalized to see two women kissing at this point, because it's a sexual thing to these men. As long as it's turning them on, they're good with it.
Because if it's not in the school system, what's so offensive about two people expressing themselves based off of who cares? It's not in school.
But it's about the selective outrage when it's not in the school system. When Boosie be talking about it, he don't be talking about what's going on in the school system. He's talking about just regular gay people just living their lives. He's not talking about it in the school system. So we also got to understand there's also people that are going to hide under that guise. What about the kids? What about the kids? You don't care about the kids when you fucking in the next room with your dope, it's really crazy to me. A lot of these people always say, what about the kids? What about the kids? About what you do in front of your kids. What about the music that you play in front of your kids? What about the stuff you watch in front of your kids? P Valley, et cetera, et cetera. But it's always so alarming when it's gays. That is a real thing. And I'm not saying you do it, but people do that. Nobody was mad at Tiana Taylor. Nobody was mad at Normani when Danny was dry humping Scissor at the MTV Awards. There was no outrage.
They was mad at Cardi in that WAP though, and I still feel like. Go ahead, Jen.
What?
No, I was just saying, because that's entertaining. When you have two men, it's like, oh my God, that's disgusting. But that's what people are doing behind closed doors. Y'all want to see that side, you're gonna see the other side too. Let them do what they want to do too. It's like a pick.
Because y'all get to be out all damn day. Get over it. There's other people in this world that don't look like you, and they gonna be out here, and they don't want your children. And that's the problem. We gotta separate them with the children. But there are people, not you, Jane, that do use that what about the kids when it's convenient for them. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people that you ask to come speak, they're gonna say that, because we remember these things. What about the kids? What about the kids?
He came up here and asked me one question and left. I had a question for him. Where did he go?
I think he's still here. Hold on. I think he used another device.
Yes. I am here. I am sorry.
Yeah.
I had to switch phones and stuff. So yeah, but I'm here.
All right. So I want to know, like, how do you feel about this topic? Like, if you have people in the community that you feel like that would be down for the fight, like, how do you feel like they would approach this situation. How do you feel about the topic that we're discussing?
Okay, I just got on a short while ago, but I do understand a little bit of what y'all are talking about now. Me personally, now as far as how I personally identify myself, at this point I don't have a label. I'm just gonna keep it at that. I don't have a label, but so as somebody who feels that way, I just don't have a reason to discriminate against what people do in the bedroom. When I was younger, being black, and not being black, but just being like younger, like you were taught to hate that. Like if someone like was gay and stuff, you were taught to basically tease them and stuff, and talk about them. And I had grew up in the 90s and stuff, but mostly in the 90s and stuff, and in the early 2000s and stuff. So then I was against that lifestyle because that's how I was taught, by my peers. But as I grew up and matured, and I would say when I had started going to, I had went to a community college, but like when I had started going to a 4-year college, which was a HBCU, I was open that there are different people. You have LGBT people, you have people who come from different places and stuff. People, I would say then was, my first full, well, not my first full experience, but just seeing, okay, there are different people in this world, and I knew some of that before, but at that point was like, okay, there are different people in this world, and as I grew up, not grew up, but gotten older and stuff, now at this point it's like, what people do in the bedroom, is really, none of our business, if it, now as far as the topic here, should there be you said transgender bathrooms or something?
You just asked me what do I do. You asked me if I've been invited to an orgy. You talking about it shouldn't be nobody business.
No. I wasn't talking about that. No. I wasn't saying. No, I was asking you.
It was more so. Is the topic on about how they're using schools to teach our children about transgendering and their pronouns and nouns, like just the overall topic about it. Do you feel like the school should be a gateway to teaching our children and educating them about that?
How do I feel about that? I think that in schools, people should know that there are different people in this world, that there are gay people and stuff, and there are LGBT, there are different people, I feel that people should know that, now as far as the sexual activity, like what they do, I don't have kids, so I wouldn't be able to speak much on that, or I would have to do more research about that. But I think that as far as kids, I don't think there's anything wrong with kids knowing that people exist who are LGBT, basically,
Well, I would like to talk, solution based, just to wrap it up, right? as far as the solutions that we have, and let me know if I've missed anything as far as actionable steps. So does because everybody's different. You got some people that are parents that want to help. You got some people that aren't that want to help. Some people that have a voice. Some people that are skilled at writing up drafts and proposals. And creating awareness. It's not just a 1 or 2 person thing. It's a multiple. I call it having your aces in your places, right? Because you'll have people from all different walks of life that can be helpful and instrumental when it comes to creating awareness about a certain cause. So I want to just kind of bring it back into talking about what we're going to do moving forward. I appreciated what Jen Too Fit to Quit said earlier about going to certain events that are geared towards the LGBT community, right? Which, let me tell you something, I don't think I would do by myself. I would definitely need an ally, which I have several here in my state. I was supposed to go out to lunch with one of them and I finished this panel, but this panel has lasted a bit longer than I thought. So there will be no that, but I'll probably do it later on this week. So that's one good one. Petitions are good examples, I think, to create awareness. That'll be something to think on. And I think it'll be helpful to bring an awareness to issues under the flag, which is simply just trying to single out pedophiles and make them uncomfortable via conversation and dialogue. When they know that people are going to raise their alarm and talk about them and drag them and put their face on the front of thumbnails, and we find out they're touching children, it might be one of those factors, right? And who knows, if we could even, once we start dragging a certain person that we know is doing this, get a hold of the news stations or whatever, it might make them less inclined to want to, or encourage them to leave children alone, potentially, right? April, you said something about getting the G's involved, and I like that too. And like I was saying earlier, I appreciate you letting me know about Blair White, and then we'll talk behind the scenes about how the picture is based on how if you watched her content way more than me. I'll do some homework and maybe watch like 3 videos tonight. But you know more if you think that maybe I should pitch her, you should pitch her, or just with coordinating, trying to like send an invite to the extended olive branch, see if she would want to step over here. My thing. And then I remember Jen Fit to put that she had a person or two who might be willing to at least read an invitation. Is there anything outside of petitions showing up at the parades or the events that are targeted towards the community and inviting G's and T's? Is there any other actionable step that we can take to bring more awareness? Am I missing anything?
You said the PTA meetings, like parent-teacher meetings. So just, putting it out there through that.
Parents who are who are really in those meetings, who really know about their verbiage, their language, and even if they're like, listen, if you want to do this, this is how they are. Maybe you should approach it this way. If they could just give us some intel on how to approach them and be more successful, as opposed to just going in there like, hey, make the pedal, you know what I'm saying?
That's
what
they
can just help us understand what the tact is. That would help.
I've done LGBT activism, so I'm telling you from somebody that's from the other end what it's going to be like, and you may not like the delivery, but I'm trying to be helpful.
Listen, like I said,
I know I've been in them groups. I fought real hard for them people, and now I'm getting ready to go against. So you gotta understand, I still want to make sure that I'm not being used at the end of the day. If I shake it up and bring a whole bunch of people along, are these people going to be talked about? I don't care about being talked about, but my best friend is transsexual, and I will fight somebody over her faster than I will for me. So I don't want to bring her over here and then somebody's talking like, but I understand it's a lot of ignorance. I don't think you're ignorant, but I do think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try to band with you that are. They just hate us just cause, so they're just going to group together.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to understand that. That's all I was saying.
I understand that. That's why I was saying earlier, as far as, when we have the next one and moving forward, me as a host of facilitating something like this, me being more stern or assertive with putting my foot down about setting the ground rules about like, listen, these people are being transparent and lending their time and their intel. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you all dragging or disrespecting them, and it's not going to be tolerated here, and getting my mods on board with it too. So that they don't have to feel uncomfortable when clearly we're asking them to come over here because their skill set is necessary. They know more.
Our voice is necessary because we're talking about people that are in our group. I said we talk about people that are in our group. Our voice is literally needed.
I think people just trying to be intentionally like hurtful, like that's what we're more so worried about. Like have a conversation with adults, but it's like you don't gotta filter it to the extremity. But at the end of the day, you might be dealing with sensitive people, because that's why I said you got to make sure the people that you bringing on to have this conversation is built for that type, because everybody's not built for it. You got people taking medication that be going through emotions up and down anyway. So you got to make
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? You asking people to basically essentially be treasonous to their own group, right? So a lot of us were ostracized from our own family members, and we found solitude over here. And you're asking us to do something that's scary.
Oh, you might say something. I would like to
think about that
go ahead.
stand up with Dave Chappelle and his friend that was transsexual. Think about how they dragged her on Twitter and she killed herself. Like, this happens. The one that he was cool with, remember that?
Yeah, I do. And when you say your own group, I'm only talking about people that harm kids. So if there are people
No. But I get that, right? But it's still a group. It's still a community. And when we done and we no longer even.
But I thought you said y'all were trying to separate yourselves from
I get that, right? But then people still gotta work, they still gotta live their life, they still gotta do their thing. So it's gonna be emotion. You're asking these people to do a lot. It's kind of like you're the white ally right now, right? And you asking black people, you're the one that's giving us the platform, or one of the people that have given the platform for black people to speak their problems out.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand what's the right way to go about it, when sometimes I hear
there ain't no right way. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is the start. But you do it. But I just feel like we have to let more gay people know what's going on though, before they just get blindsided, because a lot of them people don't even know what happened. Hey, a lot of them people didn't even know what was going on. There is no right way. You're the first person to do it, and that's a damn shame. Besides that lady Blair I was talking about, you're the only one that I could think of.
Oh, you might. Now, I just want to clarify that, like the question I had asked, earlier, I was asking how, I think her name was, like the person who I was asking the question to, I was just asking if she had went through that, and I wasn't asking that to, kind of be nosy, but just asking, okay, how do you feel if this has happened to you? Yeah, huh?
No, I was joking.
Oh, okay. I just like wanted to make sure. I just didn't want to feel like, okay, I was trying to, be nosy and stuff. Just, all right.
Yeah. So.
Well, I think that this was pretty conducive. It definitely had its share of tense moments, which, listen, I fully expected. I realized that when I did the first one just on a whim, just being brave enough to do it. So I knew it was going to be tense, but I do think that I think we made I think we made some damn progress. I think we've heard a lot of feelings. We've heard a lot of perspectives and experiences. And if anything, we understand some of the obstacles better than we did, before this panel took place, because so many of them, have been presented. April ain't gonna let us forget about the obstacles. She ain't gonna let us forget about what we might be up against as we continue.
It's a military. It takes all types.
Yeah.
You gotta know what you up against, and I know what we up against because I've been in them rooms.
Yeah. So I am definitely I'm appreciative of all of you all's willingness to have this discussion with me. It has been literally 5 hours and a minute we have been on here. Your girl ain't even eat breakfast, so I'm hungry. I didn't even eat breakfast. I woke up and I did this, but it was necessary. I skipped a cookout. I skipped spending time with my 2 nieces today. One of them is on radiation, and but this was very necessary. And when I say I care about the kids, I mean that. And I know regular everyday parents, they are way too busy to even conceptualize putting together and doing grassroots work to a movement to protect not only just their kids. It's about more than the people with their 1, 2, or 3 children. It's about really caring about the future as a whole, because that's what's going to shape us. And I do worry about the people who are going to be carrying us as we get older. You're born a baby in Pampers, needing to be pushed around in a stroller. And when you on your way out, Lord willing, hopefully you get to the point where you get old enough to the point where you need depends and you need a wheelchair and people, you know what I'm saying? Like the circle of life is, and I do worry about the leaders of tomorrow and what my little sister and my 3-year-old niece and so on. I do worry about what is the world going to look like them, and are we going to leave them to fend for themselves like our parents did to us? And here we are sitting up here. A lot of us are still bitter and hurt based off of our childhood and what our peoples didn't understand and explain. What are we doing to help the futures and the leaders of tomorrow? What type of fighting chance are we leaving them to? And I feel like conversations like this are important. And I don't want my nieces and my nephews having to feel like I got to make sure it's no boys in the bathroom before I go in there and pee, because
that's just absurd.
Whatever.
But we definitely need to talk to a transsexual because, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's kind of like they think, you know, gender.
So I've got a couple of friends who weren't able to make it, who I know would have really added more value than we even got out of this to this conversation. It was just a matter of availability that just the timing just didn't quite work out today. But I do look forward to scheduling my next conversations around them, and then Catherine, who I know is an advocate in the chat as well. So I can't wait to do that background work with them. If y'all have any suggestions, if you run across any stories or anything that you just see that is a trend that you feel like is important or falls underneath of this discussion, please don't hesitate to add me on Twitter, send me a DM on Twitter. I spend most of my time on Twitter, just to let you know. But you can also email me or DM me on Instagram as well. I look forward to hearing from you all. I look forward for y'all keeping it sticky and real down below in the comment section, whether you were here for this 5-hour bus ride on the Greyhound, God damn it, or if you are chasing behind the bus because you are watching the replay. Thank you all for your time this Sunday. This has literally been the majority of my Sunday, so I can't wait to get off here and enjoy myself a little bit. Does anybody have any closing remarks?
Yeah, I would like to say that this is a great topic, and things like this needs to be talked about a lot more, along with a lot of other issues that are going on in this world. Because as you've seen, I would say probably in the past, let's say the past month, so much has happened, and it has me like wanting to, make changes in my life, as far as basically who I want to, basically it has made me, get ready like for the next election cycle, just to put it that way. Yeah. Because, the things that is going on, I'm starting to see, okay, what is really going on, the light. Yeah. I'm starting to see the light.
You seeing where you want to vote?
Yeah. Basically, like, I don't want to get too much on here, but just, who I'm voting for, or who I may not vote for. Yeah. Or if I'm going to vote at all at this point. Yeah. Because so much has gone on, the mass shootings and all of that, yeah. That's all I want to say. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate.
I need your information.
You said, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I need your information. Jen.
Okay.
So we all link, do something.
I just want to say thank you for having your platform. All your videos I be loving and liking. They be getting me through work. I love it. Thank you for having this discussion specifically, because this is a topic that needed to be had. And also, I just want to leave y'all with, don't go eating nobody's booty hole after this 5-hour bus ride.
No, Lord. Booty warriors around here. Like, what's his face? I did the video on that football player. No.
Yeah. And you're getting to now. Do any of y'all like have a channel like Gen 2 Fit to Quit according to April? Do any of y'all have a channel?
I
don't do this. I just if the conversation is there, I would debate it. I can't. This is not what I like to play video games. I'm not honest. I can't.
Okay,
I can't
okay. Yes. Haven't played video. I need to get the Grand Theft Auto. That's the only video game I want to start playing. I played it a while back, but yeah, just talk about video games. Yeah. But basically, I'm trying to start my own channel in the future, which is what I'm working on.
Why the fuck would she put that up there?
Yo, that's what I'm saying, Jane. Jane, maybe you could do a workshop like that where you get people, because I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to, like, y'all seen how I was like Mo with the camera. Like, I was like,
now I do have a question. Is this something that you might want to consider in the future? Maybe, Jen, to quit. Do you think this is something?
Just say Jen at this point, please. Just say Jen.
Okay, Jen. Okay, Jen.
Yes.
Do you think this is something you might want to consider in the future?
I wouldn't be consistent with it. I know it. I don't like sitting still for too long. You see how much I've been fidgeting. It's hard for me to stay still. I can't.
Okay. Well, you can always start like on social media, like TikToks, Instagram, IG Live, and stuff. If you consider,
dancing, huh? What you want me to do? Dance and sing?
You can do anything. There's so much, ideas out here. So much things to talk about.
I'm pretty old school. I don't really like. It's just too much for me. It's a lot, and it takes too much time. And I'm not gonna do it.
So you have a busy lifestyle. Okay.
I don't really care about it too much. That's the truth. I really don't care about social media that much. I get my news and little small things from it, but I just really don't care about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I'm a social media person, so that's why and some people, everybody's different and stuff. Yeah, because I'm a social media person. I've been following Jane for how long? Probably since I think it was a pandemic. When I started following her, I believe.
Was that Cat Williams?
Yes, it was.
Oh shit!
Yes,
That'd be my face most of the time, hair and all.
All right, let's go to the bush. Let's wrap it up because your girl has got to eat. Let's go to the bush just because we got to.
All right, y'all have a great rest of your day, and
you too.
It's been great talking to y'all, and y'all can follow me on social media at this name here, Prince A Breezy. Y'all see it on the screen. All right, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go.
See y'all.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Child, we got to go and get out of here. It's Sunday night, child. We trying to get into our libations, child. That's what's going on. Listen, this has been a really long live, but I do think it's been conducive. It got tense. We overcame all these things. Thank you all so much. Thank the two of you for joining me. Thank you everybody who did click the link. Doris was here earlier. Anthony just left. I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your Sunday and your weekend. Lord knows I'm getting ready to get off here and eat what I need to eat and do what I need to do to sit back and just decompress. Y'all know being live for a long time, it takes a lot of energy out of you. Okay. And especially about a tough topic, something that's not quite enjoyable. I can't say I had fun, but I can say that I do feel fulfilled knowing that I've done my due diligence with creating awareness around protecting children. So it makes me feel fulfilled, but everything that makes you feel fulfilled, it doesn't mean it hasn't depleted you in one way, shape, or form.
And can I say something real fast? It's also protecting us. It may be protecting children, but it's also protecting people that are under that quote unquote community that don't have nothing to do with that.
That's true. That's true. And And that's what I feel like, but not to get back into the conversation, right? Because I was going to make a point that might open up the whole conversation again. Maybe I don't have the energy, I don't have the nourishment. Me either. Go back into it. But look, thank you all so much. I'm gonna drop you down and close out this video so I can go eat. Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take care of you
too.
Okay.
All right. Oh wait. Hold on. All right. All right, Lord have mercy. Lord, let me tell you something. Truth is, I'm tired. Options off you. I'm tired. I'm tired, you all. It's been 5 hours. I've been on live. I'm only 2 hours and 40 minutes away from a whole goddamn work shift. God damn. I did get a $10 super chat, so I appreciate that. So listen, thank you all so much for joining me. I think that this was an amazing conversation. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. Your time and energy is more than appreciated over here. It is free to donate to this channel. You can donate to this channel by simply hitting thumbs up, or if you want to donate twice for free, hit the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Okay, it means so much. Let me know your thoughts on all the topics that we discussed today. Did you agree with me? Did you disagree with me? Which panel member do you feel like had relevant points? Or, just let me know how you feel about it down below in the comments. Don't forget to check in on yourself, right? Find some peace, do some things to grant yourself some release, and be sure to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any of this celebrity or trending serve, because things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. Listen, y'all make sure y'all drop them pancakes down below in the comment section, and y'all be sure to stay beautiful, Black, and blessed until the next video. Deuces.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.